Chapter 185. When his consciousness returned and he could barely figure out what he was doing, Chu Wanning vaguely felt that they had left the bustling crowd at some point and were in the nearest forest. They were kissing intensely, each other's breaths hot and rapid. So thirsty. They were both people who had desired each other for a long time. The way they kissed was aggressive and anxious, even a little crazy. Their Adam's apple rolled, they swallowed, and their lips and teeth knocked against each other. They even bled a little, but neither of them noticed. Neither of them could stop. Immerse pressed him against a tree. The rough wood pressed against his slightly trembling back. There seemed to be the sound of strings in the distance, but that was not important. All the sounds, no matter how far away they were fragmented. The only sound that was complete was each other's breathing. Their lips and tongues were wet, rubbing against each other coarsely. They rolled and intertwined, shameless. Shameless. Chu Wanning did not want to admit defeat, but he had always been abstinent, and the other's desire was so fresh and terrifying. It was almost like a vicious beast that wanted to tear his throat and eat his flesh. He did not know why he had become like this. He did not know whether he was right or wrong, or what he should do next. This person who kept to etiquette, abstinence, restraint, and loneliness, who would plan for the next 100 steps with every step, seemed to have been torn apart and destroyed at this moment. Only his stubbornness was left. The sea of desire was still the driftwood that supported him. He refused to show weakness. Even if his back was numb and his soul was empty, he was still willing to take the initiative. He did not want to be a soft object in the palm of the hand that could be destroyed. Unfortunately, although he was ambitious, his skills were extremely poor. So poor that Immerse was knocked by his lips and teeth more than once. He did not control his strength and bit the tip of his tongue. It was full of sweet blood. He was so poor that his breathing became more rapid, his face redder, and his breathing more chaotic and difficult. In the end, Immerse laughed. He only felt that Chu Wanning, who worked hard but had no standards to speak of, was really very lovable. That cold and hard heart of his had melted, becoming a sparkling and crystalline spring water. A 10,000-mile-long lake, suffused with fragmented golden waves that coiled around his fingers. When they parted, their lips and tongues were still wet and sticky. Their eyes were filled with tenderness and desire. Immerse's voice was hoarse. He lowered his head and looked into Chu Wanning's eyes. His rough fingertips brushed past Chu Wanning's cheeks. Chu Wanning also knew that his level was terrible, but he was unwilling to admit defeat. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a threatening tone, "What are you laughing at?" Seeing that Immerse didn't answer, and instead the smile in his eyes deepened, he became even more annoyed. "Wasn't what I did wrong?" Immerse's smile finally appeared on his lips. He hugged him again. This time, they were hugging face to face. They were both tall and straight men hugging each other. It was not as close as it was between a man and a woman, but it was more intense, more intense. How is it wrong? It's extremely right. Immerse intimately rubbed against the top of his head and then rubbed their ears together. "Shizun is the best. Then why are you laughing?" Immerse laughed deeply again. His chest was hot and hard, but his heart was getting softer and softer. "My reaction is not just laughing." Chu Wanning had not yet understood the deeper meaning behind this. As Immerse hugged him deeper and deeper, from just the top of his body to the top of his body, he suddenly felt this person's extremely fierce and vigorous passion sticking close to him. Along with the slight movement of his breathing, that feeling was so exciting, so intense, so fresh, it made his scalp numb. His heart beat faster, and he shuddered, but his throat was tight and dry. This made Chu Wanning suddenly realize that this seemingly gentle man in front of him was actually very aggressive, very fierce, and very fierce. It was to the point that his blood and flesh could take a person's life and tear apart their internal organs. His hair stood on end, and he immediately wanted to push him away. But before he could raise his hand, Immerse's full and astonishingly hot lips kissed him again. Moist and hot, he sucked and licked his lips. This man's breathing was deep and hot. His fierce body also continuously stuck to Chu Wanning through the material of his clothes. Chu Wanning was absent-minded because of this terrifying passion. Immerse's rough and hot tongue had already invaded his mouth. As hungry and thirsty, he sucked and kissed him intoxicatedly, rubbing against him. In the end, Chu Wanning's mind was blank and his legs were soft and numb. He trembled slightly because of that stimulation, because of that unfamiliar feeling of powerlessness, because of that hard heat, because of that burning passion. That day, Chu Wanning didn't know how he returned to the peak of life and death. No matter what he did, he seemed to be numb and had no consciousness. The only thing he remembered was that when they parted in front of the Red Lotus Pavilion, they hugged each other in the dark night and kissed each other hungrily for a long time. He hated that he couldn't swallow his lover and love into his stomach. No matter what, it was not enough. Not enough. Vaguely, he remembered that Mo Ran begged him in a low voice and asked him to allow him to sleep in the Red Lotus Pavilion tonight. Chu Wanning probably used the last of his consciousness to gasp for breath and barely regain some of his rationality. He didn't agree. He didn't know why he didn't agree. Maybe it was because of his inexplicable self-esteem, or maybe it was because he couldn't adapt to being alone for too long, or maybe it was because he was rigid and pedantic. He felt that all of this was ridiculous and unrealistic. Although it was infinitely tempting, he was caught off guard and it happened too quickly. With great difficulty, he struggled to break free from his lust and Mo Ran. Chu Wanning pushed open the door and entered. When he entered the pavilion, for the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to not even dare to turn his head. He knew that his string was stretched to the limit. If he turned back now, he was afraid that he would fall short of success. His lust would burst, and he wouldn't be able to push the person in front of him away. They would be burned to ashes. Not even a speck would be left. When he went back to take a shower and change his clothes, Chu Wanning realized that his underwear was wet. The fishy, sweet, and slightly smelly smell made his face and ears turn red. He was at a loss. Even the corners of his cold eyes turned red, and his two thin tails were the color of begonias. He stayed in the same place for a long time. He couldn't help but think, how could it be like this? How could it be like this? In his life, he had never lost his self-control like this. He had never been so passive. Damn it, what should he do? In the past, whenever Chu Wanning encountered a difficult problem, his subconscious reaction was to look for a solution in books. Therefore, he had read a lot of books since he was young. His mind was vast. This was the first time that the voluminous books couldn't give him an answer. Therefore, he was at a loss. He didn't know what to do and what to do. Fortunately, Mo Ran seemed to understand him very well. After being rejected once, he understood Chu Wanning's confusion and anxiety. He didn't continue to act rashly. However, the intimacy between them didn't stop at holding hands. They would fiercely kiss in the alley behind the Mingpa lobby. After night fell, they would go to a deserted forest and rub their heads together. Mo Ran was a person who didn't talk much. Sometimes, he would even answer whatever Chu Wanning asked. However, his eyes could speak. They were filled with sweet words and tenderness. It was just that he was very stupid. He didn't know how to express himself, and he couldn't express himself well. Many times, Mo Ran was more willing to do it directly rather than talk about it. And strangely, Chu Wanning felt that Mo Ran could always sense what he wanted. They had only just gotten together, but occasionally, Chu Wanning felt that Mo Ran seemed to have used this identity to accompany him for many years. As the days passed, the time they spent together kissing and hugging became longer and longer. However, it also became more and more unquenchable. Almost every time they separated, both of them wanted to continue. They were both anxious and swollen. Chu Wanning was fine. After all, he had been cultivating for many years. His willpower was extraordinary. However, Mo Ran was different. He and Chu Wanning cultivated a different kind of heart technique. Moreover, he was young and full of vigor. Every time after their tryst, he couldn't immediately get up and go back. It was too obvious. Clothes couldn't hide it. People would find clues. It was really too painful for him to endure. That day, after dinner, they entangled for half an hour in a remote place near the back of the mountain. However, there was still the elders' assembly at night. Chu Wanning calculated the time and felt that it was about time. He told Mo Ran that he had to leave. However, Mo Ran calculated the time and felt that there was still time. He didn't want to let him go. His way of rejecting him was more violent. He didn't use words, but directly kissed him again. There were some abandoned garden rocks in the forest. Immerse sat on one of the rocks. He hugged Chu Wanning and made him sit on his lap. In this position, the person sitting on the bottom would be slightly shorter than the person sitting on the lap. However, Immerse was born with a tall stature. In this position, he was at the same height as Chu Wanning. He kissed Chu Wanning for a long time. From his lips to his neck, Immerse nibbled on Chu Wanning's Adam's apple. Hearing the other party's low and suppressed breathing, Immerse felt even more uncomfortable. It was as if his heart was on fire. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to get away. He wanted to leave. However, his waist was soft and his legs wouldn't listen to him. Recently, Immerse liked this position very much. He could hug him so intimately. The tension made his whole body numb. Chu Wanning could even imagine what kind of heart-palpitating scene it would be if he didn't have clothes as a screen. Perhaps it was because he was really close to his limit. No matter how intense the kiss was, it couldn't relieve his desire. Instead, it added fuel to the fire. When Immerse released his wet red lips, his eyes were moist. He breathed heavily, his Adam's apple moving seductively. He focused on Chu Wanning, as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. He just fiercely bit down on Chu Wanning. He really bit down. Chu Wanning felt pain. However, it was very exciting. It was as if needles were pricking his acupuncture points. He trembled. The man was trapped by love. His throat was filled with fragmented and indistinct whimpers. He hugged the person in his arms and stroked that ink-black hair. He only felt that his Shizun was so good. It made people want to love him wholeheartedly. He also felt that his Shizun was so seductive. It made people want to fiercely and use all their strength to bully him. In the quiet air, the primitive atmosphere became thicker and thicker. Chu Wanning raised his head and slightly closed his trembling eyes. He felt very uncomfortable. This kind of hug and kiss was already like scratching an itch through one's boots. He felt so uncomfortable, let alone this young man who was hugging him. The corners of Immerse's eyes were burning red and slightly moist. He opened his mouth in a low voice. His voice was hoarse. There was some forbearance and also some grievance. Shizun, I beg you, I can't take it anymore. What did he want to do when he couldn't take it anymore? Chu Wanning thought of those fragmented and blurry dreams. His tailbone trembled slightly. He didn't make a sound. His ears were extremely red. Couldn't take it anymore. What did he want to do? Before Immerse once again held his red and swollen lips, Chu Wanning said in a low voice, almost inaudible then, "Don't do it here. Don't do it here." It meant that there could be more, somewhere else. Immerse suddenly raised his head. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he fiercely kissed him again. He actually wanted to hold him like this and stand up. Chu Wanning only felt extreme shame. He couldn't restrain his anger. "Put me down." Immerse put him down, but he didn't forget to kiss him. "Shizun, where do you want to go?" Before Chu Wanning had time to speak, he heard a rustling sound from the nearby haystack. He was suddenly startled. His mind suddenly became clear. He immediately pushed Immerse away. The two people had just separated when they saw a person walking out from the dark of the bamboo forest. In his hand was a faintly swaying lantern. The hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind. That person was silent for a long time. His voice sounded. Even though it was suppressed, it was full of shock and confusion. Why are you here?" Chapter 186. The person who came had a handsome appearance. His eyes were wide open, and the lantern shone on his face. Shueming. Chu Wanning was speechless for a moment. He didn't know how much Shueming had seen or heard. After a moment of silence, Immerse broke the silence first. "I have some matters to discuss with Master." Shueming narrowed his eyes slightly. When he walked over, he vaguely heard low breathing sounds in the woods. He thought it was a pair of disciples who didn't know what was good for them and were having a private meeting at the back of the mountain. Logically speaking, Shueming didn't have the right to care about this kind of thing. Except for Wubei Temple and Shangqing Pavilion, none of the 10 major sects prohibited talking about dual cultivation. Although the peak of life and death had a so-called lecherous rule, it also referred to not going to brothels and not going against human relations. But who was Xueming? He was Chu Waning's disciple, the chief disciple. For so many years, Xueming had always treated Chu Waning's words and actions as his own standards. Since Chu Waning didn't like to see other people having private conversations, Xueming didn't care about anything else. He also disdained this pair of Dao companions holding hands and detested the dual cultivation. The back of the mountain was an important place where the boundary of the ghost world was easily damaged. How could they be so lovey-dovey in this place? Xueming wasn't happy at all. He carried the lantern and came to find trouble. He didn't expect that under the flickering lantern, the two people would be illuminated. Xueming was stunned. So he didn't even greet Chu Waning according to the rules. Instead, he blurted out, "Why are you here?" The boundary of this place was not broken, so it didn't need to be repaired. There were no fragrant herbs or rare flowers, so there was no scenery to speak of. It was located in a remote area, so it was impossible to wander around here. If he asked Xueming normally, he would say, "There are two people in the dark and silent. They don't want to walk on the open road, nor do they want to sit in the beautiful back garden. They insist on going to a secluded place to talk. Young master, what do you think?" Xueming would definitely laugh coldly and say, "What else can we say in that kind of place? Words of love?" If he was asked again, "These two are both men, they have known each other for a long time. They are both unmarried, their appearance and status are similar. What kind of relationship does young master think they have?" Xueming would definitely roll his eyes and say, "What else could it be? Homosexual fetishes, it's disgusting." At this moment, he said to him, "Haha, young master's words are incorrect. In fact, these two people are a pair of master and disciple. Young master, please don't be presumptuous." Most likely, Xueming would not even wait for her to finish before slapping the table in anger and shouting, "Ridiculous! What kind of scandal is this? Which pair of immoral beasts are they? I will immediately expel them from the mountain gate, from the peak of life and death." But at this time, if he were to be told that this pair of master and disciple, one was called Immerse, the other was called Chu Waning, then Xueming would definitely be stunned. All kinds of strange colors flashed across his face like a revolving lantern. In the end, he held his forehead and sat down, saying, "Then, what I said earlier doesn't count. You, ask that question again and start from the beginning. I feel that there must be a second possibility." That was the case. Xueming would definitely not, and really could not, relate Chu Waning to any kind of chaotic, unruly, or unethical matter. So he immediately felt that he had heard wrongly, but he still felt that his mind was in a mess. He muttered to himself, "What do you want to say here?" Chu Waning was just about to open his mouth to explain, but Immerse lightly pinched his hand under the cover of his wide sleeves, indicating that he should not speak. If this person were to lie, even a 3-year-old child would not be able to deceive him. It was better to do it himself. And so, Immerse said, "Before evening, I found a sweet osmanthus candy rice cake here." Chu Waning, Xueming was dumbfounded. "What is it?" "A sweet osmanthus candy rice cake that has cultivated into a spirit," Immerse said in all seriousness. "It's only about 10 inches tall. It has a lotus leaf on its head and a tail. At the tip of its tail is a burning blue lamp." "What kind of monster is this? I've never seen it in the illustrated handbook." Immerse laughed. "I've never seen it before either. So I was wondering if the Confucian Wind sect's demon subduing pagoda was destroyed a few days ago, releasing some extinct monster. So I brought Shizun here to take a look." Hearing him say this, Xueming immediately let out a sigh of relief. He did not know why, but he felt even more comforted in his heart. His tense face finally regained its liveliness. He walked over with the wind lantern in hand, looked around and asked, "Then did you guys find the sweet rice cake monster?" "No." Xueming glared at him. "I'm not asking you. I'm asking Shizun." Chu Waning said, "We didn't find it." Immerse laughed. "That sweet rice cake probably saw Shizun and was afraid that Shizun would eat it as a dessert, so it immediately hid." Chu Waning was stunned, then angrily rebuked, "Immerse, do you want to go to the library to copy books again?" After this commotion, Ming's initial uneasiness gradually disappeared. He sighed in his heart. Really, just now? There was actually a moment when he vaguely felt that his Shizun and that guy Ran had some kind of unclear relationship. It was really absurd. How could that be possible? His Shizun was the coldest holy water in the world. No one could touch him, and no one could taint him. At this time, Ran asked him, "Since we've talked so much, let's talk about you. What are you doing here?" Ming mumbled, "I'm looking for vegetable buns for my mother." Ran raised his eyebrows. "You mean that fat cat you just picked up?" "Yes. The orange one with the Wong character on its head. The one that only eats fish and not meat?" "Yes. Have you seen it?" Ming sighed, looking very helpless. "It's so fat, but it can run very fast. I went to the front mountain to the back mountain. I went to all the places that people can go, but I didn't see its shadow." He suddenly thought of something, and suddenly widened his eyes. Do you think it was eaten by the sweet rice cake monster?" Ran actually wanted to laugh, but he held it in and coughed lightly. "Well, I see that sweet rice cake is so small. Even though it's a monster, it's not very useful. If vegetable buns meet it, the one who should be worried is not the orange cat, but the sweet rice cake." Ming touched his chin, thought about vegetable bun's body size, and agreed. "Yes, you're right." Chu Wanning said, "The back mountain is dangerous. Don't go any further. I'll help you find it." Ming hurriedly waved his hand. "I wouldn't dare to trouble you, master." Chu Wanning said, "I have nothing to do, so I'll help you look for it for a while. After that, I have to go to Dan Xian Palace to attend the elders' meeting." Ran, "Come with me. It'll be faster." Ran, he really admired Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning probably thought that his body was like a fire, burning and extinguishing at will, but he actually asked him to stand up and look for the cat at this time. He had not even extinguished it yet. Ming saw that he was not moving, and his expression was strange, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ran said, "Nothing. I've been feeling a little uncomfortable since just now. You guys go ahead. I'll be there soon." Chu Wanning glanced at him and suddenly realized that Ran's clothes were different from his. Ran was used to wearing black and gold clothes, which were very tight and were very suitable for fighting. However, the flaw was also very obvious. If he did not wear a cloak, once the lower part of his body reacted violently, it would be very obvious. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. In the darkness, her originally cold face suddenly reddened, as if the sunset had shone on a translucent ice. Extreme cold and extreme warmth merged and dyed her face with sparkling and translucent splendor. From that day on, Chu Wanning was unwilling to meet Ran privately at the peak of life and death. Coincidentally, that period of time was also busy. The various sects felt that as long as Su Shuanglin lived, he could not sleep peacefully. They asked for help from the Heavenly Music Pavilion, which was a public trial organization independent of the 10 great sects. It was good at investigating difficult and complicated matters, but Su Shuanglin was too ruthless and did not leave behind any clues. The Heavenly Music Pavilion expressed that it was unable to help. At the end of the month, Li Wuxin could not wait any longer, so he sent out invitations to invite the leaders of the large and small sects, as well as the chief elders, to Spirited Mountain for a meeting. Chu Wanning and Shuijingyong naturally went as well. The last time all the heroes gathered at Spirited Mountain was when Ming, Nangongxi, and the others were discussing the sword. In the blink of an eye, the situation in the cultivation world changed dramatically. The seat that originally belonged to the Confucian Wind School was now empty. The Fire Phoenix Pavilion was also unable to recover from the setback. The new leader was a young man who even stuttered when he spoke, shrinking into the crowd and not uttering a single word. The masters of the Wubei Temple were very cautious in their words and actions, and did not say a single word to preside over the scandal. Shuijingyong recalled that day when all the heroes gathered and the scene was harmonious. He felt as if it was a lifetime ago, so he could not help but sigh in a low voice. After sitting down, Jiangxi was elected as the first lord of the Reverend. He was to be the commander of the investigation of Nangongxiu. He was completely different from the previous first lord of the Reverend, Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu was always smiling. No matter his position, he was always polite and did not like to offend people. What about Jiangxi? When all the leaders showed the results of the voting and asked him to preside, he was already cold and indifferent. Without any trace of politeness, he sat down on the seat of honor that Nangong Lu had previously sat on. Before Nangong Lu sat on this seat, he tried his best to decline but gave in several times. He was more or less modest and respectful. After sitting on the seat, he earnestly spoke for half an hour, saying that he was indebted to everyone for thinking highly of him. Everyone, please support him. If he made a mistake, please forgive him. His saliva flew everywhere. Jiangxi only had 3 words. It's my duty. He actually said that this seat should be his. Sect leader Jiang was really rich, really arrogant, really bad-tempered, and really thick-skinned. Xue Jingyong suddenly remembered something. In a low voice, he muttered to Chu Wanning. He didn't come to the Spirited Mountain Conference more than once. Chu Wanning didn't understand these power struggles. He frowned slightly and asked, "What do you mean?" "I mean, ever since Nangong Lu became the first sect leader and the Confucian Wen sect was recognized as the first sect, Jiangxi didn't come to any of the sect leaders' conferences." Chu Wanning looked at Jiangxi for a while and said, "This person is proud and arrogant. It seems that he doesn't want to be inferior to a piece of trash." Xue Jingyong felt wronged. "I don't want to be inferior to a piece of trash either." Chu Wanning smiled faintly. "The sect leader is forbearing. It doesn't count as being inferior." As they were talking, one of Lone Mun's attendants suddenly came over. He stopped by their table, bowed, and then presented a brocade box. Xue Jingyong turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The attendant shook his head and pointed to his ears and then to his mouth. He was actually a deaf and mute servant who couldn't speak or hear. Chu Wanning carefully observed him and found that this person was different from the other disciples of Lone Moon Knight. Around his neck was a silver snake-shaped collar. Hanlin Divine Hand? The mute servant noticed that Chu Wanning was looking at his collar. Nodding repeatedly, he bowed and raised the box over his head to present it to Chu Wanning. There was also an exquisite snake-shaped emblem on the top of the box. Xue Jingyong looked at it and said to Chu Wanning, "He should be a direct disciple of Hanlin Divine Hand." Saying so, he then looked towards Lone Moon Ye's seat. Sure enough, he saw the number 1 Medicine Sect's Grandmaster, Hua Bainan, wearing a veil over her face. Only her eyes could be seen, quietly staring at them. Chapter 187. Seeing that Chu Wanning had turned his head, Hua Bainan seemed to have a smile in his eyes. He stretched out a white and delicate hand from under the wide sleeve of his green silk robe and gently spread it forward, indicating that Chu Wanning should accept the brocade box in front of him. Chu Wanning nodded and said to the mute servant, "Many thanks." Seeing that he had accepted the box, the mute servant bowed low and returned to his master's side. Xue Jingyong said in surprise, "Yu Hong, you know the Cold Scale Divine Hand?" "I don't know him." Chu Wanning looked at the box in front of him. "If I knew him, I wouldn't have to spend 2,500,000 gold at the Xian Yuan Club to buy his Xinxiang Du. Then why did he give you this?" "I don't know either." Chu Wanning said, "Open it and see." The brocade box was opened. Inside, there were 5 bottles of lustrous fragrant nectar and a letter. Chu Wanning opened the letter and read it. The contents of the letter were simple. It said that it knew that Grandmaster Chu had spent a high price to buy the dew at the Xian Yuan Pavilion and felt that the Xinxiang dew was not worth the price. It had always wanted to offer 5 more bottles, but had never had the opportunity to meet Grandmaster Chu. Now that it had met with such a good opportunity in Ling Mountain, it hoped that Chu Wanning would accept it. Xue Jingyong immediately said, "I think he wants to make friends with you." If he did not accept this kind of gift, it would be a slap to the other party's face. Chu Wanning thanked Hua Bainan from afar, but handed the bottom of the brocade box to Xue Jingyong. Xue Jingyong said happily, "For me?" "For Elder Tanlang." Chu Wanning said, "I always felt that this Hua Bainan was a bit strange. Every year, the Xian Yuan Pavilion auctioned off so many expensive medicines for him, but they were all inflated. Could it be that he would compensate for them one by one?" Xue Jingyong muttered, "I don't think it's strange. After all, there are high prices, but it's the first time I've heard of one as high as yours." Chu Wanning's face showed a bit of anger. "It's just a need. What's so outrageous about it?" Anyway, give these 5 bottles to Tanlang. I think that there shouldn't be any poison here, but it wouldn't be a waste to let Tanlang learn how to concoct the Xinxiang dew. You don't need? I. Speaking of which, it was strange that those absurd yet incomparably realistic dreams were becoming fewer and fewer recently. Apart from the few days when he had just left the scholarly wind sect, when he occasionally dreamed of some fragmented scenes, the rest of his nights were all good dreams. Xinxiang didn't Xinxiang. After staying in Spirit Mountain for 2 or 3 days, when he returned to the Peak of Life and Death, Ran was no longer there. They all escaped from the Golden Drum Pagoda of the Confucian Wind sect. Xueming sighed. We caught a lot of them and locked them in our Sky Pagoda. But the Sky Pagoda isn't like the Golden Drum Pagoda. It's smaller, and the spirit stones and talismans embedded in it aren't as powerful as the Confucian Wind sects. If this continues, I'm afraid the Sky Pagoda won't be able to hold on. Shuizhengyong said, next time we come back to Li Wuxin, let him take some to the Jade Pool Mountain Manor and suppress it in his Holy Spirit Pagoda. Xueming smiled. That's a good idea. Shuizhengyong said, Lone Moon can get some too. I heard that his star-seizing pagoda is bigger than the Golden Drum Pagoda of the Confucian Wind sect. This time, Xueming wasn't willing. He raised his dark eyebrows and said angrily, No. What's wrong? I don't like that dog Jiang. He's very annoying. Even if the Sky Pagoda explodes, I won't be willing to give him the demons caught by my sect. Chu Wanning shook his head. He didn't want to listen to the father and son bickering anymore, so he left first. He returned to the waterside pavilion to sleep. Sure enough, he had a good night's sleep without any old dreams to disturb him. When he woke up, the setting sun was already as red as blood. The color of night filled most of the sky, and only a trace of blood remained on the horizon. At this time, there was no more food in the Mengpo lobby, but he was a little hungry. He tidied up his clothes and pushed open the door, preparing to walk around Wuchang Town and eat some snacks. In the end, he happened to see Ran returning from killing demons. He was walking on the long limestone steps that led to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion. When he saw him, Ran smiled, Master. I heard from Uncle that you were sleeping, so I wanted to wake you up. What's the matter? Nothing, he said. I just wanted to find you and take a walk together. It was really a coincidence. Chu Wanning felt a little happy because of the coincidence between them. In love, a little bit of congenial affinity was worth a person's mood being carefree. Where are we going? But they asked at the same time. Chu Wanning stared blankly for a moment. Ran also stared blankly for a moment. Then he said, We'll listen to you. Again, they said at the same time. Chu Wanning's 10 fingers clenched in his sleeves. There was sweat between his fingers. His eyes were black and hot, but he looked at Ran calmly and steadily. Ran couldn't help but grin. Anywhere is good. Chu Wanning was actually very happy, but he was still used to being indifferent. Even if his happiness wasn't indifferent, it was very rich, like the light red begonia flowers of the West Prefecture. He said, Then let's go. We'll go take a look around town and eat something. He didn't even ask Ran how the demon slaying went, or if it went smoothly. Now that they were fated and had feelings for each other, they had a tacit understanding. When he stood outside the bamboo door and saw Ran's black clothes fluttering in the wind, and the dark golden curly grass pattern on the edges of his clothes, he understood that everything was fine. There was no need to say more. They arrived at Wuchang Town together. These past few years, Wuchang Town had been getting better and better. From the original 3 horizontal streets and 3 vertical streets, it had expanded to 6 horizontal streets and 5 vertical streets today. It was almost a full circle. When we first came to the Peak of Life and Death, before night fell, every household's wooden door was already closed. Outside the courtyard, there were incense burners. On the door hung the Bagua mirror, and under the eaves hung the soul-calming bell. Chu Wanning looked at the people coming and going in front of him and the scene of the early evening lights. He said, Now, except for the name of this town that hasn't changed, I almost can't recognize the rest. Ran laughed and said, With the Peak of Life and Death, the future will only be better. The two walked along the newly paved bluestone main street of the town. Along the way, There were people blowing candy, people playing shadow puppets, stalls selling snacks and barbecue, and people eating gudon pots. There was a dazzling array of things, and it was bustling with noise and excitement. Rows of lanterns hung on the heavenly street, illuminating the lively night market. When Immerse saw the gudon pot stall, he remembered that he, Xueming, and Xiaxini had eaten here together before. He smiled and pulled Chu Wanning, Shizun, eat this? This place has your favorite soy milk. They sat down on the small bamboo chairs that made creaking sounds. The weather was very cold, but the chef in charge of the dishes was extremely hot. He was shirtless, and while wiping his sweat, he moved over and asked, "Immortal monarchs, what do you want?" Chu Wanning said, "Mandarin duck pot." Immerse said, "Mushroom clear soup." "Don't you want to eat spicy food?" Immerse lowered his eyes and smiled. His voice was gentle and low. "I want to quit." Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. He vaguely understood why Immerse suddenly didn't want to eat spicy food anymore. It was like a fish swimming in the lake and bubbling in the pool of his heart, causing the water to ripple slightly. "You don't need to quit," Immerse said. "No, I just like it. I like to quit. I want to quit." He looked at Chu Wanning. His thick eyelashes fluttered and fell on the tips of his reddish ears. He smiled. He didn't continue the second half of his sentence. "I want to be like you. When eating hot pot, 2 pairs of chopsticks can reach into a lively pot. I don't want to be like you." Immerse ordered some stir-fry dishes. Unfortunately, the small stall didn't make exquisite desserts. He asked for 3 cans of soy milk in a fat porcelain pot, and then sat down to wait for the dishes to be served. There were people eating all around, men and women, old and young, with black hair and white frost. The steam from the soup pot rose up, and the fire from the pot rose up. Shouting and playing finger-guessing games, talking and laughing, and selfish desires all gathered into a lake and a sea of gentleness amidst the boiling smoke, the fragrance of the dishes, and the warmth of the wine. The world was so ordinary, and the world was so lively. Before Immerse was 15 years old, he was starving and couldn't eat good wine and good food. After becoming the immortal trampling monarch, he was above everyone, but he still couldn't find such true peace. Now he had it. Suddenly, a tongue of fire rose. It turned out that the man in charge of cooking put the food in the pot. The fire rolled up from the big pot and reflected a layer of fine copper oil on the shirtless man's body. The oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were added one after another. The strong muscles on his arms trembled. A plate of stir-fried food was ready in an instant. It was hot and immediately served to the table. Fried double crispy oil. The waiter who was helping shouted. In the previous life, the Emperor Ta was unsatisfied with all kinds of delicacies, but for some reason, he laughed out loud when he saw this fried double crispy oil. His slender fingers overlapped and touched his smooth chin. A pair of long and thick eyelashes moved slightly. At this moment, the brilliance of the 5 lakes and the 4 seas gathered on those 2 black curtains, dyeing the darkness very bright. Chu Wanning asked, "What are you laughing about?" "I don't know. I'm just very happy." Chu Wanning didn't say anything, but the handsome man opposite him smiled so charmingly. Inexplicably, it made his heart feel bright and cheerful. After eating, they looked up at the sky. It seemed like it was going to rain, but the people below didn't seem to care. They were still methodically enjoying this brilliant night. They walked past a lantern shop. Immerse suddenly stopped and stood there looking. Chu Wanning followed his gaze. It turned out that the old craftsman was attentively making a pagoda lantern. There was another very similar one that had already been made. There was a support at the bottom. It was a river lantern. "Uncle, can I trouble you to bring me this pagoda lantern?" He didn't ask for the price, nor did he ask if Immerse liked it. Chu Wanning walked over and handed the golden leaf to the old man who was seriously making the lantern. Then he casually handed the river lantern to his disciple who was standing behind him. "Take it." Immerse was surprised and happy at the same time. He was even a little confused. "For me?" Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He carried the half bottle of wine that he hadn't finished during dinner and looked left and right. His gaze fell on the small river in the distance. He walked in that direction. The light of the lantern flickered and then brightened again. The lantern was resplendent, Winning the solemnity of the pagoda. Immerse held the river lantern and muttered, I wanted to light it up once since I was young, but I didn't have the money every year. Yes. Chu Wanning looked at him lightly. You're the poorest? Immerse smiled. The river flowed quietly and slowly. Chu Wanning didn't want to go down the stone steps. He was lazy, so he just leisurely crossed his arms and leaned under the covered bridge. The white-clothed Taoist leaned against the black pillar of the bridge, holding a wine bottle with a bright red tassel. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. Then he slightly turned his face. The dim light of the red lantern shone on his delicate face. His expression was indifferent, but there was an unconcealable warmth in his eyes. He looked at the happy man holding the river lantern by the riverbank, his hands and feet slightly clumsy. Idiot, what's so fun about this? But he still didn't blink as he watched Immerse walk to the riverbank and talk a lot with the pagoda lantern. Finally, he bent down and gently placed it on the river. A ray of golden red light reflected in the sparkling river. Immerse paddled twice on the water, sending the pagoda away. That day, Immerse stood by the dark riverbank for a long time. It was not a festival. Other than him, no one else put a lantern on the river. Only that tiny pagoda lantern emitted a weak but stubborn radiance. It traveled far and wide in the boundless night and cold water before turning into a trembling and bleak spark. In the end, it was swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Immerse stood there silently. No one knew what he was thinking. He saw until the end, until there was no more light on the surface of the river. It rained, a thunderstorm. The raindrops hit the duckweed and knocked on the white walls. Everyone laughed and exclaimed as they scattered. It was rare to see such a sudden downpour in winter. The stalls and peddlers scrambled to cover their pots and pans, tools and utensils. They pushed their small carts and hurriedly fled in all directions to hide from the heavy rain. Chu Wanning was also a little stupefied. Although the Hibernation Awakening Festival was not far away, it was still not winter yet. This rain was too heavy. He stood under the covered bridge. The rain and wind only wet the corner of his clothes a little. Immerse hurriedly ran up from the riverbank. His clothes were wet, his face was wet, and his eyes were wet. It was very dark. Looking at him, he smiled gently and embarrassedly. Cast a spell and dry yourself. Okay. Such heavy rain did not hinder the immortals from going out, especially great masters like Immerse and Chu Wanning. A small enchantment could make them return to the peak of life and death. But none of them opened this enchantment. Instead, they stood side by side under the pillars, waiting for the rain to stop. After waiting for a long time, the rain showed no signs of slowing down. The world was foggy and turbulent. The lively night market disappeared in an instant. It was like a watercolor diluted by the cold rain, a wet ink painting. Immerse said, This rain doesn't seem to be stopping. Chu Wanning said lightly, This rain seems to be sick. Immerse laughed out loud. After laughing for a while, he turned to Chu Wanning and said, What do we do? We can't go back. Chu Wanning knew that he should answer him, Don't you cultivate? Don't you know how to cast the enchantment? Why can't we go back? But he was silent for a while. For some reason, he did not say anything. But he also did not respond. He only raised his head and looked at the boundless night rain. His palms were slightly warm. There was a little sweat between his tin-curled fingers. Just as he was thinking about how to answer, his hands were held by Immerse. Whether it was his slight trembling, his slight heat, or his slight sweat, they all fell into Immerse's hands. Immerse looked at him. After a while, his Adam's apple moved. Shizun, I want to. The words were at the tip of his tongue, but he could not say them. But his heart was numb, and he could not swallow them. In the end, his black eyes were wet and hot. His words were warm and reserved, obscure and intimate. He said in a low voice, the rain is too heavy. Don't go back to the sect tonight. It's such a long journey. You'll catch a cold. Chu Wanning did not react. He was stunned for a moment and said, I'm not cold. Then are you hot? I'm not hot either. Immerse's breath was hot. His chest rose and fell. Without waiting for Chu Wanning to answer, he held his hand and pressed it against his throbbing heart. He said in a low voice, I'm hot. The rain hit the duckweed, but Chu Wanting saw fire in his eyes. He saw lava and summer. This young man was so anxious that he was almost pitiful, but also very cute. His voice was a little hoarse. Let's go to the nearest inn, okay? Let's go now. Chapter 188. Chu Wanting's heart suddenly tightened. The rain was too heavy, the weather was too cold and too hot. They could have gone back, but he used such lame excuses to take him to an inn. No matter how stupid Chu Wanting was, she would understand what he meant. Mo Ran was checking his pulse to find out his thoughts. If he shook his head, Mo Ran would not force him. But if he agreed, it meant that he was willing to do it with him. Do what with him? Chu Wanting did not know. Even if he knew, he was not willing to think about it. He only felt that his face was burning hot, a heat that even the heavy rain could not extinguish. He was very nervous and did not know what to say. He could only hold the wine jug by its narrow neck and wanted to take another sip. But the jug was almost empty. When the last trace of the slightly cold and thick pear blossom wine entered his throat, he lowered his head. The bright red tassels made his fingers look even more slender and white. He did not say anything. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Mo Ran was not a person who liked to drink. At this time, seeing him raise his head to drink, he suddenly asked, "Is there more?" "No." "You are so impatient. You drink so fast," Mo Ran said, lowering his head and gently kissing him on the lips. "Then I can only taste it." The pear blossom wine was mellow and sweet, with a faint osmanthus fragrance. But when he was 30 years old, Chu Wanting passed away. Mo Ran drank alone on the roof for a whole night. In the end, he only felt that there was no taste. It was bitter. Later, and after his rebirth, Mo Ran was not willing to touch wine anymore. It was too bitter. He kissed Chu Wanting's slightly cold lips. At first, it was a light peck, then a careful touch. Then he separated, and then carefully kissed again. The sound of the rain rumbled, and the world was distant. There was no one under the veranda, and the curtain of rain became a natural curtain. They didn't know when it started, but they were hugging each other, kissing and entangling each other. Their lips and tongues were moist as they rubbed against each other. When they kissed fiercely, the sound of their faces blushing and their hearts beating was drowned out by the sound of the rain hitting the beam. Chu Wanting couldn't hear anything else. The sound of the rainstorm was deafening, and it struck his heartstrings like the roar of a drum. Unlike the cold raindrops, Mo Ran's breath was hot. His kisses moved from his lips to the bridge of his nose, to his eyes, between his eyebrows, and then to his temples. Chu Wanting couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. His body tensed up and his fingers clenched into fists, but he didn't want to make a sound. He rubbed his neck against his neck. Mo Ran nibbled on his earlobe and rubbed the tiny mole behind his ear. Chu Wanting trembled slightly in his arms. Mo Ran hugged him even tighter. He wanted to crush him all over, crush him into his own body, and knead him into his flesh and blood. His voice was low and hoarse. He whispered in Chu Wanting's ear, "Shizun," he called respectfully, but his hands were treacherously caressing the person in his arms. This young man had been in the pot for a long time, and the suppressed eagerness finally overflowed. The boiling water was bubbling, and the water was about to burn out. It was about to be boiled dry, but the firewood was getting stronger and stronger, tormenting him, tormenting them. "Come with me." Perhaps he was possessed, but he actually let Mo Ran hold his hand tightly and ran in the rain. It was so absurd. The rain was extremely cold, but when it fell on their bodies, it felt like it was burning hot. Neither of them opened a barrier, nor did they buy an umbrella. It was as if they were about to lose their mana, as if they were the most ordinary people. They let the wind blow, and the rain hit them. They hurriedly followed the swaying red lanterns in the heavy rain and ran into an inn. The inn's waiter was yawning. He probably thought that with such a heavy rain, and this late, no traveler would come to stay. Thus, when he saw the two of them rush in, wet, he jumped in fright. Mo Ran held Chu Wanting's wrist tightly. His palm was so hot that it seemed like it was going to evaporate the water. He wiped away the water droplets that were dripping down his handsome face. He said somewhat anxiously, "Stay." "Ah, okay. Okay." These are the keys to 2 rooms. There's a total of... What? Hearing that there were 2 rooms, Immerse became even more anxious. His throat moved, and his slender fingers curled up and knocked on the counter. No, we only want 1 room. The waiter stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Immerse, and then looked at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning suddenly turned his face away. His face was burning fiercely. He calmly broke free from Immerse's grasp, and then said, "We want 2 rooms." The waiter was slightly hesitant, and then said considerately, "If you don't have enough money, 1 room is also fine. We want 2 rooms." Chu Wanning was resolute and decisive. His gaze was like a knife, causing the waiter to take a step back. He didn't know what he did to provoke the white-clothed immortal monarch behind him, but he quickly handed over 2 keys in fear and trepidation and received the money according to the price. Chu Wanning slowed his breathing, doing his best to make himself look as calm as usual. Unfortunately, his body was dripping wet, and there were even raindrops that seeped down his pitch-black eyebrows and into his eyes. He blinked, and his eyelashes became wet. "I'm going to sleep first. You go buy some ginger tea and dry towels, and then come up later," Chu Wanning said in a serious and dignified manner. He even deliberately took a brass key from Mo, ran in front of the waiter, and then went upstairs alone. He looked very innocent. Immerse didn't say anything behind him, but he secretly felt that it was funny. He knew that Chu Wanning's face was thin. No matter what, he still had to put on an act for others to see. Chu Wanning came to the room. It was a single room, and the bed was also narrow. He glanced at the bed, and only felt that his throat was very dry, and his face was burning fiercely. He didn't dare to take a second look, and only stood in the middle of the room. He didn't even light a candle, and didn't know what he should do. His head was still dizzy, and he felt that all of this was so absurd, so sudden, and so unexpected. How could it be like this? How could he stand here? How could he come here in the rain to mess around? How could he? Before he finished thinking, the door behind him opened, and Immerse walked in. Chu Wanning's body suddenly tensed up, and his 10 fingers clenched into fists under his wide sleeves. He tried his best to feel the slight tremors in his bones, but he couldn't do it. This was the first time in his life that he was so confused and helpless, and handed the fuse of a kite to another person. His palms were very wet, and he didn't know if it was the rain or sweat. With a click, the door bolt was dropped, and it was so clear that it made people's hair stand on end, as if an executioner's knife was placed on the neck, and the smell of iron. It was like the sharp teeth of a cheetah, tiger, or wolf biting its prey, and the smell of blood. Chu Wanning suddenly, felt a kind of fear that made him want to escape. Fortunately, he didn't show it on his face. Immerse opened his mouth to speak, and his voice was still gentle, not too hostile, but somewhat hoarse. "Why didn't you light a candle?" "I forgot." Immerse put the wooden tray on the table and handed a small bowl with a hot bamboo hat to Chu Wanning. "Ginger tea? You wanted it? Drink it while it's hot." As he spoke, he walked to the window and lit the candlestick by the west window. The wind was blowing and the rain was slanting outside, and the room was very dark, but the grapevine-patterned window was open, and outside, the lights of other houses were dimly lit, and there was a faint glow. Immerse stood in front of the open window, by the beautiful and slender bronze candlestick with cranes and birds. The white curtain of rain set off his tall figure, and that silhouette was tall and straight, handsome, and well-defined. When he fiddled with the flint, his thin and curly eyelashes were particularly clear, like 2 black butterflies. He was a cultivator, and it shouldn't be that troublesome to light a fire, but he was willing to act like the most ordinary person and use the most ordinary method to quietly and steadily light that ray of light, so that the heart's stamen would light up and the candlelight would soften into red tears. The flint was polished, and just as he was about to touch the wick of the lamp, Chu Wanning suddenly said, "Don't light the lamp." Immerse's hand was suspended in midair, and he turned to look at him. "What?" Chu Wanning didn't know what to say, and could only stiffly repeat, "Don't light the lamp." Immerse was a bit sleepy for a moment, and then he looked at the person standing stiffly in the darkness and slowly understood. Even if it was Wanya Yuheng, there would be times when he was afraid. There would be things that he feared, and there would be areas that he didn't know. Those people who had slept with him in his previous life, whether it was a man or a woman, all wished that the Emperor Ta could see their faces more. No one had ever asked for the lights to be extinguished, and they would rather have the red candles burning high in the night. They used all kinds of tricks, all kinds of flattery, and all kinds of charm to win the Emperor's half an inch of affection. Mo Ran didn't feel sentimental. Whether it was Rongju at the beginning or Song Chiotong later on, it was strange to say that he doted on them back then because he stubbornly felt that they were like Shirmei, so he kept them by his side. It was almost like an act of infatuation, but in bed, he never liked to look at their faces. He always just let them turn their backs to him. He didn't kiss them, and he didn't like to touch them. Even in the boring and repetitive actions, his mind was clear. He even suddenly felt that it was very boring. It was really boring. He couldn't remember those smiling, flattering, orgasmic, and blushing faces under the candlelight. Now that he thought about it, those feelings had nothing to do with pleasure, and also had nothing to do with love. Instead, it was more like he was sinking into a quagmire of chaos, falling into it, making himself seem dirtier, deeper, and despairing. He hated that he couldn't dye his bones black. When it was dark to the extreme, he would no longer crave for light, extravagantly hope for redemption, and no longer dare to embrace the last ball of fire in the world. Very good. But why didn't he give up? No matter how much he told himself that life was hopeless, and that the world was dark, he would still reach out his trembling claws and abruptly strangle Chu Wanning's neck in the midst of the turmoil and torment in the unstable Shaman Mountain Palace, pressing him against the cold golden stone bricks, pressing him against the blue stone platform in the bleak courtyard, between the messy bedding on the pillows in the snow, in the hot springs, even in the high seats of the imperial court, in the ancestral hall, in the most solemn and respectable places, tarnishing him, looking at his face, kissing his neck, cheeks, and lips, calling his name, tearing him apart. In fact, at that time, Chu Wanning also wanted darkness, wanted to be turned off. He didn't want any light at all. But at that time, Chu Wanning didn't say anything, didn't want to say anything, and didn't want to make any requests. Thinking about it, when he was under house arrest for 8 years, Chu Wanning only asked him for 2 things at the beginning and the end. The first was when he stepped into the Shaman Mountain Palace, he asked him to let Xue Ming go. The second was before he died forever. He asked him to let himself go. If he wasn't cold and disheartened, how could he be like this? Mo Ran put down the fire knife and flint and didn't say anything for a long time. It was so long that Chu Wanning slightly relaxed his tense body. It was so long that Chu Wanning asked him softly, "What's wrong?" Mo Ran said, "Nothing." His voice was gentle, wet, and salty. He walked over and hugged the person who was still standing in the darkness. Both of them were still wet from the rain. Mo Ran hugged him and said, "Wanting?" For a moment, he suddenly wanted to tell him all those things in the past, but his throat was choked up like a fish bone, and he couldn't say it. He really, really couldn't say it. Now, this hard-won warmth was too hard to come by. Whether it was for him or for Chu Wanning, it was too hard to come by. Even if he was guilty of 1,000 things, guilty of 10,000 things, he couldn't say it, and he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to wake up. He just wanted to have a good dream. Until dawn pierced his throat. There was no light, no fire. In the darkness, Mo Ran hugged him and kissed him. The kiss was very focused and gradually became lingering. The room was very quiet, and the sound of the rain couldn't disturb the silence. They could hear each other's breathing, heartbeat, the touch of their lips, and the slight moist sound when they changed their angle. Chu Wanning tried his best to make his breathing normal, but it was useless. Under Mo Ran's kiss and caress, his chest gradually became faster and faster. He was originally a tall and well-proportioned man, but Mo Ran could easily hold him, cover him, and be as strong as a mountain. This man held him in a hot embrace. At first, he pecked and kissed him lightly, but then he went deeper. He pried open Chu Wanning's lips and teeth. His warm and coarse tongue probed in, rubbing and entangling with her. He was like a person who was extremely thirsty, drinking sweet dew, but also like a person who was burning with fire and wanted to use water to extinguish the fire. However, Chu Wanning's breath was not cool water to him, but pine oil. When poured into a fire, it burned endlessly, like a beacon fire. It was unknown who first took off the other's clothes, but in the dark night, there was a mixture of throat-moving and low swallowing sounds. Perhaps because of the hurried removal of the clothes at the waist, the intense movements hurt, or perhaps because of the throbbing of a long drought, there were occasional uncontrollable soft moans in the room, but more often than not, it was the excited panting of a male's desire. Chu Wanning's clothes were pulled open, and before he could get used to the slight coolness, he felt Immerse moving down, kissing his neck, then his collarbone, and then his lips sucked on his chest, moist and hot. Chu Wanning gasped softly, his neck tilted back, embarrassed and excited. His face was red, but fortunately, it was dark. He thought that Immerse couldn't see the heat on his face, but he said softly, "Window." "What?" Immerse looked up vaguely and met Chu Wanning's drooping, moist eyes. He originally wanted to hear Chu Wanning finish his words, but with just one look, his scalp went numb, and the blood in his brain surged. He couldn't control the fierce desire, kissing him, rubbing him, hugging and kissing him for a long time. Then he slightly let go of Chu Wanning's lips, but was reluctant to let go. So he kissed him again, and said in a low voice, "What?" "Window." Chu Wanning's heart was beating very fast. He didn't know how to breathe evenly during the long kiss, so his head was dizzy. "You haven't closed the window." Immerse went to close the window. The last bit of light was also blocked outside, and the bedroom was dark. The fire of desire was unrestrained. Immerse only felt that the blood in his body was burning hot. They stumbled, bumped into each other, and rolled onto the bed. The bed had been in disrepair for a long time, and it made a heavy creaking sound. Immerse didn't give Chu Wanning a chance to react, and was already on top of Chu Wanning's body, undoing the already messy, white underwear. He felt Chu Wanning tremble slightly under his body, just like when they made love for the first time in their previous life. No matter how much he tried to control himself, Chu Wanning still trembled slightly. He couldn't control himself. Immerse felt tender and distressed. He cupped Chu Wanning's face, kissing his eyelids, lips, and chin. He whispered hoarsely in his ear, "Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid." Immerse held Chu Wanning's trembling hand, intertwining their fingers. His hot and vigorous breath brushed past Chu Wanning's earlobes. He comforted him. "Leave it to me. Be good. It's okay." Chu Wanning wanted to say something. He wanted to fiercely say a few words, or even 2 or 3 words, but he couldn't say anything. His mind was almost numb. He could only feel Immerse's tall and robust body pressing on top of him, his calloused hands rubbing his waist and back. He couldn't bear the stimulation. He slightly arched his body, but unintentionally pressed close to Immerse's chest. Immerse's underwear had long been removed, revealing his strong and muscular upper body. The astonishing heat and strength roasted him, melting and softening his whole body. The sweaty and wet bodies intertwined together, every inch of skin rubbing against each other, bringing out fire and sticky water. The panting in the room became heavier and heavier. It was all desire, all thirst. No matter how much they kissed, no matter how intensely they kissed, they were still thirsty, unsatisfied and unquenchable. Not knowing why, Chu Wanning's mind was in a daze, and some fragmented and blurry scenes flashed through his mind. The moving body, the weak legs, the bright red curtains, and the bed. It was a dream he had, and suddenly it became clear in his mind. In the dream, Immerse was fiercely thrusting into him, holding his waist, his crotch fiercely hitting, penetrating deeply and fiercely. He didn't know if it was because of pleasure or some other reason, but in the dream, although Immerse's facial features were handsome, it seemed somewhat sinister, with a pair of beast-like eyes. Chu Wanning didn't have any doubts. He didn't know about this, but he thought that it was human nature to dream of such a realistic scene when desire came. But Immerse didn't know. He only felt that Chu Wanning didn't know anything, didn't know about men and women, and didn't even know how to make love between men. He was afraid of frightening Chu Wanning, afraid that the first time would hurt him, so he caressed Chu Wanning. The foreplay was sufficient. In this life, he didn't want to make Chu Wanning so uncomfortable, so painful. Kissing, caressing, rubbing together. The desire grew stronger and stronger. Chu Wanting had never experienced this kind of stimulation before, and gradually he couldn't take it anymore. One of his hands was still tightly clasping Imo Ran's hand, while the other hand was silently gripping the bed. He wanted to go down and caress himself, but his face was flushed red. He didn't want to do such an embarrassing thing in front of the person he loved. But his lower body swelled so fiercely. It was burning hot, supporting a considerable hard object through his underwear. Chu Wanting only felt that he had lost all his face, and he was in great pain. He wanted, very much, to vent, to comfort, but he didn't want to. He was stubborn and ruthless. Gradually, his narrowed eyes became misty, and he was at a loss. He didn't know. Gradually, he didn't know anything. But deep in his bones, he seemed to know what to do, how men should make love with each other. There was desire and love in his chest. He loved the man on top of him, and he wanted to go to the sea of desire with him, and he wanted to sink into the abyss with him. Another scene flashed in front of his eyes. It was shaking, and Luli found it strange. So strange. How could it be at the peak of life and death, at the Core Heart Palace? There was a flash of insight in his mind, but it was drowned in an instant. He saw that Imo Ran was sitting on a magnificent seat in the Core Heart Palace, which was supposed to be a solemn place to welcome distinguished guests. Imo Ran was sitting there, but Luli was on top of Imo Ran, being hugged by Imo Ran, face to face. He was naked and ashamed, but Imo Ran was wearing all his clothes, except for his underwear, which was covered by his dangling legs. Imo Ran was kissing him, pushing up and teasing him. He stared at Luli's face without blinking. He asked, "Do you feel good?" Luli seemed to see himself shaking his head in pain. Imo Ran put his finger into Luli's mouth and pried it open, as if he was trying to pry out Luli's moans. "Moan properly. Moan out." Luli refused. There were only small whimpers in his throat. Imo Ran stopped. He buried himself in Luli's body, holding Luli's waist and guiding him. His big hand slowly slid down and held Luli's butt. He pinched Luli's red finger and said in a hoarse voice, "Moan." No. Luli was holding Luli's waist and butt, making Luli rub against his crotch slowly and deeply. Luli looked at Chu Wanting with teary eyes. Seeing that Luli was enduring and trembling, but still didn't make a sound, Luli began to hold Luli's narrow waist and poked him slightly from bottom to top. Because the range was small, Luli's thrusts were quick and dense. Chu Wanting felt like he was going crazy from the creepy friction. He felt like he was going to be poked through and through. "No, don't. It's not up to you to decide." The person on the seat sneered. Luli didn't move anymore, but his erect erection was ready to burst out, throbbing inside Luli's body with his heartbeat. "What's more, you feel good too, don't you? Look, you're hard." These words and effects were blurry, broken, and turbid. It was like he was hallucinating because of the strong stimulation. Chu Wanting was lying on the bed in the inn in a daze. She was at a loss and trembling. Her lower body was so hard that it hurt. "What's wrong? What should I do?" The scene became more and more blurry, but he could vaguely make out that Imo Ran on the seat was suddenly thrusting fiercely from bottom to top, almost pulling his entire body out and then thrusting in again. It was too exciting. Luli finally couldn't take it anymore. He collapsed on the man's body and gasped for breath. Ah. The man was also gasping for breath, fiercely invading him and manipulating him. "You're moaning so coquettishly. Aren't you afraid of being heard by others? Damn it. Do you want me to F***ck you to death?" It became more and more blurry, until it couldn't be seen anymore. It was an illusion, an illusion. If it was fake, then it was fake. It was an overlapping dream, a nightmare that wouldn't go away. But the feeling of being invaded and taken over by force was so clear. Was this the right thing to do? Chu Wanting half closed his eyes in a daze and said in a low voice, "Come in." Imo Ran was shocked. Chu Wanting knew what to do. How did he know? This was a person who had never even seen an erotic picture. A clean piece of white paper. How did he know? Is this the right thing to do? His face was so red that it looked like blood was going to drip out. He muttered and asked the man on top of him, Where did you find out? Of course, Chu Wanning was too embarrassed to say that he dreamt of it. That would make him seem licentious and shameless. He said vaguely, I accidentally flipped through the library and saw it. Then he hurriedly added, someone put the wrong book. Mo Ran naturally didn't doubt him. His heart was slightly moved, but he was also slightly moved. He kissed Chu Wanning's lips and the tip of his nose, then said, You're too anxious. Anxious? Who was anxious? Immediately, the blood in his mouth surged up. He was angry and humiliated. But Mo Ran leaned over and hugged him, chest to chest. He stroked Chu Wanning's hair and said gently, It'll hurt. Then don't. In order to save face, Chu Wanning said resolutely and decisively. Mo Ran laughed softly. His low and slightly hoarse voice was mellow and pleasant to listen to. He said, You don't have to care about me tonight. His voice gradually became softer. Chu Wanning blinked. How about tonight? He saw Mo Ran's strong and muscular arms propping himself up and staring at him from above. Then he slowly sat up and moved down. This was something that had never happened in his dreams. What was he doing? Tonight, I just want you to feel comfortable. As he spoke, he leaned over and unbuttoned his pants before Chu Wanning could react. He looked at Chu Wanning's erect desire with a passionate gaze. Then he took it in his mouth. Ah! Her spine trembled as Chu Wanning cried out in alarm. She gasped for breath. What was this feeling? How could it be like this? How dirty! But it felt so good to be enveloped by his lover's warm mouth, sucking on it. Her teeth carefully retracted, not touching his erect shaft. Mo Ran sucked on it. Hearing his rapid breathing and low panting, he raised his eyes and gazed at him tenderly, even indulgently. Emperor Ta. He had never done such a thing before. In the past, he had never thought that he would do such a thing. But now he was willing, infatuated, and even happy. Don't. How could you? Quick, spit it out. Chu Wanning's face was extremely red. He bit his lips and shook his head. His phoenix eyes that were usually as sharp as knives were now filled with lust and fear. So cute. Mo Ran sucked deeply. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He leaned on the bed and gasped for breath. His eyes were unfocused and gradually lost focus. He sucked back and forth a few times before retreating. A trace of lust hung on his lips and his eyes were moist. He asked, Darling, did it feel good? Chu Wanning felt as if there were colorful fireworks flowing in his brain. His whole body was dizzy, but he still remembered how Mo Ran called him. He only felt shame and sweetness. His bones were sore and soft. How could he? He was his master. He was so many years older than him. He was the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable. A deep and hoarse voice sounded in this quiet and dark bedroom. Mo Ran licked his plump and round shaft. The tip of his tongue was nimble and rough, rubbing against the place where Chu Wanning rarely touched. Chu Wanning was so stimulated that tears flowed out. Just like in his previous life, he was still willing to be intimate with Mo Ran. He didn't resist, so his Adam's apple moved and hoarse gasps escaped. He unconsciously closed his hazy eyes. When Mo Ran sucked him again and imitated the rhythm of thrusting and thrusting to please him, Chu Wanning impatiently reached out his hand. His slender fingers sank into the top of Mo Ran's black hair as he powerlessly resisted. Don't be like this. Dirty. But Mo Ran only raised his moist eyes and looked at him with his dark eyes full of lust. He said, I like you. I'm willing to treat you like this. I want you to be comfortable. How can it be dirty? He gently kissed the shaft that was so swollen that his veins were clearly visible. He said gently, Everywhere is the best. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to lick and suck. Chu Wanning was so pure and was extremely inexperienced. How could he withstand such an attack? It was his first time doing it, so it didn't take long for him to release. When he was excited, he seemed to be unable to control himself and thrust, pressing against Mo Ran's throat. Mo Ran should be very uncomfortable, right? Heaven and earth were vast and boundless. Everything was lax, and only the pleasure of ejaculation was left. He had never thought of and had never experienced such intense pleasure. Even in such extreme pleasure, he was still vaguely aware of what he had done in the end. He wanted to get up and wipe Immerse's lips. He wanted to caress him, kiss him, and thank him. But his waist was soft, and his legs and feet were limp and numb. He couldn't get up, and when he looked over with trembling eyelashes, Immerse had already swallowed the turbid liquid he had spurted out. This knowledge made Chu Wanning's mind even more blank. The back of his neck was faintly numb and twitching. In the end, Immerse turned over. His burning hot body covered Chu Wanning's panting body. Immerse stroked his face. His lower body was still hard and stiff, pressing against Chu Wanning's lower abdomen. The man's eyes were perhaps a little red because of this, and there was a hint of a beast's aura. But he still gazed at Chu Wanning with a burning gaze and a gentle gaze. I love you. I really, really, really love you. It was the ambition of a wolf, but it was also the return of a prodigal son, carrying guilt, but still unwilling to give up. It was selfish, desperate, passionate, and longing. Love you. Chapter 189. The room was very quiet. The sound of heartbeat and breathing were very clear. The air was filled with a slightly fishy smell, but it was sweet. Lying on the bed, Immerse changed his position and hugged him from behind. He gently pecked at his eyelids and neck. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and the temperature of their bodies was shockingly high. They stuck together, rubbing against each other, entangling each other. Chu Wanning's head was still dizzy, and she didn't even dare to think about what they had just done. Everything was so absurd, but his heart was warm and fiery. Warm water surged under his chest, wanting to break through the ground. Suddenly, he heard the person in his arms whisper, "Then what about you?" Immerse froze for a moment. What? Chu Wanning coughed lightly. You? He didn't say anything else and turned over in the dark. A pair of bright eyes slowly looked into Immerse's eyes. Even though the surroundings were dark, Immerse felt like he saw Chu Wanning's face turn red. You still? Chu Wanning hesitated for a long time, but he still couldn't say it. In the end, he only lowered his eyelashes and said, I'll help you. Immerse suddenly understood. He only felt sad and sweet. He hugged him and said, Why are you so stupid? It's okay. We'll talk about it later. I'm not stupid, Chu Wanning stiffly said. He didn't want to say that he was stupid. Aren't you the stupid one? You like this. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Cough. I'll wait for you to fall asleep and then take a shower. Chu Wanning insisted. I'll help you. No need. Immerse hurriedly stopped him. Chu Wanning didn't say anything else. He seemed to feel that his clumsy appearance on the bed was inferior and embarrassing. He probably really wouldn't make Immerse feel good. Saying that he would take a shower afterwards was just to leave himself some face. The meaning was probably that he was better at using his hands than he was. He pondered like this and his face slowly cooled. Finally, he said, If you don't want it, then forget it. Immerse was slightly startled. Because of the lingering feelings of love, Chu Wanning's voice wasn't as impeccable as usual. It wasn't as indiscernible as usual. The unwillingness and indignation in his voice was too heavy to the point that it was clear. Why was this person so stupid? How did he not want it? He wished that the night would never end and the storm would never stop. He wished that he could spend the rest of his life with Chu Wanning in this inn. He wished that he could eat the person in his arms inside and out, fuse with her body and intertwine with her soul. He even wanted to see Chu Wanning being bullied until she choked with sobs. He wanted Chu Wanning to have his aura in her body, to have his mark. But it would be uncomfortable. He had done it with Chu Wanning in his previous life. He knew that after that time, Chu Wanning had a high fever for a long time. He couldn't forget that pale face with chapped lips. He only wanted to take it slowly step by step. It didn't matter if he had to endure hard. He wanted Chu Wanning's first time to be comfortable. After that, he wanted to be able to feel excitement and enjoyment every time. He wanted to be able to taste the taste and sink into it with him. But Chu Wanning clearly misunderstood something. Immerse kissed his forehead and said in a low voice, Why don't I want it? What are you thinking about? Why don't you see how I am now? The man's hot breath was right next to his ear. His voice was wet. How hard are you? You actually still think that I don't want you? Fool. Chu Wanning was furious. If you call me a fool again, do you believe that I won't cut off your head? You. But his hand was caught by Immerse and brought to a certain place. Chu Wanning was shocked and couldn't say any more words. He only felt that the top of his head was steaming. It's already like this. It's all because of you. In the dark night, he kissed his eyelids again. Then, he went down and kissed his lips. He sucked, licked, and rubbed his lips with infatuation. After kissing for a while, both of them couldn't control themselves. The love in the room became more and more intense. Their lips and tongues were sucking each other, and their legs and feet were entwined together. They rubbed against each other tightly. The fire of desire was almost visible to the naked eye. In the confusion, Immerse heard Chu Wanning say something in a low voice. He was a little unwilling and a little embarrassed, but his voice was still stubborn. I also want to make you feel good. His voice was trembling at the end. Shame drowned him. Immerse's heart was about to melt. His desire was so strong that it was almost ferocious. Chu Wanning's hand was still held by him. This kind of hostility spread from his palm all the way to his spine. Chu Wanning could clearly feel the vigorous and hot state of the fierce blade that was described in the ranking list of the cultivation world. It was so thick, so hard, and scalding hot. It was pressed against his body through his clothes. It was so strong. He felt that there was no way he could hold it in his mouth. Making love with this man could take his life. Chu Wanning finally understood. When Immerse said that it would hurt, he didn't worry for no reason. How could it hurt? It was obvious that he would be torn apart, cut open, and his body would be torn apart. But when he thought about how Immerse treated him, Chu Wanning didn't know where his courage came from. Or maybe he was originally a ruthless person. He was actually willing to lower his head and try. Immerse panicked. It was not easy to maintain his rationality now. If Chu Wanning really went to hold him, he was afraid that all the remaining warmth in his heart would be burned to ashes by the fire of desire. A man who was completely controlled by lust was a fierce beast. He had no rationality, no sense of propriety. He only wanted extreme pleasure and crazily wanted to possess. He knew that. He pressed down on Chu Wanning and said hoarsely, "Don't be like this, Wanning. You. It's okay. I'm just learning what you did." "You can't." Immerse's voice was like boiling water. His throat moved and he said bitterly, "You can't help it." Chu Wanning didn't understand what he meant. He was startled. Can't help what? Immerse cursed inwardly. He couldn't take it anymore. Chu Wanning's breath, voice, and body were making him lose the shackles he had put on himself inch by inch. It was burning him. He gasped for a while and suddenly got up. He flipped Chu Wanning around and pressed him onto the bed. Before Chu Wanning could react, he felt himself being pressed against the mattress by a fierce force. Immerse's hot and vigorous body pressed down and wrapped around him from behind. Almost at this moment, he felt that shockingly large thing through Immerse's thin clothes and fiercely hit his groin. Caught off guard, Chu Wanning cried out in a low voice. That voice was lustful and soft. It was something he didn't expect. Chu Wanning's face instantly turned red. His fingers tightly gripped the mattress and his lips were tight. He didn't want to gasp or cry out. Can't help what? He vaguely understood Immerse's words just now. Then he heard Immerse behind him while rubbing against him through the clothes. He said in a hoarse voice, "I can't help but want to come in and do you. Why don't you understand?" His hot breath blew on the back of his ear. The man's strong and muscular arms supported himself on the mattress with one hand and held his waist tightly with the other. His lower body kept moving forward, and his throat let out heavy and hurried gasps. After rubbing against him like this for a while, Immerse suddenly patted his buttocks and said in a low voice, "Close your legs." In a daze, Chu Wanning did as he was told. But he didn't see any movement. Just as he was about to turn around, an extremely hot and hard, thick and big weapon suddenly squeezed between his buttocks. He couldn't help but gasp for breath. His eyes were unfocused and his scalp was numb. Immerse took off his underwear. No longer covered by his large penis, it was dark and full of blood. The round head of his penis secreted a sparkling and translucent liquid and penetrated between Chu Wanning's buttocks. His penis was wrapped by the warm and tender inner thighs. He let out a sigh of pleasure and held Chu Wanning's waist. He imitated the action of real mating and thrusting in and out. Chu Wanning didn't expect that it could be like this. That thick penis rubbed against him. It was hot and lively, rubbing between his buttocks and legs. His waist was soft and his spine was numb. His eyes were covered with a layer of mist. He felt very confused and couldn't feel anything. He only felt the strong stimulation of being rubbed against by the man he loved. He gasped for breath, silently. His cheeks were slightly tilted to the side and pressed against the pillow. His hair was scattered. Rand's penis rubbed against his acupoint several times. As long as it was pressed and penetrated, he would completely invade his Shizun. Invade this man lying on the ground. Chu Wanning was stimulated by this feeling of being occupied and penetrated at any time. His desire that had been vented rose again in this rapid movement. The man's buttocks hit his buttocks fiercely and passionately, crazily and thirstily. There were rapid patting sounds in the room. The smoky and burning hair on his buttocks rubbed against his legs. His skin was becoming more and more frenzied. Shizun, clamp a little tighter. The man's request was low and full of lust, causing people to involuntarily follow his instructions. Yes, just like this. A little tighter. Fuck. His desire grew and his mind became hazy. His bestial nature and lust gradually swallowed up the man who was galloping and intertwining. Rand's neck was slightly raised and he swallowed. His Adam's apple moved seductively. Shizun, baby. You're so hot inside. The inside was roughly between his thighs, but it sounded so erotic. Those low and deep murmurs, filthy and rough words, didn't feel dirty. Chu Wanning felt that he was probably going crazy. Listening to his panting, he felt his heart grow hotter and hotter, more and more uncontrollable. He asked softly, "Does it feel good?" "Good." Rand slightly opened his eyes. They were moist, bright, and chaotic. He leaned over and hugged him with his broad shoulders. He held him in his arms and pressed him on the bed. His upper body was tightly pressed together, entangling with each other. His lower body was fiercely colliding, becoming more and more wet and hot. He searched for Chu Wanning's lips. With one hand, he held Chu Wanning's chin and kissed him passionately. Their mouths and tongues intersected, sticky and moist. His penis was doing its best to move between his legs, thrusting in and between his crotch. The bedpost was shaking as it tried its best to go deeper. His toes were pressed against the mattress and turned pale from the force. Under such manipulation, Chu Wanning even had the illusion that she was being invaded. He raised his head and kissed Rand fiercely. Under the dark night, he was shameless. He returned to his bestial nature and was full of love. That posture was erotic and irrationally seductive. Probably because the kiss was so intense, his heart was beating so fast that he couldn't breathe. Chu Wanning vaguely saw a broken scene. He didn't know where it was, but it was also on a bed. That bed was wide and covered with a bright red mattress. Legs and feet were intertwined, panting, and hot sweat were all signs of lust. It was the same position, invading him from behind, but holding his face and kissing him. But his body was already stretched open. His swollen and fierce penis was fiercely moving in and out of his body. He didn't know how long it had been in there. It seemed to be using cream, so it didn't hurt that much. It was very hot and very wet. One of the tendons inside was stimulated and moved vigorously there. He heard someone shouting, panting, and moaning. His voice was so soft that it was a mess. Who was it? Could it be himself? Rand kept on penetrating him, endlessly, and gradually became more violent. His body was so swollen that he wanted to die, as if he was going to be penetrated. He didn't know why, but he felt so good and addicted. It was as if he had been trained. When Rand penetrated him, even his legs were weak, but vaguely, he instinctively moved back, rubbed, and wanted to take in deeper. It was so uncomfortable. It was as if there was an insatiable stamen in his body that could only be resolved by sex. It was as if the strongest aphrodisiac in the world was destroying the most resolute person. He was falling, pandering, and moaning in pleasure. Who was it? What a strange scene. What a strange dream, illusion, reality. What exactly was it? Chu Wanning. I'm F *** King you. Does it feel good? Look at how good you are feeling. Relax. Why are you sucking so hard? I'll shoot inside you. I'll shoot all for you. It was a mess. He couldn't hear clearly, but it seemed to be like that. What was going on? Mo Ran's voice sounded like it, but also didn't. Mo Ran had never used such a distorted voice to speak. Never. Couldn't hear clearly. It should be fake. So messy. So messy. Behind him, Mo Ran was getting more and more rough and wild. His toes were on the mattress, and the pillow on the bed had been completely shifted. The man panted and shook, fiercely and passionately thrusting for a long time. In the end, he hugged him tightly. They were like beasts in sexual intercourse. The top craved intense kisses, and the bottom craved wet and hurried sex. Wanting, master. He was panting in a low and hoarse voice, calling out, going crazy with love. Baby. Mo Ran held Chu Wanning's waist tightly, pinching and rubbing. His plump buttocks moved fiercely, and his Adam's apple bobbed. He had reached his breaking point. His gaze was almost fierce. After the craziest thrusts, which almost broke Chu Wanning, he pulled the man in his arms, kissing and nibbling on his earlobes and neck. Mo Ran's rapidly rising and falling chest pressed against Chu Xiaoning's wet and warm back. He was on the verge of losing his mind. His other hand was holding the thick and ferocious penis. He could not bear the stimulation and groaned, pressing it against Chu Xiaoning's acupuncture point. After seeing how fierce and wild this thing was, Chu Wanning was really panicking. His spine was numb. He struggled. Didn't you say you wouldn't come in? You? Wait a minute. Mo Ran panted and kissed his neck. He swallowed his saliva, and then leaned over to kiss Chu Wanning's cheek. Don't be afraid. I won't go in. But I want to do it here. Mo Ran could barely control himself. His round penis was pressed against the slightly contracting acupuncture point. He cursed inwardly, but didn't say anything. He only violently and thirstily rubbed against Chu Wanning's thighs, accumulating the pleasure of another explosion. In the end, he rubbed himself, pressing his penis tightly against Chu Wanning's orifice. With a low roar, he spurted out. Streams of semen spurted out from the acupuncture point, dripping down his inner thighs and rubbing against the mattress. It was extremely messy, smelly, and obscene. Chu Wanning's entire body was trembling, spasming slightly. Mo Ran couldn't help but reach his hand forward, holding Chu Wanning's sex organ and fondling it passionately. Chu Wanning was almost crushed by shame. His cheeks burned as he said in a low voice, "No, don't touch anymore. I already." Mo Ran's eyes were shining, and he murmured infatuatedly, I know you already did it." Chu Wanning was very humiliated, and the corners of his eyes were moist. He said fiercely, "You, don't say that word." "What word?" "Oh." Mo Ran reacted belatedly, and then laughed deeply. "Okay." He kissed him, but the movements of his hands were not polite at all. "But Shizun, I still want to see your orgasm." This young man's work was really too good. Chu Wanning was completely helpless. Very soon, he was stimulated to the point that he came for the second time. How could he endure this kind of pressure, this kind of indulgence? Moreover, his head seemed to be in a daze. There were always some vague broken shadows in front of him and hazy voices in his ears. He felt very sleepy, very tired. Wanting? He heard Mo Ran call him from behind. It was so gentle, so touching, so affectionate. After the two people vented their desires, they calmed their breathing and panted. Mo Ran stroked him, kissed him, and gratefully held him in his arms, guarding him like a treasure. Chu Wanning was dizzy, his back naked. He leaned on Mo Ran's broad and warm chest in a daze for a while. Finally, he slowly closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Chu Wanning woke up. The sky shone into the room through a crack in the window. He heard the sound of raindrops hitting the tiles. The rain was very heavy, and it did not stop. He felt a slight headache. The fragments that flashed by last night were like fish scales rolling in the water trough, shining with a mottled and sticky light, floating and sinking. He wanted to recall, but those scales sank deeper and deeper, and finally completely swallowed by the darkness. Then he remembered what he did with Immerse last night. His whole body suddenly froze, and his face quickly burned red. He wanted to get up, but Immerse's strong arms were still hugging him from behind. His chest was still pressed against his back, rising and falling evenly. Immerse was still not awake. He waited like this for an unknown amount of time. The time was not so clear in this dark bedroom, but it should have been a long time. So long that his arms were a little numb. So long that his rapid heartbeat slowly slowed down. So long that it was not so awkward. Shizun finally turned over, face to face, and looked at Immerse's sleeping face. He was very handsome, a rare handsome face in the world. Whether it was his eyebrows, the bridge of his nose, or his lips, they were all the best. But his brows were slightly furrowed, as if there was a heavy thought that could not be dissolved. Shizun looked at this face again, and silently looked at it for a long time. So long that he finally could not help it. Gently, for the first time, he took the initiative to kiss Immerse's face. Then he gently moved Immerse's arm away, sat on the edge of the bed, put on his underwear, and went to get a clean white inner robe. There were many fanciful creases on the robe. Shizun tried to smooth it out, but to no avail. He could only put it on like this, and secretly hoped that the people at the peak of life and death would not see anything strange. As he thought this, he folded the robe. Suddenly, someone hugged him from behind. Shizun jumped in fright, although the only thing he showed was that his hands slightly froze. Immerse had already woken up at some point. He got up, hugged him, and kissed his earlobe. Shizun, he did not know what to say. It was the first time in his life that he met someone so honestly. Shizun was fine, but Immerse also felt a little shy and awkward like a newlywed. After a while, he softly said, "Morning. What morning? It's too late." Shizun did not turn his head, minding his own business as he put on his robe. Immerse suddenly laughed, with a faint nasal sound. Then he reached out and helped Shizun arrange the pendant around his neck. "This is to ward off the cold. You have to keep it close to you, or else it will be useless." Shizun seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned to look at him. Last night, when they were making love, he felt that Immerse had tied something around his neck, but at that time he was dazed and did not look at it. Now that he looked carefully, it was actually a dragon blood crystal pendant that matched his own. Shizun was stunned. "When you were at Confucian Wind Sect, didn't you say that this was the last pendant?" "How?" He suddenly shut up, because he saw Immerse looking at him with a smile, his dimples showing, his gaze soft. He suddenly understood Immerse's selfishness at that time, and suddenly felt a little hot. He turned his face away, sullenly no longer speaking, and only buried his head in tidying his own clothes. "Let's go back early." In the end, he did not dare to look at Immerse, only saying, "I'm afraid that someone will see something if we're late." Immerse obediently said, "I'll listen to Shizun," but after a moment of silence, he suddenly felt that his ambition was not dead, and his blood was not cold. He pulled Shizun, who had finished putting on his boots and was about to stand up, and leaned over, gently kissing him on the lips. "Don't be angry. Once we go back, we'll have to endure it. I want to keep it to remember." Immerse smiled, the tip of his finger touching Shizun's lips. "Shizun, you're so good. Because of this, you're so good." Shizun was still a little absent-minded until they walked back to the mountain gate. He felt that the one who was good was not himself, but Immerse. This young man was handsome, gentle, and focused on loving him. Sometimes, it even made Shizun feel that it was very unreal. He felt that this person was too perfect. How could he belong to him, who was so dull? He belonged to him, who did not even know how to say a decent word of love. But when Immerse stared at him, his expression was so serious, without a trace of falsehood. When Immerse kissed him, he was so emotional, as if his breathing was controlled by Shizun, and everything was handed over to him. Even if his actions last night were clumsy, his words were dry, and sometimes he was distracted. But Imo Ran did not feel disappointed. When he woke up in the morning, he was still willing to kiss his lips and say, "You're so good, Shizun." He suddenly came back to his senses and saw that under the red begonia flower barrier, Imo Ran was smiling and waving at him. "Where are you going?" "Come this way. That's the Red Lotus Pavilion. Let's go to the Mingpa lobby to eat first, then you can go back." In the Mingpa lobby, Imo Ran was still sitting in front of him, but there were people coming and going around, and it was very noisy. They were not as calm as before, and lowered their heads to eat the food in their bowls. The group of disciples who liked to bet on Chu Wanning could not help but whisper to each other, "Why isn't Elder Yu Hong talking to senior brother Imo today? Not only is he not talking, he doesn't even look at him. It's so strange. Senior brother Imo is not picking food for Elder Yu Hong either. Isn't he usually quite fawning over him? What's wrong with them? Did they quarrel? Would you still sit at the same table after quarreling with your Shizun?" Haha, that's true. Just as they were whispering to each other, they suddenly saw Chu Wanning stand up and pick up his bowl to add some porridge for himself. Midway, his white robe fluttered past them, and the group of busybodies stopped talking and obediently buried their heads in eating steamed buns. After Chu Wanning returned to her seat, they began to murmur among themselves like rats again. "Don't you guys feel that Elder Yu Hong is a bit strange today?" Someone immediately nodded. "Yes. I can't tell what's strange. It seems like it's his clothes." 5 or 6 pairs of eyes secretly looked for a long time, and suddenly a young disciple clicked his tongue and said, "It seems a bit too wrinkled, not as meticulous as usual." When he said this, everyone found that it was indeed so, but no one thought in that direction. After muttering for a long time, they all felt that Elder Yu Hong must have gone to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain last night to get rid of some evil spirits and repair some small sky leaks or something. These disciples admired him, looked up to him, and at most found him interesting, but no one would truly treat him as a person of flesh and blood with desires. So even if Imo Ran and Chu Wanning's actions were not so discreet, even if many clues were revealed, they did not pay attention or pay attention. When a person was put on the altar by everyone, then he could only not speak, not move, cut off all emotions and desires, and be cold and indifferent. Otherwise, one wrong move in a chess game would be a mistake. So later, when Imo Weiyu and Chu Wanning's feelings were made public to the world, many people felt that their gods had collapsed, felt angry, felt disgusted, felt unimaginable, and could not accept it. But they had all forgotten that to put a person on a high pedestal and worship him, to force him to take every step according to the expectations of the crowd, to force him to live for the demands of the crowd from head to toe, to not allow him to have the slightest selfish desire, this in itself was a very cruel and forceful thing to do. Chapter 190. After that day, Chu Wanning and Imo Ran didn't have a chance to meet in private for the time being. In the middle of Sichuan, the heavy rain didn't stop. It was like a demonic phenomenon. A large number of dead fish and shrimps appeared in the surging rivers outside White Emperor City. Among the people, there were many water-type demonic beasts. Almost all the elders and disciples of the Life and Death Summit rushed to every village to kill demons. Because Chu Wanning and Imo Ran were both extremely powerful, they weren't arranged to waste their strength in one place. One went to the Three Gorges port, the other went to Yi province. The Confucian Wind School had 100 years of foundation. Countless demonic beasts were imprisoned in the Golden Drum Pagoda. Once they were destroyed, they regrouped, and chaos finally appeared. In addition to the middle of Sichuan, in Yangzhou, Lei Province, and Su Province, which were originally peaceful areas of the upper cultivation world, there were frequent cases of demonic beasts eating people and massacring civilians. For a time, many sects' manpower and energy were divided, so the search for Su Shuanglin's whereabouts was even slower. Imo Ran's spiritual power was amazing. Now that he was even more steady, it only took him 4 days to quickly stabilize Yi province. When he returned to the Life and Death Summit, he heard that Chu Wanning had already returned. He couldn't help but feel happy. Without resting, he wanted to go to the Red Lotus Water Pavilion to find him. However, The water pavilion's door was closed. When he asked again, Shui Jingyong said strangely, "He's in closed-door meditation. Didn't Yu Hong tell you?" Closed-door meditation again? Mo Ran was shocked. Is Shizun injured? What injury? Didn't you say it was because of his mental cultivation method? He has to go into closed-door meditation every 7 years. Last time, when he was in closed-door meditation, you even want to look after him. How could you forget? When Shui Jingyong said this, Mo Ran suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a matter. At that time, he had just become Chu Wanning's disciple. Only half a year later, Chu Wanning said that when he was young, he was too impatient to cultivate his mental cultivation method and had an old illness. Although it wasn't a big problem, he had to go into closed-door meditation every 7 years for 10 days. In 10 days, Grandmaster Chu's cultivation had weakened to the point where he was close to a mortal. He needed to meditate in order to recover. During this period of time, he only had 2 hours to recover his divine sense, drink some water, and eat some food. The rest of the time, he couldn't be disturbed, and he couldn't be injured. Therefore, Chu Wanning would set up the strongest barrier around the Red Lotus Pavilion in advance, only allowing Shui Jingyong, Shui Ming, Shermei, and Mo Ran to enter, so that they could safely cross the tribulation. Not long before the last time he went into seclusion, he had a conflict with Chu Wanning because of the matter of plucking flowers. After he was punished by Chu Wanning, he was somewhat disheartened, so he didn't accompany his master during the 10 days of seclusion. Instead, he ran to help his uncle organize the library. Thinking of the past, Mo Ran felt uneasy, so he immediately said, "I'll go see him." "You don't need to go." Before he entered the pass, he said that just like last time, Shui Ming will guard the front 3 days, Shermei will guard the middle 3 days, and you'll accompany him for the last 4 days. "I just want to take a look at him. What's there to see?" Shui Jingyong said with a smile. "Last time, didn't Ming and Shermei accompany him? What are you worried about? Moreover, if you go, Ming will have to talk to you when she sees you. It won't be good if you disturb Yuheng." Mo Ran thought about it and agreed, so he didn't go. That night, he didn't sleep. When he thought about how Shui Ming was alone with Chu Wanning in the Red Lotus Pavilion, he felt sour and very uncomfortable. Of course, he knew that Shui Ming was pure and didn't have any interest in men, but he still felt uncomfortable and awkward. He tossed and turned for most of the night, and only managed to sleep for 2 to 4 hours when the sun was about to rise. After waking up, Mo Ran felt that he couldn't do it. He still couldn't help but want to see Chu Wanning, even if it was from afar. Although the Red Lotus Pavilion's door was closed and there were barriers everywhere, Mo Ran was Chu Wanning's disciple, so the barriers wouldn't stop him. As for the wooden door made of green bamboo, it was nothing more than a decoration. Mo Ran used his qinggong and smoothly landed in the courtyard. Every time Chu Wanning meditated and cultivated, he was used to sitting in a bamboo pavilion deep in the lotus pond. It should be the same this time. As expected, he saw from afar that on the misty pond, among the lotus leaves, there was an elegant bamboo pavilion. Chu Wanning sat quietly on the ground, his white clothes spread out on the ground. Shui Ming stood beside him. She probably felt that the sun was shining brightly outside, so she tied up one side of the snow gauze so that her Shizun could also bask in the sun's warmth. The first rays of the winter sun entered the pavilion, illuminating Chu Wanning's slightly pale face. Probably because he felt this warmth while meditating, his face gradually regained some color. After a while, Chu Wanning's forehead gradually dripped with sweat due to the circulation. Shui Ming took a snow-white handkerchief and wiped it for him. After he was done, he couldn't help but raise his head and look left and right. He muttered, "So strange. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me?" Mo Ran wasn't staring, he was staring. His expression seemed calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He felt that Shui Ming held the handkerchief and wiped Chu Wanning's forehead a little too long. The distance was a little too close, and the look in his eyes was a little too ambiguous. In short, he threw all kinds of groundless accusations at Shui Ming. He just felt unhappy and irritated. Irritated. Mo Ran couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't want to stay here and suffer, so he planned to leave. But he didn't control himself and stepped a little too loudly. Shui Ming immediately threw out a glittering plum blossom dart full of spiritual power. He shouted sternly, Who is it? The plum blossom dart was a small matter, and he caught it with his bare hands. But when he heard his shout, Immerse's heart almost jumped to his throat. He hurriedly rushed out of the bamboo forest, across the lotus pond, and lightly jumped into the bamboo pavilion. Xueming opened his eyes wide and said in shock, "How did you?" Softer. Immerse immediately covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "Why did you shout so loudly?" Whoa. Xueming struggled for a long time before he suddenly broke free from Immerse's hand. His face was flushed red, and he angrily ran his fingers through his messy hair. He said angrily, "You're still talking about me? Why were you hiding in the bushes like a little thief? I was afraid that you would be as noisy as you are now. Master can't hear me even if I shout." Xueming said angrily, "The muting curse. Didn't you see that Master has already cast the muting curse on himself? Unless you break the curse, he can't hear you even if you shout into his ear." He continued to ramble. Immerse was stunned for a moment. "The muting curse? Then why did Uncle say that he was afraid that I would disturb you? My father must have thought that you were too tired after coming back from Izhou, so he wanted you to rest first." Xueming was speechless. How can you believe his words? Why don't you think about it first? Every time Master goes into closed-door cultivation, he always casts this or that curse on himself first so that we can feel more comfortable next to him. You don't even use your brain. You're so stupid. Immerse. Seeing that Immerse was about to sit down in the pavilion, Xueming hurriedly pulled him back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Immerse said, "Since that's the case, I'll stay too." Xueming said, "Who wants you to stay? We agreed that I'd be the one to guard for the first 3 days. You're trying to be obedient to Master again. Go. Don't steal my job. Can you take care of him by yourself?" "How can I not take care of him? It's not the first time I've taken care of Master's closed-door cultivation." Seeing that Xueming was angry, Immerse didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a while, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a teacup on the table. The leaves were wide, the color was dark, and there was a faint fragrance coming from it. He asked, "Is this the cold, fragrant snow tea from Kunlun?" "Huh. How did you know?" How could he not know? This tea was Xueming's favorite. Xueming was always willing to give his favorite things to Master, but he didn't think carefully about whether these things were suitable for Chu Wanning or not. The cold, fragrant snow tea is cold. Master has a cold constitution. If you give him this tea, will he feel comfortable? Xueming was stunned for a moment. His face was a little red. He explained in embarrassment, "I didn't think that much. I only know that the cold, fragrant snow tea is good tea. Go exchange it for some rose tea and add 2 spoonfuls of honey. When he wakes up, make water for him to drink. I'll go make some snacks and bring them to you in a while." Xueming wanted to save some face for himself. He hurriedly said, "You can't eat snacks. These 10 days, you have to fast." "I know, but Uncle said it's okay to eat a little," Immerse said. He waved his hand and left the bamboo pavilion. He walked out of the water pavilion. "See you later." Xueming stared at his back. He was in a daze for a while. When Immerse was far away, he lowered his head and couldn't help but look at the side of Master's neck. The faint purple mark he accidentally saw yesterday. Under the sunlight, it was even clearer. It didn't look like a mosquito bite, nor was it a wound. Xueming was no longer a 14 or 15-year-old person. Although there were some things that he hadn't experienced, it didn't mean that he didn't know anything. This mark on Chu Wanning's neck made him very uneasy. He thought of all kinds of details, especially the movement he heard that day in the back of the mountain. He kept telling himself that it was the sound of the wind, but that vague haze in his heart seemed to envelop him again. Under the countless strands of smoke, it seemed that something strange was gradually revealing its original appearance. Under the warm sun, Xueming didn't know why, but he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but shiver and frown. Because of this uneasiness, on the 6th day of Chu Wanning's seclusion, Xueming made a decision. He planned to secretly follow Immerse and see what was going on. This was the last day that Shirmei served Chu Wanning. The shift change was supposed to be at midnight, but Immerse had eaten dinner at the Mingpo lobby early in the morning. He took a box of snacks and went straight to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Xueming didn't expect that he would want to take Mei's place at this time. He didn't eat the rest of the food and chased after him. He followed him all the way to the Red Lotus Pavilion. Immerse walked in from the front door. He paused for a while, then imitated what Immerse had done before and climbed over the wall to enter. At this time, the sun had not yet set, and the crescent moon had already risen. The sky had shed its colorful and flowing makeup, leaving only the remnants of redness at the corners of the eyes that had not been wiped away. The magnificent sunset glow was all faded away, and the makeup was greasy. It was swallowed up by the dark night, and the stars were like water. Immerse carried the food box and watched from afar as Mei walked into the bamboo pavilion with his back to him. He didn't seem to hear Immerse's movement and stopped in front of Chu Wanning. Immerse smiled and was about to greet him when he suddenly saw Mei's hand flash with a cold light. He pointed at Chu Wanning, who was meditating. Immerse stared blankly for a moment. His mind flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Mei!" A chill ran down his spine and his hair stood on end. In his 2 lives, he had experienced too many life and death separations. To this day, even the slightest movement could make him nervous. As the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. This Red Lotus Pavilion once held Chu Wanning's body for 2 years, until the day he died. He actually didn't like this place very much. When he stepped into the pavilion, he could always think of the last days of his previous life. Chu Wanning lay in the lotus, his eyes closed forever, no longer alive. Therefore, he subconsciously felt that the Red Lotus Pavilion was a disaster zone with a bottomless throat that would swallow the last flame in the world. Mei turned his head and lowered his hand. The silver light was hidden in his sleeve. Immerse? Why are you here? Immerse's heart was beating wildly. He couldn't catch his breath. He didn't care about anything else. He frowned and said, "In your hand." "In my hand?" Mei was stunned. He raised his hand again and saw that he was holding a comb. It was made of pure silver, and the back of the comb was inlaid with spirit stone slags that could soothe the meridians. Immerse was at a loss for words. After a while, he said, "You are combing Shizun's hair?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Mei looked him up and down. Then, he frowned slightly. "You don't look well. Did something happen outside?" "No, I was just—" He couldn't finish his sentence. His face turned from pale to slightly red. Fortunately, the night was dark, so no one could see clearly. After a while, Immerse turned his face slightly and coughed. "It's nothing." Mei still looked at him silently. Then, he seemed to understand something. His expression was slightly dazed. He said hesitantly, "Do you think?" Immerse hurriedly said, "I didn't." After all, Mei was someone who treated him very well. He was someone he saw as family. Immerse was also shocked by his misunderstanding at that moment. He felt very sorry for Mei, so he blurted out, "I didn't." Mei didn't speak. After a long time, he said, "Immerse? I haven't even said the second half of the sentence." Mei sighed softly. "Why are you in such a hurry to deny it?" As soon as he said this, it was clear that Immerse understood that Immerse had mistaken the silver comb in his hand for a fierce blade. Although this was because of the fear of Chu Wanning's death in 2 lives, no matter who was standing with their back to Immerse, whether it was Xueming or Xuejingyong, he would probably tremble at that moment. But facing Mei, Immerse calmed down. His heart was still uncomfortable. He lowered his eyes and said, "I'm sorry." In his memory, Mei was always gentle and kind when dealing with people and problems. She was rarely cold or scolding others. But tonight, beside the lotus pond, Mei looked at Immerse for a long time without saying anything. The wind rose. The lotus leaves in the pond flipped and the red lotuses danced. Mei said, "It's fine that you're not as good as you used to be. But Immerse, we've known each other for almost 10 years. How can I be so unbearable in your heart?" His voice was gentle and calm. There wasn't too much anger in it, nor was there the slightest bit of grief. Immerse looked into his eyes. They were 2 clear pools of spring water. It was as if he had seen through everything, but he didn't want to care about anything. He didn't want to say anything. Shimei handed the silver comb to Immerse. He said lightly. Before Shizun closed his eyes to meditate, he told me to braid his hair. Since you're here, I'll leave it to you. Shimei. But the extremely beautiful man had already walked past him. His footsteps were gentle, but he didn't look back. He left the Red Lotus Pavilion alone. Chapter 191. In this world, the most important person to Immerse, besides Chu Wanning, was Shimei. Immerse used to think that he treated Shimei out of love. Although he later found out that wasn't the case, he still treated him well and cherished him. Even though he gradually felt that Shimei had become a stranger, he felt that this tall and charming man was like another person. Even though that bowl of wontons was only sent by Shimei on behalf of Chu Wanning, no matter what, Mingjing was still the same Mingjing from back then. He was the companion who smiled at him and extended his hand to him in the darkness. He was the senior who accompanied him and was willing to comfort him when he was lonely and unwilling. Thinking about it, Shimei was also an orphan. He didn't have a single relative in this world. Xueming was also proud and arrogant. Although he had a good relationship with Shimei, after so many years, Shimei had never called Xueming by his name. Instead, he respectfully called him young master. The only one who could truly call Shimei a friend was probably only him. In the end, he also hurt his heart. Xueming hid in the bamboo forest. He crossed his arms and watched for a long time. He saw Immerse standing there motionlessly, playing with his silver comb. He seemed to have something on his mind. After waiting for almost an hour, Xueming didn't see any movement. He started to feel like an idiot. What was he thinking? Why did he think that there was some kind of relationship between Shifu and Immerse? Was his brain damaged? The more he stood there, the more he felt awkward. The more he fought, the more he felt that he was baffling. After standing there for a while, Xueming turned around and wanted to leave. But as expected, they were fellow disciples. He and Immerse made almost the same mistake. In a moment of relaxation, he didn't control his footsteps. Immerse stood up and said in a deep voice through the gauze curtain, "Who is it?" Under the moonlight, Xueming walked out unwillingly and awkwardly. He looked away and coughed softly. Immerse was stunned. "What are you doing here? Only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people are not allowed to light lamps?" Xueming didn't dare to look into Immerse's eyes. His gaze drifted. He spoke with conviction, but his face turned red. "I just wanted to see Shizun." Immerse's heart stirred as he vaguely understood the possibility of Xueming following him. His face couldn't help but stiffen, but he quickly adjusted his expression. Before Xueming noticed, he regained his composure. "Since you're here, why don't you sit for a while?" Xueming didn't refuse and followed him into the bamboo pavilion. Immerse asked him, "Do you want tea or wine?" "Tea," Xueming said. "You'll get drunk if you drink wine." There was wine and tea on the table. Immerse lit a small red clay stove. In the night, the fire lit up, illuminating his facial features. He boiled the 8 treasures tea on the stove. The two brothers sat on the bamboo pavilion bench and leaned against the pavilion pillar, waiting for the water to boil. Xueming asked him, "Why are you here so early? Shimei should be on duty for another half the night." "I had nothing to do, so I came over." Immerse smiled. "Aren't you the same?" Xueming thought for a moment. It seemed to be true. Immerse should be the same as him, just concerned about his Shizun. After all, after the Battle of Skysplitting, Immerse had gradually changed. Now that many years had passed, he was poles apart from that haggling youth. The disciple Chu Wanning saved with his life had finally grown into an upright man. Lowering his eyelashes, Xueming muttered to himself for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Immerse asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just remembered the last time you were in closed-door meditation." Xueming said, "At that time, you still didn't accept Shizun. After 10 whole days, you only came to see him once. Then you said you weren't capable enough, that you were afraid you wouldn't be able to serve him, so you ran to your father's place to organize the books. At that time, I was still angry at you. I didn't expect that after 7 years, you would become like this." Immerse was silent for a moment, then said, "People change?" Xueming asked, If I gave you another chance and let you go back to 7 years ago, would you still run? What do you think? Xueming seriously thought about it, then said, I'm afraid I would want to spend 10 days and 10 nights by Shizun's side. Immerse lowered his eyes and laughed. What are you laughing at? Xueming changed his position. One leg propped up on the bamboo pavilion bench, his elbow resting leisurely, his head tilted back slightly, his gaze moving to the corners of his eyes as he looked at his cousin. Right now, you and I both have the same feelings for Shizun. What I think, you shouldn't be too different. Immerse lowered his eyes, and Xueming's eyes widened. Then he looked at the wind chimes in the corner of the pavilion. He said, very good. When Shizun died, I resented him for using his life to exchange for yours. But today, it seems that you aren't completely heartless. Immerse didn't know what to say, so he made another end sound. The bells jingled, tinkling in the wind. After a moment of silence, Xueming couldn't help but turn his head, his eyes burning, his brows slightly furrowed. He suddenly asked, actually, there's something I want to ask you. Speak. Tell me the truth. That day in the back of the mountain, Immerse actually knew that Xueming had always wanted to ask this question. After so many twists and turns, he still couldn't escape. He waited for him to continue, but Xueming stammered for a long time. His face white then red then white. In the end, he still couldn't say those words. He just stared at Immerse and said, Are you really looking for sweet-scented osmanthus candy and rice cakes? The water boiled, and wisps of steam rose and fell in the cold night, converging and dispersing. The two people's gazes met. Xueming's eyes were full of anxiety, flashing with flames. Immerse's black eyes were like an ancient well without ripples, bottomless. You can drink tea now. Xueming suddenly grabbed his arm and stared at him. Are you really looking for sweet-scented osmanthus candy and rice cakes? Immerse paused for a moment, then broke free from his hand. He went to the table and picked up the pitch-black cast-iron pot, filling a cup for each person. Then he raised his eyes and said, If we're not looking for sweet-scented osmanthus candy and rice cakes, what else could we be doing? Shizun wouldn't easily deceive you. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe him. Xueming was like a little snake that had its weak spot pinched. The hand on his knee spasmed slightly, then he suddenly lowered his head and said, It's not that I don't believe him. Then let's drink tea. Immerse sighed. What are you thinking about all day? It's all nonsense. He lowered his head and blew on the steam. In the dense steam, his face looked so handsome, but it was also a little blurry, like the moon in the water, making people unable to see him clearly. The 8 Treasures tea was warm, and the taste was salty and mellow. Xueming slowly drank a few mouthfuls, feeling that the gurgling heat gradually calmed his frantic heartbeat. He finished the tea, but the cup was still warm and steaming. Xueming lowered his head and suddenly said in a daze, as if he was talking to Immerse, but also as if he was talking to himself, I really care about him too much, that's why I think so much. Even the slightest movement, I know. Immerse said, I feel the same. Xueming turned his face and looked at him. Immerse leaned against the pavilion pillar. The tea in his cup was not finished. He drank another mouthful, then said, Just now, because of this, I misunderstood Shizun. At least you're better than me, you're not so impulsive. Xueming was slightly surprised. No wonder you saw him leave after saying a few words to you. What did you misunderstand about him? It's fine if you don't say it. Immerse smiled bitterly. I can think more than you can. Xueming wrinkled his nose. He's a pitiful person. During the famine, people exchanged children for food. If father didn't save him, he would have become the meat in the famine. Shizun has always been very good to you. You can't bully him. Immerse said, Yes, I know. I was just too impulsive before. I won't do it again. The two of them guarded Xuan in the pavilion, one word at a time, and chatted with each other. This feeling was very strange. Under the moonlight, Immerse looked at Xueming's handsome, naturally arrogant face. This was the person who opened a hole in his chest in his previous life, and every time they met, it was accompanied by tears and blood. He didn't expect that they could still talk so calmly. Under the moonlight, in the lotus pond, brewing tea and wine. Yes, brewing wine. After drinking the tea, Xueming didn't plan to leave. Imo Ran heated up another pot of wine and drank a few cups. As long as he didn't get drunk, it was fine. But he seemed to have overestimated Xueming's alcohol tolerance. Among the four of them, Chu Wanning was the one who didn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He was also considered passable. Shimei's alcohol tolerance was very poor, but the most hopeless one was Xueming. After 2 cups of pear blossom white, this person was a bit dizzy and spoke with a lisp. Imo Ran was worried that he would cause trouble, so he quickly put away the wine and didn't let him drink anymore. Although Xueming's consciousness was muddled, he hadn't completely lost it. He was still conscious, and his face was bright red. He smiled and said, "It's good that you put it away. I can't drink anymore." "Okay," Imo Ran said, "go back and rest. Can you walk by yourself? If you can't, I'll send a message to Uncle to come over." Oh, he doesn't need to come over. He doesn't need to come over." Xueming smiled and waved his hand. "I can walk back by myself. I know the way." Imo Ran was still worried, so he put a finger in front of him. "How many is this?" "1." He then pointed at Chu Wanning. "Who is this?" Xueming smiled. "Big Brother Immortal." "Speak properly." "Haha, Shizun, I recognize you." Xueming hugged the pillar and laughed. Imo Ran frowned and silently cursed Xueming. Why was this guy's alcohol tolerance getting worse year after year? He still wasn't at ease, so he pointed at himself and asked, "Then what about me? Look carefully, don't joke around. Who am I?" Xueming was stunned for a while. At this moment, it was as if time had overlapped with old memories. That year at the Mingpa lobby on New Year's Eve, Xueming was also drunk. He recognized Shimei's face and said that Chu Wanning was his big brother Immortal. Then he looked at Imo Ran and laughed, saying that Imo Ran was a dog. Imo Ran looked at him calmly, preparing to secretly beat Xueming up if he said the word dog again. Then he would call Xuezhenyong over to take this little drunkard back. But Xueming just stared at him blankly for a while. He didn't know what kind of strange expression was on his face, but in the end, he opened his mouth and slightly pouted, as if he was going to say the word dog. Imo Ran wanted to reach out and cover his mouth. "Big brother." Before he could raise his hand, Xueming looked at him with hazy eyes. Slowly, softly, he called out, "Big brother." Imo Ran was stunned, as if he had been stung by a bee. The stinging pain spread into sharp pain, and the sharp pain became numb because of the poison. His throat was blocked, and he couldn't say a word. He could only stare blankly at Xueming's face. Young, arrogant, high-spirited facial features. On this face, Imo Ran was used to seeing hatred, anger, and disdain. But he had never seen his expression at this moment. Xueming stroked the launching saber at his waist. Imo Ran didn't hesitate to kill the big demon spirit and seize the supreme-grade spirit stone to give it to him to embed in. Without this saber, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to win first place in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. Without this saber, perhaps he could only be reduced to a nameless cultivator, bearing the injury of Zhongyong. When he was awake, because of various reasons, because of his self-esteem and face, he had never properly said a word of thanks to Imo Ran. But in reality, he was very uncomfortable. Every day when he cleaned Longqing, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, all sorts of feelings. Especially after returning from the Confucian Wind sect and finding out that it was Imo Ran who saved him from Su Shuanglin, Xueming suffered even more. After waking up and hearing that Imo Ran and Chu Wanning's whereabouts were still unknown, he cried bitterly. Everyone thought he was only crying for his master. Only Xueming himself knew. That night, he hugged the Longqing saber as he lay on his sickbed, gazing into the darkness, and said hoarsely, "Big brother, I'm sorry. Where are you? Are you and master? Are you all right?" Imo Ran couldn't speak, and he couldn't move his feet. His entire body seemed to be fixed, standing stiffly in place. Yesterday's events were like flowing water, rapidly flashing before his eyes. He thought of the peak of life and death in his previous life. Xueming went up the mountain alone, standing in the desolate Shaman Mountain Hall, and asked him about Chu Wanning's whereabouts with red eyes. Xueming said, "Imo Weiyu, Turn around and look. He thought of when he became the Emperor Ta. Xueming and Mei Hanshue ambushed and assassinated him. In broad daylight, Mei Hanshue blocked his path. Xueming angrily shouted. His face twisted sinisterly, and the saber stabbed into his chest, causing blood to spurt out like a hurricane. Xueming said, "Imo Weiyu, no one can save you. There is no place for you in this world." He thought of all the grudges, the anger, the passion, the dancing of dragons and serpents. He thought of the day Chu Wanning died in this life. Xueming suddenly jumped up and roared as he pressed him against the wall. His carotid artery bulged, and he roared like a trapped beast. "How can you say he won't save you? How can you say he won't save you?" Suddenly, his mind flashed, and his eyes seemed to light up. Perhaps it was because Imo Ran stood stiffly like this for too long. So long that it reminded him of his earliest, most vague memories. He seemed to have seen two youths. One was extremely thin, cowering in fear, like an abandoned dog used to being whipped. He squatted uneasily in front of the small table in the disciples' room, squatting on the bench. His small hands were tightly clenched, protecting his knees, motionless. That was himself. There was another youth, with a face as white as snow, proud and cute, like a proud and dazzling little pheasant with bright wings. He stood, with a beautiful curved sword at his waist, one foot on the chair, and used his dark round eyes to look at him disdainfully without blinking. "My mother asked me to come and see you," the youth Xueming hummed. "I heard you're my cousin? You look so shabby." Imo Ran did not say anything and lowered his head. He was not used to being stared at like this. Xueming asked, "Hey, what's your name?" "Imo." "That Imo? What? Tell me, I don't remember." "I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute?" After not saying anything, the youth Xueming was so angry that he laughed. "Everyone says you're my cousin, but look at how timid and skinny you are, running away as soon as the wind blows. How can I have such an embarrassing older brother? What a joke." Imo Ran lowered his head and was even more unwilling to talk to him. Just like that, he was silent. Suddenly, a bright red color appeared in front of him. The person who gave him the red color was too rough, and it almost poked the tip of his nose. Imo Ran was stunned for a while, and then realized that it was a stick of candied haws. "For you," Xueming said. "I can't eat it anyway." He brought a box of snacks and casually threw it on the table, as if he was giving alms. But Imo Ran looked at him in a daze, and only felt that he was very generous, very generous. In the past, no one was willing to give him so many things, not even kneeling to beg. What?" Xueming frowned. "What do you mean by this? What do you want to say?" "This stick. Can I eat all of it?" Actually, just one is enough. If you can't eat it, I'll..." "Are you crazy? Are you a dog? Eat other people's leftovers?" Xueming opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Of course it's all yours. This whole stick, this whole box, is all yours." The lacquered box of snacks was exquisitely made, and there were red-crowned cranes and auspicious clouds painted with gold powder. It was a style of grandeur that Imo Ran had never seen before. He didn't dare to reach out his hand, but his black eyes kept staring at the box. Xueming was a little scared, so he simply raised his hand and opened the box for him. A rich milky, fruity, red bean paste, and mud mixed together, 3 horizontal and 3 vertical, a total of 9 snacks. Some were golden and crisp, some were pink and soft, and some had crystal clear skin, and one could faintly see the soft red bean paste inside. The young Xueming didn't even look at it, and pushed the whole box of snacks in front of him, and said impatiently, "Hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, I still have more." "I can't finish it all, just enough to share with you." This young master's attitude was bad, and his tone was also bad. His round eyes were rolling up, and his nose was up in the air, looking down on others. But the snacks that were handed to him were sweet and soft. After 2 lifetimes of bitterness and blood, that faint sweetness seemed to return to the tip of his tongue. Imo Ran looked at Xueming's drunken face under the moonlight, and Xueming also narrowed his eyes, looking at him. After a while, Xueming laughed. But because he was drunk, no one knew what he was laughing about. He let go of the pillar he was hugging, as if he wanted to go over and pat Imo Rant's shoulder, but his steps were unsteady, and he stumbled into Imo Rant's arms. "Oh, brother." Imo Rant stared blankly, and then slowly lowered his eyes, lightly patting Xueming's back. The night wind blew, and his scattered hair covered half of his handsome face, so no one knew what kind of expression Imo Rant had. After a long time, Xueming, who couldn't hold his liquor, fell asleep in his arms. At this time, Imo Rant said hoarsely, "Xueming, I'm sorry, I don't deserve to be your brother." Chapter 192. On the day when Chu Wanning finished his seclusion, an uninvited guest came to the peak of life and death. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, someone knocked on the door of the Red Lotus Pavilion anxiously. Imo Ran was helping Chu Wanning change his clothes. He had just finished his cultivation and was in a daze after 10 days of meditation. When he heard the knocking, he said coldly, "Come in." Imo Ran laughed. "Pfft. What are you laughing at? Master has set up a barrier at the door. Apart from me and Xueming, who else can come in?" Only then did Chu Wanning remember and lift her hand to undo the barrier. A disciple rushed in to deliver a message. He reeked of alcohol and looked like a headless fly. "Elder Yu Hong, bad news. There's a big demon at the door of the Core Heart Palace." The two looked at each other and rushed to the Core Heart Palace. From afar, Imo Ran saw a huge gourd running around the square. A group of elders and disciples were watching it, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Imo Ran said, "A big demon?" The fat gourd said, "Gulu gulu gulu bo." Seeing Chu Wanning and Imo Ran, Shui Jingyong's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, "Ah, Yu Hong, you woke up at the right time. We're saved. We're saved. Come quickly." Chu Wanning was still a little confused. However, he was born with a cold face. Even if he was confused, his face still looked unfathomable. Another monster that escaped from the Golden Drum Pagoda. Shui Jingyong's face was bitter. He was angry and amused at the same time. "It's the wine-colored gourd." Chu Wanning looked up at the huge gourd that was running around. It was as tall as 2 people and emitted the luster of mother of pearl. The mouth of the gourd was emitting pink smoke and wine. It was indeed the legendary wine-colored gourd demon. Chu Wanning said, "This demon won't hurt people, but it can make people drink." The wine-colored gourd was chasing a group of young disciples all over the place. As soon as it caught up with one of them, it would immediately split open its mouth and start to spray wine into that person's mouth. While it was spraying, it also made an unknown gulu gulu bo sound. Chu Wanning, "I heard that it only accepts people who can drink better than it." Shui Jingyong said, "Yu Hong, look." Chu Wanning rubbed her temples as she felt a headache coming on. She rushed down the stage and summoned Heaven's Inquisition, placing it in front of the wine gourd. "Don't run away," he said. "I'll drink with you." The fat gourd was overjoyed. It swayed back and forth, and the crack immediately opened. With a puff, a mouthful of wine sprayed towards Chu Wanning's handsome face like an arrow. Unexpectedly, Chu Wanning dodged, calmly avoiding the mouthful of wine. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light, and the fat gourd was tightly restrained by Heaven's Inquisition. "Another way to drink it. Do you have a cup?" "Gulabo." The fat gourd spat out a small gourd ladle. It was filled with wine. "Bo." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Wanning sat on the ground and began to drink with the wine gourd. "Gulu bo bo bo. Not bad. Give me another." "Bo. Do you have pear blossom white?" "Bo bo bo." Shui Jingyong said in shock. "Yu Hong, you seem to understand what it's saying?" "Yes." Chu Wanning said. "I can understand a little of what this kind of demon is saying." The wine-colored gourd said, "Bo bo bo." Imo Ran smiled and said, "Shizun, what is it saying this time?" Chu Wanning said, "It's talking to me. It said that it hasn't been in the sun for a long time." The wine-colored gourd seemed very happy. It didn't know why, but it seemed to understand Chu Wanning's words. It intimately went over and poured him another ladle of wine. "Is it pear blossom white this time?" "Bo. I don't like red wine." Bo. The wine-colored gourd poured the wine away and replaced it with another. Everyone was stunned, and they were all speechless. They watched the man and the demon drink from morning to noon. The man was not drunk, but the demon was happy. Everyone was dumbfounded. More and more people gathered at the entrance of Dan Xian Palace. Xueming and Shimei also came. Immerse saw Shimei and remembered the misunderstanding. He felt guilty and wanted to apologize to him. Unexpectedly, Shimei saw him and turned to leave. Xueming saw the trick and nudged Immerse with his elbow. He seems to be angry that you misunderstood him last time. Immerse was worried. What should we do? Go have a chat with him. If you guys are like this, I'll be stuck in the middle, Xueming said. Go. It's none of your business here anyway. Immerse glanced at Chu Wanning, who was drinking with the wine-colored gourd. He felt that there would be no problem for a while, so he said to Xueming, I'll go find him first. You stay here and look after Master. If anything happens, tell me immediately. It didn't take long to catch up with Shimei. Immerse stopped him in front of the sword dance field. Shimei. Shimei stopped and turned around. He looked at him quietly. Immerse, what's the matter? No. Immerse waved his hand and frowned. I'm here to tell you that what happened last time was really my fault. What do you mean? Immerse was stunned. His eyes widened slightly. What? Shimei's expression was still light and gentle. He brushed his hair back as the wind blew. Was it when you misunderstood what I was going to do to Master at the Red Lotus Pavilion? Or was it when you didn't sit at the same table as me when we were eating in Jade Cold Village? Or was it even earlier? When Master woke up, I want to bring you wine, but you didn't say more than a few words to me. Which one? Immerse didn't expect him to mention something that happened so long ago. He was at a loss for a moment. After a long time, he said, You were angry with me that early? Shimei shook his head. Not angry, but I still care. Immerse, ever since Master was reborn, you've been deliberately distancing yourself from me. Immerse was speechless. He was indeed deliberately distancing himself from Shimei. The two of them used to be so close that Chu Wanning could see it clearly, but he always felt that something was missing. When they were young, the window paper between them hadn't been broken. Later on, Immerse understood his feelings, so he didn't know how to deal with his relationship with Shimei. He had thought of telling Shimei clearly, but he didn't think it was appropriate. He had never confessed to Shimei, so he didn't know what kind of feelings Shimei had for him. If he rashly ran over and said that he wanted to cut off their relationship, it would be too sudden and too presumptuous. So in the end, he thought that it would slowly fade away. Shimei quietly gazed at him. After a while, he said, When you first came to the peak of life and death, I told you that I have no parents and not many friends. From now on, we are family. Yes. Then why did you change? Immerse was very sad. He suddenly felt a little confused. He didn't know why he distanced himself from Shimei like this. Since returning from the world of spirits and souls, had he ever said more than 100 words to Shimei? The two of them used to be inseparable, but now they were gradually drifting apart. Immerse couldn't help but hesitate. Did he go too far? He said, I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Shimei turned his gaze away. Forget it. That's all. Don't be angry. If you're angry, I don't feel good. You've always been very good to me. Shimei finally smiled faintly. I'm very good to you, but what about compared to Shizun? Immerse said, It's not the same. Shimei looked at the distant Qingdai and said, I remember you told me before that I was good to you because I gave you a lot of warmth. What about Shizun? Immerse said, He gave me my life. Shimei didn't answer for a long time. In the end, he sighed. It's the same. Immerse saw him like this and felt even more uncomfortable. He said, There's nothing to compare. Everyone is different. Shimei didn't wait for him to finish. He turned his face to the side. Against the wind, he raised his hand and patted Immerse's chest. Okay, you don't have to say anymore. I know what you mean. In fact, I'm not that calculative. But I'm really sad that you misunderstood me like this before. Yes, let's move on. Don't think about it anymore. Rant's black eyes were warm. After a while, he nodded and said gratefully, okay. Mei's slender figure leaned against the jade railing of the sword dance field. He looked down at the trees below. After a while, let's go back. What did you want to say that year? They opened their mouths almost at the same time. Ran was startled. Which year? Mei said, the year when the heavenly split. Only then did Ran recall the unspoken confession he had made when Kaidai had shattered the heavens. He froze for a moment. Mei said, you didn't finish telling me that year. I don't know what you wanted to say. Can I ask you now? Ran was about to answer when he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the Dan Xian palace behind him. His and Mei's expressions changed. Ran said, it's from Shizun. Mei didn't have time to chat. He said, let's go back and see. The two turned around and rushed back to the main palace. When they arrived at the gate of the Dan Xian palace, they found that there was a second fat gourd in the square. Ran was shocked. What is this? Shuizhengyong covered his face and said, a wine-colored gourd? How many are there? 2. One is wine-colored and the other is wine-colored. They are twins on the same stem. Shuizhengyong's head was about to explode. The one who competed with Yu Hong in drinking was the younger one. This one is the older one. Rant's eyebrows twitched. After a while, he reacted. The wine-colored gourd likes to compete with others. That wine-colored gourd. He turned around with a pale face and looked at the spinning pink fat gourd. Shuizhengyong said awkwardly, the wine-colored gourd can do anything to tempt others. It only listens to the purest person. Ran turned his head and said, Shuimeng. Mei said, why isn't Shuimeng here? Where did he go? Shuizhengyong pointed at the wine-colored gourd. He's already in the gourd. He said he wanted to share Yu Heng's burden. Ran let out a sigh of relief. That's okay. If even Shuimeng isn't purest, then there's no purest person in the world. Just as he finished speaking, there was a pong sound. Shuimeng was spat out of the wine-colored gourd and landed heavily in the middle of the crowd. The movement was so loud that everyone looked over. Even Chu Wanning, who was drinking with the wine-colored gourd, turned his head. Mei said in shock, what happened? Someone else said in shock, even young master. Cough, cough, cough. Shuimeng's face was flushed red as she staggered to her feet. Her eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment as she roared at the perverted gourd. You monster. You shameless bastard. Ran looked back and forth. Shuimeng had unknowingly changed into a golden red robe. He found it funny and curious. What is this? Shuizhengyong could only hold his forehead, speechless. Mei said, I've heard of this before. The wine-colored gourd isn't actually lustful, but infatuated. It wants to find the purest and most infatuated partner in the world to marry. It is said that the person who is sucked into the wine-colored gourd will be in a new room. And then, the wine-colored gourd's primordial spirit will turn into the appearance of the bride or groom. But no matter the bride or groom, their faces will be covered, and they will have to wait for the other party to uncover it. Ran said, is the wine-colored gourd's true self the one who uncovers it? Of course not. What one sees after uncovering it varies from person to person. If one has a sweetheart, he will see the appearance of the sweetheart. If one doesn't have a sweetheart, but is lustful, it is said that he will see. Mei coughed slightly and said awkwardly, a naked man or woman? Only the purest people can see the wine-colored gourd's true self. Ran turned his head and looked at Shuimeng in disbelief. Then what did Shuimeng see? He couldn't believe that Shuimeng had a sweetheart, but he also didn't believe that Shuimeng could see any naked woman or man. However, Shuimeng was thrown out by the wine-colored gourd, and the wine-colored gourd was jumping and rolling around happily. Obviously, the wine-colored gourd was laughing at Shuimeng. Mei couldn't bear it and tried to smooth things over for Shuimeng. Maybe the wine-colored gourd misjudged. Before he could finish, Shuimeng took out the Dragon City, pointed at the wine-colored gourd and shouted, King changed my illusion to confuse me. You even made me wear women's clothes in the illusion. You dog. How dare you humiliate me? Many of the disciples at the Life and Death Summit, including Imo Ran, were silent for a moment. They wanted to hold it in, but they couldn't, and they all laughed out loud. Shui Ziming is the most narcissistic of all. The peacock spreads its tail, and the daffodils are reflected in the reflection. Shui Ming lifts the veil and sees her own face with heavy makeup. It makes sense. Imo Ran tried his best to hold back his laughter and nodded. Shui Ming should be very beautiful as a girl. Before he finished laughing, he heard Shui Jingyong shout with a headache, "Yu Hong, after we deal with the wine-colored gourd, why don't you help cure this wine-colored gourd too?" Chapter 193. At the peak of life and death, there were three people who were the most aloof and innocent. Shui Ming, Elder Tanlang, Chu Wanning. Shui Ming had already been thrown out by the perverted gourd. Elder Tanlang was not a concubine. He had married a wife in his early years, but that woman had a weak body and passed away not long after the marriage. It was said that Elder Tanlang studied medicine because he was unwilling to see anyone around him pass away due to illness. Therefore, only Chu Wanning was left. Elder Yuheng can definitely handle it. Yes, even the young master can't. We can only rely on the young master's master. Imo Ran was furious at the side, but he could do nothing. He could only stand there. Unable to do anything, Imo Ran tried anything and said to Shui Zhengyong, "Why don't I try?" Shui Zhengyong sized him up and said tactfully, "The first requirement to subdue the perverted gourd is that you have never had a romantic history." Imo Ran, on the other side, the wine gourd was already dizzy from Chu Wanning's drinking and finally fell to the ground. After the smoke dispersed, it turned into a small jade gourd lying quietly on the ground. Shui Zhengyong went forward and put the wine gourd into his chinkuan bag. He said happily, "Haha, as expected of Yuheng. Come, perverted gourd, perverted gourd." Chu Wanning's expression was normal, but his eyelashes fluttered. He was unwilling to look Shui Zhengyong in the eye. "I'm not going." Shui Zhengyong was stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the surrounding disciples and elders were also stunned. Why? "I drank too much. I'm tired." Shui Zhengyong was not stupid. Chu Wanning was not lying when he said that he could not get drunk after 1,000 cups. He stared at the cold man in white until Chu Wanning became impatient. He flicked his sleeves and turned away. Shui Zhengyong suddenly understood. He was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "Yuheng, you can't be." Chu Wanning's ears suddenly turned red. He angrily turned around, his phoenix eyes like lightning. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Before Shui Zhengyong could say the words, "not a concubine," he couldn't take it anymore. He thought to himself, how is this possible? Who is Chu Wanning? Wanya Yuheng, the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, who would believe that he had some sort of one-night stand? Shui Zhengyong slapped his thigh anxiously and said, "Then, you should give it a try. Otherwise, this gourd will keep wandering around here. Although it won't hurt anyone, it will be very troublesome. Moreover, the skin of this wine-colored gourd is very hard. I'm afraid that even after 3 to 5 years, I still won't be able to peel off a layer of its skin." Chu Wanning's gaze swept across the crowd. All the disciples were eagerly looking at him. Only Imo Ran felt guilty in his heart. He was somewhat embarrassed but could not hide his burning gaze as he stared at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning cursed inwardly. But now he was in a dilemma. If he flicked his sleeves and left, he was afraid that there would be more gossip in the future. He thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll give it a try." In the blink of an eye, the perverted gourd sucked Chu Wanning into the stomach of the gourd. Then, it shook its head and spun around. The disciples at the peak of life and death did not have any doubts. They all firmly believed that if Chu Wanning went in, the perverted gourd would definitely be subdued by him. Only Imo Ran knew. The purest immortal in the world, on that rainy night not long ago, in a dark inn in Wuchang Town, on the bed where lips and teeth touched skin, he had dirted it with his own hands. Chu Wanning opened his eyes. There was a world of its own inside the gourd. It formed a curtain of its own. Just like in the legends, the red candles in the perverted gourd were lit high and the wedding curtain was lowered. Going forward, he saw a big bed with red plum branches. It was covered with a thick quilt, sprinkled with peanuts and red dates, felt mattress and curtains. Everything was there. There was an old woman who looked like the transformation of the gourd, standing at the door of the greenhouse. She was smiling. She had a head of long green hair. When she opened her mouth, even her teeth were green. Chu Wanning knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to subdue the perverted gourd. He did not want to waste time talking nonsense. He went forward and said to the old woman, "Granny, you can just send me out. You don't need me to lift the veil." The old woman said with a pleasant expression, "Him. He did not expect that this old woman did not know the human language. She was not as quick-witted as the wine gourd. She could not understand Chu Wanning's meaning. Chu Wanning had no choice but to sigh. He braced himself and walked to the front of the bed. There was a person sitting on the bed. Her clothes were black and embroidered with a dark dragon pattern. Her lower clothes were blue and embroidered with phoenix feathers. Her feet were bare and the veil was down. Her face could not be seen clearly. The old woman walked over calmly. With a bang, smoke rose from her hand and a green jade ruby appeared. She handed it to Chu Wanning and then made an inviting gesture. Although Chu Wanning could not accept Immerse's appearance in a wedding dress and felt slightly disgusted just thinking about it, he remembered that he had played the role of a ghost wedding bride in the colorful butterfly town. He also felt that Immerse would make a fool of herself. It would be a waste not to look. Yes, that's right. Although it was disgusting, it would be a waste not to look. Chu Wanning stood for a moment with a green face. He took a deep breath and then walked forward. The old woman urged him, "Got it. Don't worry." The ruby rose and the red silk fell. Chu Wanning widened his eyes slightly. "You are?" In the tent of Feng Zhuluo, a man wearing a crown of 9 pearls looked up. Light and shadow flowed on his pale and handsome face. His black eyes were full of ridicule. He raised his chin slightly and smiled at Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning could not help but be stunned. This person was Immerse, but his face was a bit sickly pale. His eyes were also weak, and his expression was quite strange. "Oh, it seems that in Wanning's heart, you still can't forget this seat." Seeing Chu Wanning in a daze, the man reached out and suddenly grabbed Chu Wanning's arm. His fingertips were cold. He stared at Chu Wanning with eyes that were ruthless and fierce, like a vulture. Immerse cracked open his mouth and smiled. But his smile was not warm. Instead, it showed his white teeth. "This seat is very gratified. What kind of mess is this?" Chu Wanning was both angry and amused. He thought that this perverted gourd had probably become stupid from being locked in the Golden Drum Pagoda. The people he transformed into were all so strange. "Let go." Immerse did not let go. Chu Wanning turned his head and said to the blue-haired old woman, "Make him let go." Before his voice fell, the bride, Immerse, suddenly stood up. Chu Wanning only had time to see the pearl crown on his head shake. His waist was tightened and the world spun. When he came back to his senses, he was already pushed onto the golden red bed. Immerse leaned over and pressed down on him, wanting to pull his face. "It seems that you enjoy the taste this seat gives you." The man's hot breath blew on his neck. "So much so that you can't forget me." Chu Wanning frowned and dodged. He cursed in his heart that this perverted gourd's words were simply too absurd. Immerse had always been gentle and courteous to him. He always followed the rules. How could he speak to him like this? He was embarrassed and amused at the same time, annoyed and bewildered at the same time. After dodging like this for a while, the pillow table was in a mess. Suddenly, in a flash, Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden red embroidered quilt. He suddenly thought of something. A dream. He was stunned for a moment. Then his face suddenly turned red. This was a dream he had. In the dream, Immerse was like this. He said harsh and provocative words. His actions were rough and did not show any pity. So this was not an illusion that the perverted gourd randomly created. Was it the shameful imagination in the depths of his heart? This thought was too shameful, and it made Chu Wanning feel extremely embarrassed. She blushed with embarrassment, and even the tips of her ears were burning. "Baby!" Suddenly, there was a hot and wet feeling. While Chu Wanning was distracted, Immerse had already kissed his earlobe. Greedily and evilly, he put his tongue into his ear. Ah! Chu Wanning was caught off guard. He was so shocked by this sudden strong stimulation that he groaned. This groan was hoarse and moist, full of water vapor. Once the sound was out, it was even more humiliating. But for some reason, the scene in front of him was too real. It was as if he had kissed and entangled with Mo Ran like this a long time ago. Chu Wanning was restrained on the bed. Mo Ran kept kissing his neck, cheeks, and ears. His movements were rough and hurried. He was anxious and angry. Even the corners of his eyes were red. He wanted to struggle, but he could not break free. Until this Mo Ran's lips were about to land on his lips. Bang! Suddenly, Mo Ran seemed to feel something. He was stunned for a moment. He stared at Chu Wanning in disbelief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Wanning pushed him away. A golden light flashed in his hand. The Heaven's Inquisition suddenly lit up. He chopped down at the Mo Ran in the illusion. Seeing the light of the Heaven's Inquisition, Mo Ran was shocked to the extreme. He blurted out, You are. The willow vine fell. Sparks flew everywhere. Mo Ran was in pain, but he did not resist. Instead, he opened his eyes wide in shock. After a while, a thin cloud of smoke rose. The blue-haired old lady disappeared. Mo Ran also disappeared. In the candlelight warm room, there was an unfamiliar young man with blue-haired, pointy ears. He was extremely handsome. Chu Wanning's anger still hadn't subsided. She got up from the bed and grabbed her open collar. Her phoenix eyes were filled with emotion and anger as she glared at this guy. Her voice was low and dangerous, like an enraged tiger or leopard. He gritted his teeth and said, Evil creature. This young man was the primordial spirit of the perverted gourd. The perverted gourd stared at Chu Wanning. His face was pale. He was shocked and scared. It's you. Chu Wanning was angry. He turned his head and stared at him. What do you mean it's you? The perverted gourd was so scared that he was trembling. He fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. I didn't know. He seemed to be afraid to even say Chu Wanning's name. He trembled and continued kowtowing. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. In the early years, Chu Wanning had subdued many demons and monsters by slaying them. Tianwen was famous among those demons and monsters. There was once a small demon that was so scared that they didn't even dare to move when they saw him. But he did not expect this perverted gourd to be the same. Chu Wanning put away the Heaven's Inquisition. He stood up from the bed with a gloomy face. He stared at the young man who kept kowtowing. After a while, he said, Send me out? Yes, yes. The perverted gourd did not dare to hesitate. He immediately chanted the incantation. With a bang, smoke rose from the ground. Chu Wanning was so confused by the smoke that he could not open his eyes. When the smoke dissipated and he could see clearly, he was back in the square in front of the Dan Xian Palace. A few people immediately gathered around him. Master, are you okay? Yu Heng, you did a good job. Master, are you hurt? The smoke smelled of the perverted gourd. Chu Wanning was a little dizzy from the smoke. After a while, he noticed that the perverted gourd had disappeared. In front of him was a small gourd with a pink leather shell. Chu Wanning thought about the illusion just now. He was still a little ashamed and did not want to talk about it. He only said to Shui Zhengyong, Keep these two gourds and keep them in the suppressing evil pagoda. Shui Zhengyong said, Okay, but his eyes stopped on Chu Wanning. He looked back and forth hesitantly. Chu Wanning was scared by his stare. What's wrong? Nothing. However, Shui Zhengyong's expression was definitely not saying nothing. Moreover, Chu Wanning suddenly realized that other than him, the people around her were also secretly sizing her up with curious and amused gazes. Chu Wanning turned his head. Even Mo Ran was looking at him awkwardly. His tan face was a little red. What's? This time, Chu Wanning knew the reason before he said what's wrong. He lowered his head and saw his clothes. It turned out that at some point in time, probably the moment he entered the stomach of Shui Ming, his clothes had been changed into a golden-crowned auspicious robe similar to Shui Ming's. It was the robe that one would wear when one was married to another. Chu Wanning, The matter of Elder Yuhong subduing a demon quickly became a hot topic at the peak of life and death. And the topic that the disciples were discussing the most was, I wonder who Elder Yuhong married in the gourd's stomach. Some people did not mind that their lives were short. They said excitedly, it must be a beautiful woman like a fairy. Some people thought that their lives were too long. They winked and said, maybe it's a godlike man? Some people cherished their lives and said seriously, Elder Yuhong probably saw the perverted gourd when he lifted the veil. If he saw something else, the perverted gourd wouldn't be happy. He wouldn't be able to subdue this demon. Everyone disliked this coward who cherished his life and felt that he was boring. They shook their heads and scattered. However, at the peak of life and death, there was a brave warrior who was not afraid of death. On this day, the weather was gloomy and the morning cultivation was suspended. Mo Ran secretly brought snacks early in the morning. While no one was paying attention, he snuck to the Red Lotus Pavilion to hang out with Chu Wanning. After the two of them finished eating, this heavenly immortal beauty and heavenly immortal handsome man in everyone's mouth held Chu Wanning's hand with a smile and asked, Shizun, did you marry me in that perverted gourd? Chapter 194. Chu Wanning was a bit full from eating, so he angrily said, marry what? You're a man. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? Mo Ran's smile became even brighter. Then, if you're not marrying me, then I'm marrying you? Chu Wanning became even more angry. Not only was he angry, but he was also ashamed. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never tell Mo Ran that the appearance of the colored gourd was the pale-skinned Mo Ran that he had once dreamt of. He would never tell Mo Ran that in that dream. They were entangled and sweaty as they made love intensely. As the saying goes, people need face, and trees need bark. One of the most important things in this world was Elder Yuheng's face. Thus, Chu Wanning flicked his sleeves and said, if you keep talking nonsense, you'll leave now. You're not allowed to stay here any longer. This time, Mo Ran really did behave. He pursed his lips, as if he was wronged, but he was still obedient. He looked at Chu Wanning with his dark eyes, then rubbed the tip of his nose against Chu Wanning's cheek. He said in a very gentle and coquettish manner, oh, then I won't ask anything. Good Shizun, don't chase me away. Shizun is Shizun, don't call me good. Chu Wanning's heart softened at his words. He couldn't resist, but he still pushed Mo Ran's head away. He said with a straight face, don't call me that. But if I just call you Shizun, it's not intimate at all. Is it? Mo Ran patiently said, look, I call you Shizun in front of others. If I also call you Shizun when we're alone, how boring would that be, right? Chu Wanning didn't fall for it. Wrong. Mo Ran's first move didn't work, so he changed to another one. He pulled Chu Wanning and called, Shizun, Shizun, Shizun. Every call was so sweet that it made Chu Wanning's hair stand on end. In the end, Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore and threw a book at Mo Ran's face. Shut up. The scroll was very thick, but it was very light and did not hurt when it was hit. Mo Ran smiled as he took down the book, revealing the handsome face behind it. I'm afraid that I'll get used to calling you that and accidentally call you Shizun in front of others. So, let's think of another name. Chu Wanning furrowed his brows. If you call me something else, won't you get used to it? Why do you run in front of others and call them that? Mo Ran sighed. Why don't you take the bait? Chu Wanning was stung by the description of biting the bait. He became more and more displeased. He lowered his head and sorted out his book, no longer paying attention to his disciple who was lying on the table and blowing at the stray hair in front of him. After a few moments of peace, Mo Ran said dejectedly, I wanted to get some benefits from Shizun. Shimei and Shuimeng both call you Shizun. I also call you Shizun. There's no difference. I don't want much. I just want something different, something that only I can call you. Chu Wanning stopped what he was doing and straightened up to look at him. I won't call you that often. Mo Ran's thick and long eyelashes drooped down, casting a small shadow on the side of his nose. Just occasionally, can I? If you really can't, then forget it. Mo Ran looked more and more disappointed. If you don't want to call me that, then don't call me that. In the end, Chu Wanning gave in. Probably because he was 10 years older than Mo Ran, he still couldn't resist the coaxing and pestering of young people and acted like a spoiled child. He looked at the handsome man who smiled brilliantly after he nodded and suddenly felt that he had been deceived. He seemed to be fierce all the time, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. But in the end, he was always the one who compromised and obeyed Mo Ran. He was a fish. After going around in circles for so long, he finally got dizzy and bit the hook called Mo Ran. What should I call you? Hook asked. Chu Wanning stammered. Anything. How can you be casual? This is a very important matter. Mo Ran racked his brains for a long time, but his mind was blank. He even felt a little vulgar, so he could only say, baby? Chu Wanning immediately thought of that dream and couldn't bear it. Don't. Chu Lang. Chu Wanning was really disgusted. He asked with a gloomy face. Then do you need me to call you Sister Ran? Ha ha ha, that's not very good. Mo Ran scratched his head and laughed for a while. He then frowned and pondered. But he always thought too hard, so it was still terrible. Chu Lang darling? After saying that, he couldn't bear it anymore. He held his forehead and felt a little hopeless. Chu Wanning saw him like this and couldn't help but laugh. Don't think about it. What's the point of thinking about it so hard? It's awkward. Mo Ran felt that what he said made sense, but he couldn't accept it. In the end, he smiled and said, then in the future, I'll think about it carefully and think of the most suitable one for you. After a pause, he pulled Chu Wanning, who was standing at the side and reading a book, over. He held onto the back of Chu Wanning's neck and let him sit on his lap. He stared at Chu Wanning for a while. Chu Wanning was a little uneasy. What are you doing? Mo Ran sighed and muttered. No matter how many times I look, I can't help it. What nonsense. Before he could finish speaking, his lips were covered. Mo Ran's warm and moist lips touched his, sweet and fragrant. He hugged the person on his lap, and the two kissed intimately in the chair. It was raining outside, and the sound of the rain covered the sticky and shy sounds of their tongues intertwining. When they separated, Chu Wanning slowly opened his moist eyes. He wanted to look at Mo Ran, but he didn't dare to. Mo Ran smiled. He knew that he was thin-skinned, so he couldn't help but hold him in his arms. He stroked him, his heart beating wildly. Actually, I can call you anything. En? It's nothing. Mo Ran smiled. In the end, he only said, Shizun is the best. Chu Wanning leaned on his shoulder. This feeling was very sweet, but he didn't know what to do. He sat on Mo Ran's lap and could clearly feel that hard and hot thing. He felt like his head was smoking. After a while, he said softly, Why are you? Cough, it's nothing. I'll help you. After saying this, Chu Wanning's face was burning. Mo Ran hurriedly said, No need. Shizun still has to go to the Council of Elders in a while. Chu Wanning glanced at the hourglass. There's about a cup of tea's time left, it should. Mo Ran said awkwardly, It's not enough. En? It can't be done. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, his face became even redder. He hurriedly got up from Mo Ran's lap and took a step back. After he took a step back, he was a bit annoyed. He probably felt that he was acting like a coward, so he took another step forward. Mo Ran found it funny. He sat on the chair and didn't hide it. Even though he was covered by clothes, the places he wanted to look at were still horrifying and could take a person's life. I won't tease you anymore. In the end, Mo Ran grabbed his wrist. He originally wanted to pull him over and kiss his lips, but Chu Wanning's taste was so tempting. He was afraid that if he touched Chu Wanning, he wouldn't be able to control himself. So in the end, he just held Chu Wanning's hand. He put the hand to his lips and looked at Chu Wanning. Then he lowered his eyelashes and kissed him. It was very sincere. In the end, he lightly licked the back of Chu Wanning's hand. Shizun, you're so sweet. The rain in Sichuan had been falling intermittently for half a month. Today, it finally cleared up and a good sun could be seen. Mo Ran stepped on the deep and shallow ponds and walked in the bamboo forest. Morning cultivation resumed today, but Chu Wanning didn't come. He heard that he went to the back of the mountain to teach Xuanji's stupid disciples how to throw plum blossom darts. Before he reached the shooting range, he heard Chu Wanning's cold voice. Relax your hands. Hold the plum blossom darts between your index and ring fingers. Release your spiritual power from your fingertips and let it flow to the tip of your fingers. When the edges emit a golden light, throw it at the target. Shah, just by listening to the sound, Immerse knew that the disciples missed again. They all lamented, God, it's really difficult. Elder, can you show it to us again? Chu Wanning said, when the golden light is emitted, the plum blossom darts will be slightly hot. Feel it carefully, don't look at it with your eyes. Can you throw it accurately without looking? Before Chu Wanning could answer, he heard a laughing voice behind him. Of course I can throw it accurately. Chu Wanning turned around. Why are you here? The new disciples said. Senior brother Immerse among them was an extremely delicate and cute female disciple. When she saw Immerse, she blushed and hurriedly cupped her hands. Immerse didn't pay much attention to Xuanji's disciples. Instead, he went straight to Chu Wanning and said, Shizun, why don't you blindfold them and show them? Okay. After getting permission, Immerse took off the snow blue hairband on his head. It was 3 fingers wide and wrapped in front of Chu Wanning's eyes. The hairband was tight, but it didn't hurt. The silk felt like flowing water. The hairband fluttered slightly in the wind. Chu Wanning said, Plum blossom darts. One of Xuanji's disciples came forward and handed his plum blossom dart to Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning said, 3. Huh. Although the disciple was puzzled, he still took out 2 more from his concealed weapon pouch and gave them to him. Chu Wanning's slender and cold white fingers rubbed the cold metal texture of the plum blossom dart. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He didn't stay for long. With a flick of his finger, the dart flew out from between his fingers. Clang, clang. A crisp sound rang out. Aya, it hit. The target's heart is red. But there's only one. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. Immerse said indifferently, there are 2 more in the target behind you. The new disciples didn't believe him. They all turned around to look. As a result, they were all horrified. The remaining 2 iron darts, one on the left and one on the right, were deeply embedded in the target in the opposite direction. They hit the bullseye. In the rustling bamboo forest, the first rays of dawn flowed. Xuanji's disciples were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Chu Wanning raised his hand and took off the snow blue ribbon covering his eyes. His phoenix eyes slightly opened and his eyelashes fluttered. He returned the ribbon to Immerse and said, the first sound just now was the sound of the 3 plum blossom darts colliding in the air. If you control your spiritual energy well, you can cause 2 of the darts to be repelled and fly in the opposite direction. During a battle, you can often catch your opponent off guard and gain the upper hand. The disciples looked at each other. Suddenly, a young disciple shouted with a longing expression, Elder, how do we practice this? Do you have a trick? Chu Wanning said, Immerse, let them see your hand. Immerse smiled and stretched out his hand. The young disciples gathered in a group, fighting to see what secret Immerse's hand had. In the end, after looking for a long time, they couldn't see anything. Instead, the female cultivator looked at him, her heart beating wildly and her eyes shining brightly. She and a few of her sisters had just entered the sect. Their hearts were still not calm, so they often went to the foot of the mountain to buy some leisure books. The book that Chu Wanning read a while ago, they had also privately read it. When the girls saw the size ranking, they were both embarrassed and surprised. They laughed and joked around, laughing at each other. However, they also quietly discussed this matter in the disciples' room. I heard that the longer a man's fingers, the more majestic that place is. A big-breasted and bold senior sister said, next time, if I have the chance, I'll go to the Mingpo lobby to eat. I'll squeeze behind senior brother Immerse and see how big his hand is. In the end, that senior sister really did squeeze. In order to get behind Immerse, she ran in a hurry and accidentally knocked over the soup bowl, splashing half of the hot soup on him. The girl's small mouth slightly opened. She was stunned and embarrassed. Just as she didn't know what to do, she saw a slender and well-proportioned hand take away her bowl, which was still dripping hot soup, and put it back on the table. Then, a new bowl was replaced. Don't knock it over again. It's not good to waste it. Hearing his deep and magnetic voice, that senior sister didn't even dare to raise her head. Her face flushed red, and her head was steaming like the soup in the bowl. From beginning to end, she only dared to secretly look at Immerse. She looked at his waist, his strong lines, his wide chest, and of course, she looked at his hands the most, top quality. After she came back, she couldn't say a word of praise. In the end, she could only come up with this word to describe it. At that time, all the junior sisters in the room didn't say anything. They pursed their lips, and their hearts were all hot and full of fanciful and charming fantasies. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted her recollection. What did you see? A disciple said, Elder, please forgive this disciple. This disciple is slow-witted and really can't see anything. Senior brother Mo's hand seems to be especially strong. Everyone was talking at once. When it was her turn, she blushed. In a moment of nervousness, she blurted out, his fingers are very long. Immerse was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what they were looking at. He simply withdrew his hand, scratched his head, and looked at Chu Wanning. Although Chu Wanning didn't know what long fingers represented, he wasn't a slow-witted person. He glanced at the female disciple's shy appearance and vaguely understood that it wasn't something good. His face gradually darkened. He flicked his sleeve and coldly said, What nonsense are you looking at? Seeing the anger between his eyebrows, the disciples were frightened and couldn't help but lower their heads. Immerse felt the atmosphere become stiff. He didn't want Chu Wanning to be said to be unreasonable later, so he smiled and took the initiative to say, It's a cocoon. After he said this, he glanced at Chu Wanning and said, She's not going to make a fuss. Rub the fingertips, form a cocoon, and rub it again. After repeating this for nearly 100 times, you can accurately control your spiritual power. There are no shortcuts. After practicing with him until noon, most of the disciples had roughly grasped the basics. Chu Wanning didn't stay any longer. It didn't matter if he gave some pointers to other people's disciples, but if he taught them too carefully, it wouldn't necessarily make Elder Xuanji feel comfortable. Chu Wanning wasn't the 15 or 16-year-old youth that had just left the mountain. In the end, he understood some of the ways of the world. He and Immerse walked out of the bamboo forest together and arrived at the Bridge of Helplessness. They walked very close together, side by side. Under their drooping sleeves, the backs of their hands would occasionally rub against each other. They rubbed against each other until their hearts were numb and warm, like spring buds sprouting. There was no one around. Immerse finally quietly reached out and clasped Chu Wanning's fingers. Although they quickly let go, the tips of their ears were slightly red and their throats were hot and thirsty. Speaking of which, after the intimate night in Wuchang Town, the two of them had very few opportunities to be alone. Occasionally, they would close the door of the Red Lotus Pavilion and entangle with each other. They also had to worry about whether Shuizhengyong would suddenly visit. In fact, until now, just the brief touch of their fingers had made Immerse's chest burn. He said softly, Master, can we go tonight? Before he could finish, someone suddenly rushed in front of them. Immerse immediately straightened his tall body, pursed his lips, and stood to the side without saying anything. That person didn't notice anything strange. Along the way, he bowed and said, Elder Yuheng, there's an urgent matter. My lord has asked you to go to Dan Xian Palace immediately. Chu Wanning asked, What's wrong? A guest has arrived with important news. It's related to Su Shuangli. Sect leader Shui couldn't make up his mind alone, so he called all the elders over early in the morning for a discussion. You're the only one left. When Chu Wanning heard Su Shuangli's name, she could no longer care about being affectionate. She immediately rushed to Dan Xian Palace. Immerse followed closely behind and said, Wait for me. I've fought with Su Shuangli before. Maybe I can help. The two of them quickly swept past with their lightness skill and arrived in front of Dan Xian Palace in a short while. They pushed the door open and entered the palace. The whole place was silent. Other than Shuizhengyong and the elders, there were two people covered in blood standing in the main hall. Immerse's gaze fell on the sword case on the back of one of them. He felt that it looked familiar. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed. Yi Wangxi? Chapter 195. Hearing someone call out to him, Yi Wangxi turned his head. Although her expression was haggard, her spirit was not as bad as Imo Ran had imagined. Seeing Imo Ran, Yi Wangxi lowered his eyes and bowed to him. It was still the etiquette of a man. She could not change this habit and said, "Young Master Imo." Imo Ran looked at her and then looked at Nangong Si beside her. He couldn't help but ask, "You, where did you come from? Why are you all covered in blood?" Yi Wangxi said, "We set out from Lini and encountered evil spirits on the way. It's unavoidable that our clothes are disheveled. Sorry." Imo Ran was about to ask again when Shui Jingyong said, "Ran came? That's good. Come in and talk." After Chu Wanning entered the room, he no longer looked at Imo Ran. Instead, he sat in his own seat, tidied his clothes, and looked at Nangong Si. Although he and Nangong Si were not master and disciple in name, he had the grace of enlightening him. He looked at Nangong Si for a moment and couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. However, he only asked a simple question, "Are you all well?" Since the destruction of the Confucian Wind sect, this was the first time someone had seen them and asked if they were well. Nangong Si's eyes immediately reddened. He suddenly lowered his head and clenched his hands into fists. He closed his eyes and endured for a long time before he resisted the urge to cry in front of Chu Wanning. He said hoarsely, No, we're all well." Chu Wanning sighed softly and lowered his eyes. He didn't say anything else. He didn't believe Nangong Si's words. The road to Lini was long. How could these two young people not have suffered? Shui Jingyong was very distressed and helped explain, "Yuheng, you didn't come just now. It's like this. Young Master Nangong and Miss Yi found some clues and specially came to tell us." "I heard. It's related to Su Shuanglin?" And Chu Wanning said, "Let's sit and talk." Imo Ran went to bring chairs over, but Nangong Si and Yi Wangxi felt that they were dirty and smelly, so they were unwilling to sit. Chu Wanning didn't force them. After a pause, he asked, "After we parted ways in Lini, where did you go afterwards?" Nangong Si said, "Yi Wangxi and I were forced to take shelter to Mount Wei, a river." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Mount Wei is a desolate place, so it's inconvenient to send messages. Yi Wangxi was also injured, so after the fire was extinguished, we rested for a while before returning to Confucian Wind sect." Now that she heard Nangong Si mention this sect that she had thrown herself into when she first entered the secular world, things were still the same, but the people had changed. Chu Wanning didn't know what to feel either. After a while, she sighed and said, "That place should be barren." "Grandmaster, you're right. It's true that it's barren, but some things crawled out of the ruins." Chu Wanning looked up and asked, "What?" "These bugs." Nangong Si opened a blood-stained bag in front of him. It was half open and the other half open. It was filled with buzzing bugs. There were black spots on their green shells. There were 3 big spots and 2 small spots in total. The bugs' tails emitted a faint smell of blood. Most of the insects were still in the bag, as if they were afraid of the light. But a few of them had flown out and landed on the walls and pillars of the Dan Xian Palace. They left streaks of blood wherever they crawled. Imo Ran recognized these bugs. They were soul-eating bugs. These bugs only lived in the blood pool near Lini's Confucian Wind sect. They were half-dead bugs that ate human flesh and souls to survive. Almost all the elders found these bugs extremely disgusting. Lu Tsuan even covered his nose and mouth with a handkerchief. He couldn't stand the stench. "We found these soul-eating bugs in the ruins." Nangong Si said, "I thought they were attracted by the bugs in the blood pool nearby, so some flew here. But later I found that wasn't the case." "What do you mean?" "There were too many bugs." Yi Wangxi and I walked through the 72 cities of Confucian Wind sect. There were soul-eating bugs in the cracks of the bricks, in the mud, and in the ashes. We felt something was wrong. After careful inspection, we found not only adults, but also larvae. "Grandmaster, you should understand what I mean." Chu Wanning didn't understand goo bugs. At first, he was a little startled, but after thinking about it carefully, he figured it out. The blood pool was next to Mount Wei, separated from Lini by a big river. Soul-eating bugs had weak wings. It made sense that some of the adult bugs would rush over when they smelled the scent of the dead. But what about the larvae? How could the larvae have legs to swim across the river and mountains? How could they come to the scorched earth of Confucian Wind Sect by themselves? Chu Wanning frowned and said, "Someone put them here in advance?" "Yes, that's what I think." Elder Tanlang listened from the side and suddenly understood. These soul-eating bugs can store spiritual power. After the disaster, resentful spirits were everywhere. There were many cultivators in Lini. When the bugs ate the cultivators' souls, they became seeds that stored spiritual power of different attributes. With these tens of thousands of seeds, you can activate most of the formations without using your own spells. Then who was the one who put the bugs here? Who could predict the disaster in Lini in advance? Who needed the spiritual power of the outside world? No one answered, but the answer was self-evident. There was only the initiator, Su Shuanglin. Or should I call him by his original name, Nangongshu? Shui Jingyong said. So during this time in the upper and lower cultivation world, we've been looking for Su Shuanglin with traces of magic. In the end, he didn't use his own power at all, but the bugs? Nangongsi said, "Yes, that's true." Shui Jingyong muttered, "Well, detection magic can only detect people. It's true that it can't detect traces of beasts or demons. If Su Shuanglin used this method, he could indeed hide his tracks for a long time." He then asked Tanlang, "Can we find Su Shuanglin's whereabouts by tracking the bugs?" Tanlang said, "That's impossible. The soul-eating bugs go down to the netherworld. After eating enough soul fragments, they all go underground. We can't find them at all." Hearing this, Shui Jingyong suddenly thought of something and said, "Since they're going to the netherworld, why don't we ask Master Huizue? He should know something about the ghost world." Chu Wanning immediately said, "There's no need to ask him." "Why? It's useless to look for him." Chu Wanning said, "He doesn't want to interfere in the mortal world. He won't say anything." Chu Wanning was once Huizue's direct disciple. At this moment, he said this with such certainty. Although everyone was puzzled, they couldn't say anything. The hall instantly fell into silence. After a while, Shui Jingyong muttered, "Then what should we do? Since Su Shuanglin can use the spirit energy of the goo worms to avoid the search, it's useless no matter how we investigate. Are we just going to let him do as he pleases?" Chu Wanning suggested, "Can we change the way we search?" "What do you mean, Lord?" When Su Shuanglin left, he took 3 things with him. Do you remember what they were? Shui Jingyong counted them one by one. Luo Fenghua's spirit core, Nangong. He glanced at Nangong Si and sighed inwardly, softening his voice, sect leader Nangong, and the divine marshal. Chu Wanning said, "Good. A person always has a reason for doing things." When he was in a hurry to escape, he still insisted on taking these 3 things with him. He definitely wasn't doing this because he was bored. Then, in Lord's opinion, why did Su Shuanglin take his elder brother away? Revenge? Then why did he take the divine marshal? Shui Jingyong thought for a while. Using the 5 types of pure spirit energy to tear open the ghost world's crack, he tore open the ghost world's crack to obtain Luo Fenghua's spirit core. Chu Wanning said, he didn't need to tear it open a second time. Then why did he do it? Chu Wanning said, I think there's a possibility that he did it for the art of rebirth. Shui Jingyong was stunned for a moment. But the art of rebirth can be performed without the 5 types of pure spirit energy. Didn't Master Huizue perform it before? Chu Wanning shook his head. Huizue once said that the art of rebirth in this world isn't completely the same, so Lord doesn't need to use his as a reference. When Tanlang heard this, he sneered, Elder Yu Hong, you have no evidence, so how dare you make wild guesses that Su Shuanglin did all this to cultivate the forbidden art of rebirth? Chu Wanning said, based on the last thing he took away, Luo Fenghua's spirit core. In the main hall, Chu Wanning's voice was steady and low, orderly. Many years ago, I once interrogated a girl who died unjustly in colorful Butterfly Town. When the girl was young, she met a madman who was covered in blood. He gave her oranges to eat and said that her eyes looked like an old friend of his. That madman also said one last sentence. If there is a man in Lini, his heart is already dead at 20. At 20 years old, that was the age when Nan Gongxu was framed and criticized by everyone, never to be able to turn over a new leaf. During that year's Seoul Mountain Conference, he was high-spirited and proud. He felt that as long as he relied on his talent and lifetime of hard work, he would be able to obtain fairness and justice and everything that he deserved. However, despite all his hard work, he only received a lifetime of infamy. With a sharp blade in his hand and ambition in his heart, he couldn't win against his brother's eloquent words and flattery. He hated so much that he couldn't seek redress. Everyone laughed at him, criticized him, and spurned him. In the end, the living became the dead, and the dead became the evil spirit. The evil spirit crawled out of the blood of hatred on the mountain and wanted to seek justice from all the righteous people in the world. Needless to say, this madman is Su Shuangli. Then, who is his old friend? Who does Luo Xinxian's eyes look like? They look alike and have the same surname. Xue Jingyong was stunned. Could it be Luo Fenghua? Chu Wanning said, I think it should be Luo Fenghua. At the bottom of Jinqing Lake, Su Shuanglin tried 2 spells, the exquisite chess game and rebirth. The exquisite chess game was to manipulate others, but who was rebirth for? He only took 2 bodies, sect leader Nangong's and Luo Fenghua's. It can't be for sect leader Nangong's. Xue Jingyong muttered. But why did he resurrect Luo Fenghua? Wasn't Luo Fenghua the one who framed him? It's hard to predict people's minds. Don't talk nonsense, Chu Wanning said, but I can't think of any other reason why he took Luo Fenghua's body, other than to resurrect it. Everyone was silent. After thinking carefully, they all felt that Chu Wanning's analysis was indeed correct, but there was still no evidence. In the end, these were only their inferences. The answer to this question could only be answered by Su Shuanglin, who was hiding somewhere at this moment. After the meeting, Imo Ran thought for a long time. That night, he went to the warm room to find Xue Jingyong. Xue Jingyong was looking through ancient books, looking for something related to the soul-eating insect, hoping to find some clues to track down Su Shuanglin's whereabouts. Uncle, Ranner, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? I can't sleep. I have something to ask Uncle. Xue Jingyong raised his chin and motioned for him to sit down. Imo Ran didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Uncle, do you know what kind of person Luo Fenghua, Su Shuanglin's master, is? Luo Fenghua. Xue Jingyong frowned and thought hard for a long time, then shook his head. I have little contact with him, so I can't tell you the details. He's probably upright, resolute, fair, a man of few words, but he has a good temper. He's also bold in doing things and won't drag his feet. When he was the head of the Confucian Wind School, he even sent disciples to the lower cultivation world to kill demons. Imo Ran said, so, in short, except for seizing the position of the head of the Nangong family, he has no other faults, right? Xue Jingyong sighed. That's right. He's not only a good person, but he's also a good person. I don't understand why a person like him would put such a heavy curse on his disciple. Imo Ran pondered for a moment and suddenly said, Uncle, don't you think your description of Luo Fenghua is a bit like a person? Xue Jingyong was stunned. You mean Yu Hong? Come on, Yu Hong doesn't have a good temper. No, it's someone else. Who? Imo Ran said, Yi Wangxi. Ah. Xue Jingyong slowly opened his eyes wide. He silently chewed on the 3 words between his lips and tongue, then slowly said, Yi Wangxi. This person was benevolent and resolute, tenacious and unyielding. He was indeed very similar to Luo Fenghua, who had only been the head of the school for a short year or so. Do you? Yes. Xue Jingyong was gradually surprised, because Yi Wangxi and Luo Fenghua were of different genders, and their ages were also very different. Their statuses in the Confucian Wind sect were also different, so he had never compared the 2 of them together. Now that Imo Ran pointed this out, he was shocked to realize that the 2 of them were practically carved from the same mold, exactly the same. The more Xue Jingyong thought about it, the more shocked he became. The memories that had been buried for a long time surfaced one by one. He could even vaguely remember that when Luo Fenghua was still a guest elder of the Confucian Wind sect, the clothes he wore were extremely similar to what Yu Wangshi was used to wearing. There was also the way the two of them talked and acted, the way they spoke, even the way they drew the bow. When he was young, he had also seen Luo Fenghua draw the bow. At that time, it was to celebrate Nangong Lu's birthday, and the Confucian Wind sect had also invited the two brothers of the Shui family. Shui Zhengyong remembered that in the midst of the flying snow, Luo Fenghua only held the bowstring tightly with 3 fingers, his little finger pulled taut, and the arrow whizzed through the air, cutting through the vast expanse of white snow. A snow demon rabbit 100 steps away fell to the ground. The surrounding people were praising his amazing archery skills, but Luo Fenghua just smiled gently. He casually held the bow and arrow in his left hand, his fingertips subconsciously rubbing the body of the bowstring. It was a set of natural movements, free and unfettered. The final ending was also different from other people's majestic and grand movements. Shui Zhengyong watched from the side and felt that it was breathtaking, so he remembered it in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that during the Battle of the Heaven-Splitting Sky, Yu Wangshi and Nangong Si used the bow and arrow together. Nangong Si's arrows were swift and fierce, but Shui Zhengyong didn't have much of an impression of them. On the other hand, Yu Wangshi, after a round of flying feather arrows, would habitually hold the bow in his left arm and hold it in his right hand, his fingertips subconsciously rubbing the bowstring. At that time, Shui Zhengyong couldn't help but take a few more glances, as if that gentle and smooth, confident and at ease posture was very similar to a certain person. He suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Aya, it's true. It's true, it's true, it's true. It's exactly the same." Imo Ran raised his eyebrows and said, "What's exactly the same?" "The way Luo Fenghua shoots the arrow is simply too similar to Yu Wangshi. Exactly the same, exactly the same." Imo Ran looked at Shui Zhengyong's amazed expression and couldn't help but laugh, but he said, "Uncle's words are wrong?" "Ah, what's wrong?" Imo Ran said, "Cause and effect are wrong." "Cause and effect?" "Yes, it's not that Luo Fenghua looks like Yu Wangshi." Imo Ran sighed and said, "It's Yu Wangshi, very much like Luo Fenghua." When he said this, the luster in his eyes was very bright. He felt that this time, he could finally be sure that he hadn't guessed wrong. Su Shuanglin's rebirth technique was to revive Luo Fenghua. Although he didn't know how many secrets were hidden in the Confucian Wind sect's past, in 2 lifetimes, Su Shuanglin was willing to die for Yu Wangshi. In this life, he had betrayed the Confucian Wind sect, but he didn't betray her. Why? He didn't think that Su Shuanglin simply didn't have the heart to kill Yu Wangshi because she was his adopted daughter. Su Shuanglin appeared to be very free and easy. He said something like, "There are men in Lini, 20 hearts are already dead." He named the place he lived in, Sanshengbi Courtyard. It was as if he had forgotten all about his past. Even when he gave his adopted daughter a name, it was so blatant. Forget the past. Forget the past. Forget the past. Forget the past. Forget the past hatred, and forget the kindness. But Su Shuanglin had unwittingly cultivated Yu Wangshi into that unforgettable reflection. He had raised this abandoned orphan into the appearance of another person. This person, who earnestly wanted to forget all of the past, might have been living in the mire of memories from the beginning to the end. At this point, Imo Ran had a vague guess in his heart. Probably because he had also gone crazy in the darkness, he felt that his prediction of Su Shuanglin's actions should be more accurate than others. However, it wasn't convenient for him to say these thoughts to others. He could only guess and wait and see. The next day, Shui Zhengyong, who had flipped through the ancient books to no avail, summoned the crowd again. He said, "Poisonous insects and strange beasts are Lonmun's strong points. Why don't we first report to Jiangxi that we found soul-devouring insects in the old site of the Confucian Wind sect?" Xuanji agreed. The world's #1 medicine master, Cold-Scale Divine Hand, is under Jiangxi. Let him think of a way to investigate. It shouldn't be wrong. But Chu Wanning frowned and asked Yu Wangshi, "Miss Yi, since you were young, Have you ever seen your adopted father raise any poisonous insects or beasts? No. Then what about medical skills and beast taming skills? Have you dabbled in them? He only raised a parrot. Not to mention strange beasts, he didn't even have the heart to take in an ordinary puppy. His medical skills are even worse. After hearing this, Chu Wanning said to Shuizhong, "Don't tell Lone Moon about the soul-devouring insects first." Why? Since Su Shuanglin isn't good at medical skills or beast-taming skills, then the one who fed and controlled the goo worms might not be him. It's most likely the hand that reached out from the last crack. You suspect that, Lone Moon. Don't jump to conclusions, Chu Wanning said, but it's always right to be cautious. Chapter 196. In this way, he could no longer rely on Lone Moon. After the meeting, Shuizhengyong asked Tanlang to go with him to the greenhouse to find Madame Wang and discuss how to track them down together. It was said that every profession had its own specialization. At this point, Chu Wanning could not help, so he could finally relax for a while. In the evening, he stood by the pontoon bridge of the Red Lotus Pavilion, watching the fish. There was a knock on the door. Chu Wanning said, "Come in." The moonlight illuminated the youth's face. It was Nangong Si. "Grandmaster called for me?" Chu Wanning said, "I heard that you and Yi Wangshi will be leaving the Peak of Life and Death the day after tomorrow. Where do you plan to go?" Nangong Si lowered his eyelashes. "We plan to go to Jiao Mountain." Jiao Mountain was a stronghold of the Confucian Wind sect outside of Lini. It was an extremely important place for the Confucian Wind sect. According to legend, the first sect master of the Confucian Wind sect had once made a pact with a Jiao dragon. After the Jiao dragon died, its bones turned into a mountain. Since then, all the heroes of the Confucian Wind sect had been buried there. This mountain guarded the heroic spirits of the Confucian Wind sect. If there were any intruders or reckless people, they would be executed on the mountain, dying without a complete corpse. Every year, the sect master of the Confucian Wind sect would go there to offer sacrifices. Thus, to put it bluntly, Jiao Mountain was the Confucian Wind sect's ancestral shrine. "My father." Nangong Si's eyes seemed to darken for a moment. Then he said, "My father told me that the ancestral shrine on Jiao Mountain contains the treasures left behind by the previous sect masters in case the later generations needed them. I think that now is the time to take them out." He did not hold back or guard against Chu Wanning, so he naturally told him the location of the treasure. Unlike Xueming and the others, he was not as close to Chu Wanning, but they were always connected in countless ways. It was just that, due to a combination of circumstances, he did not become Chu Wanning's disciple in the end. Sometimes, Nangong Si would think that if his mother had not passed away back then, and if the cruel matter of exchanging one's wife for a weapon had not happened at Jincheng Pond, then the current him, would he have called Chu Wanning master? Chu Wanning said, "The Jiao Mountain Road is very long, and I heard that as a sign of respect, one must abstain from eating and drinking for 10 days. Only then can one enter the mountain smoothly, otherwise one will be rejected by the Jiao spirit outside the mountain. Since we're going, why don't we complete our fast at the Peak of Life and Death before leaving?" Nangong Si shook his head. "Nowadays, everyone in the upper cultivation world harbors hatred for Yi Wangshi and me. They wish they could get rid of us as soon as possible. We've been here for a long time. If others find out, we'll only implicate sect leader Shui. Let's not stay." "What nonsense are you spouting? Fasting for 10 days is very dangerous. If you go outside, what if your enemies find you?" Chu Wanning said, "Besides, sect leader Shui is kind-hearted and won't let the two of you leave just like that. Listen to me, don't go first." Nangong Si had been holding on tiredly for days. Now that he heard Chu Wanning say this, he couldn't help but feel bitter and sour in his heart. He was about to cry. He suddenly lowered his head and said, "Nangong Si will not dare to forget Grandmaster's great kindness. It's just a few days, there's no need to talk about kindness." Chu Wanning said, "Also, there's actually another reason why I called you here. Please speak, Grandmaster." "Previously, I heard Su Shuanglin say that the spirit core in your body is overbearing, and that it's very easy for you to go berserk. You can ask Madame Wang to take a look at this illness." Nangong Si stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly. This has been a problem of the Nangong family for generations. Before this, Father had already asked Lonmun's cold-scaled divine hand to take a look at me. He said that there was no way to suppress it, and that it could only be allowed to develop. Even the best divine hand in the world couldn't treat it. So how could Madame Wang have a good idea? It's not that cold-scaled divine hand can't treat it, but rather that he doesn't want to, Chu Wanning said. There are too many benefits to be gained from the grudges between the sections. It's normal for him to hold back. As for Madame Wang, she has a deep understanding of how to suppress the spirit core. Perhaps she can help you. Nangong Si didn't understand. Why would she want to study this? It's just a coincidence. Don't ask too many questions. Go. After Nangong Si thanked him again and again, he left the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning looked in the direction he left and couldn't help but sigh. He thought, Nangong Si used to be such a high-spirited person. He was arrogant, proud, and loved to laugh when he was in a good mood. When he laughed, his eyes sparkled like the light of the morning sun. He didn't know when he would see him again. Just as he was about to return to his room, there was a sudden knock on the door of the pavilion. Chu Wanning thought that Nangong Si had returned because he had something to do. So he said, Come in. The door opened, but the person outside wasn't Nangong Si, but Imo Ran. He was holding a wooden basin. He seemed a bit hesitant, as if he didn't want to appear too impulsive. He coughed lightly and said, Shizun. Chu Wanning was slightly surprised. Is something the matter? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to take a bath together. Chu Wanning was a bit choked. His eyes widened, and after a while, he coughed lightly and asked, Where are we going? Imo Ran hesitated for a moment, then said, The Pool of Fine Sound. The Pool of Fine Sound had 9 bins and 18 bins. It was difficult to distinguish one's 5 fingers. If they found a hidden place, no matter what they did, it wouldn't be easy to be discovered. He didn't expect that Imo Ran would actually invite him to take a bath there. Chu Wanning was almost a bit scared. He thought that this person was really shameless. The shameless Imo Ran said, Shuiming just came back from taking a bath. He said that there isn't anyone in the Pool of Fine Sound. As he spoke, his face became a bit red. He felt that his expression was too naked, so he said, It's too cold. I think that if Shizun bathes in the pavilion, he might catch a cold. Of course, it was impossible for him to catch a cold. If Chu Wanning wanted to, he could open a barrier to warm up the surroundings. Imo Ran definitely knew this. He knew, but he still invited Chu Wanning to take a bath at the Pool of Fine Sound. This was clearly Sima Zhao's intention. He actually dared to say that he was afraid that he would catch a cold. He was too shameless. The shameless Imo Ran looked at him with his dark eyes. Shizun, are you going? Chu Wanning knew that if he nodded right now, he would clearly tell Imo Ran that he knew of his wolf's ambition, but he was willing to fall into his mouth. Fall into his mouth. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that night in the inn. Imo Ran didn't hesitate to lay down, giving him a pleasure that he had never felt before. That pair of eyes were gentle and passionate, misty with the mist of love and desire. When he looked at her, her heart softened and melted. Stay with me. Are you 5 years old? That person with bad intentions smiled and said with a gentle voice, Yes, it's getting dark. I'm scared of ghosts. I need brother wanting to carry me. Only then will I dare to walk at night. Bah, so shameless. But Chu Wanning still went. The disciples at the peak of life and death were mostly bathing after night cultivation. At this time, there really weren't many people at the Pool of Fine Sound. Imo Ran lifted the soft muslin curtain. His bare feet stepped on the rainflower stone path. In the vast expanse of steam, he turned his head and smiled at Chu Wanning. He pointed into the distance and then walked over first. Chu Wanning sneered in his heart. Aren't you scared of ghosts? How come you're walking faster than me? The Pool of Fine Sound was divided into 2 large pools, the Lotus Pool and the Plum Pool. Immortal herbs were planted there, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Most disciples liked to bathe in these 2 pools. However, there were also some nameless pools. Those places were very common. Other than when the bathhouse was too crowded and there was no place to go, Generally, no one was willing to bathe there. Elder Yu Heng's face was cold and ascetic. He walked alone on the small path. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few blurry figures in the large hot spring pool. However, he couldn't see their facial features. He could only hear the voices of the disciples. They were all chatting and gossiping. When he got closer to the plum pool, the fog was even thicker. He couldn't even see his fingers in front of him. Suddenly, a large hand reached over and hugged him from behind. Chu Wanning's back was pressed against Immo Ran's hot and firm chest. Perhaps it was because they were too close and he was wearing too little, but he could clearly feel the man's accumulated desire. Chu Wanning was shocked. He said, "What are you doing? Don't mess around." Immo Ran leaned close to his ear and said with a smile, "Brother Wanning, don't walk anymore. There's a ghost in front." Chu Wanning hesitated between "ghost your head" and "brother your head." In the end, he scolded in a low voice, "Let go." Immo Ran didn't let go. Instead, he smiled gently and said, "It's so hard to let go. I can't do it." "Are you sick?" "Yes, I'm really sick," Immo Ran said in a low voice. "Look at me if you don't believe me." Chu Wanning was resolute and decisive. Although his ears were red, he said, "I won't look." Immo Ran smiled. His voice was a bit hoarse. "That's fine. I'll do as you say." However, this man's words were pleasant to hear. His hands were completely different. His rough fingertips rubbed Chu Wanning's throat and slowly slid up. Then, he pinched his chin. "Don't mess around." In the fog, he couldn't see, but his other senses were clearer than usual. Chu Wanning felt Immo Ran's face lower. His hot breath was buried in his neck. He couldn't help but tremble. "Brother Wanning, why are you trembling? Are you afraid of ghosts too?" "Don't call me that." Immo Ran smiled gently. He hugged him from behind and kissed his neck. He said respectfully, "I'll listen to you. I won't call you that." Then, "Shizun, let this disciple help you bathe and change clothes, okay?" It seemed to be worse. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. The steam from the hot spring burned his body and mind. He felt very embarrassed for no reason. He even felt a bit humiliated. The corners of his eyes turned red. He suddenly said, "I won't bathe. I'm leaving." Immo Ran knew that he was thin-skinned, but he also felt that this person's retreating appearance was really cute and funny. He asked, "Shizun is like this now. Can you leave? What if you're seen by someone?" Chu Wanning said with a sullen face, "If you're seen by someone, then so be it. Being bitten by a dog is better than messing around with you." "Bitten by a dog? What's wrong?" Immo Ran smiled. Because of the burning desire, his eyes were dark and not as gentle as usual. He revealed a mouthful of white teeth and leaned close to Chu Wanning's ear. Chu Wanning originally thought that he was going to say some random vulgar words. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard the man softly and dangerously whisper in his ear, "Oh, ow. What do you mean? You don't know how to imitate it." Immo Ran was genuinely a little distressed. "I used to have a puppy with blue eyes and 3 fires. That's what it called." Chu Wanning was speechless. "I've never heard of it. What's more, why are you imitating a dog for no reason?" Immo Ran smiled again. "What do you think?" Chu Wanning didn't react. Immo Ran kissed the back of his ear and licked his neck while saying in a low voice, "I've already called it." It was Shizun who said that he'd rather be bitten by a dog. Chu Wanning froze for a moment. Her blood boiled with a bang. But that person still added, "Can I bite you now, Shizun?" Without waiting for him to answer, a heavy and hurried kiss pressed down on him. Immo Ran originally wanted to stop with a light taste, but he didn't expect that this was drinking poison to quench his thirst. Chu Wanning was his poison, which could destroy his reason and evoke his burning desire. A light taste turned into a desire to continue, and a desire to continue turned into an inability to stop. The inability to stop turned into a breath that gradually heated up. When their lips parted, Chu Wanning's phoenix eyes were somewhat out of focus, but he didn't forget the proper business. "I came here to take a bath." "Take a bath first," Immo Ran softly responded. It was a little like a him and a little like a hum. It was a very sexy and hoarse voice. Hearing it at such a close distance, Chu Wanning was still trying to hold on, but he knew that his spine felt as if it had been struck by lightning, and his eyes were burning hot. His wrist fell into Immerse's palm, and that person took him into the hot pool. The sound of the waterfall hid their rapid breathing. Chu Wanning still couldn't take it. When Immerse hugged him and was about to kiss him again, he raised his hand with difficulty and stopped, whispering, "Is there really no one?" "No, I've seen it all." Immerse's voice was boiling hot and slow, hotter than the hot spring water that wrapped around his legs, burning his stomach even more. "Shizun, feel me. Am I really sick? Why is it so hot? So hard?" Chu Wanning's face flushed red. It was really embarrassing. However, his hand was held by Immerse, and he couldn't break free. The ferocious tentacles made his head explode, and he was almost numb. He wanted to withdraw, but Immerse's strength was too strong. His palm hurt, as if it was going to shatter in his palm. The young man's breathing was so rapid, so hot that it was almost cute. The smoke around them was so thick that nothing could be seen clearly. Only that pair of handsome face was clear. His dark eyes were moist because of lust, but also burning because of lust. Immerse's Adam's apple moved. He stared at Chu Wanning's face and whispered, "Shizun, help me." Then, once again, he kissed Chu Wanning's slightly open lips. Lust was like a flame that was poured with boiling oil, and water couldn't extinguish it. The heat waves surged, and 10,000 trees turned to ashes. Under the kiss, their lips and tongues intertwined. Their tongues drilled in to absorb each other's breath, but it was like scratching an itch through a boot. They only felt that it wasn't enough, and wanted more. Immerse brought Chu Wanning to the depths of the hot spring. The spring water was up to his waist. He pressed Chu Wanning against the slippery rock wall, and while passionately kissed him, he tore off the thin bathrobe on Chu Wanning's body. He didn't take it off because he was in too much of a hurry to get into the water. The rapid water splashed on the rock, creating a curtain of rain. Their ears were filled with the sound of the waterfall, and they couldn't hear anything. Chu Wanning was pressed against the rock wall and kissed. His clothes were pulled down to his elbows, and he was tied behind his back. Don't. But the shame and stimulation of being tied up made him even more sensitive. He gasped for breath under Immerse's comfort. Suddenly, the light red color on his chest was licked by Zhu's rough tongue. He knitted his eyebrows, and his usually solemn face gradually became confused because of lust. His expression of struggling between indulgence and rationality was so sexy that it could drive people crazy. Gently, his throat was hoarse. Chu Wanning couldn't help but raise his head. His phoenix eyes were slightly closed, and he couldn't bear it anymore. The mist dissipated, covering everything. Chu Wanning was flipped over. He could feel Immerse's thick legs pressing against his own. His face was pressed against the cool rock wall, which made the heat below even more astonishing. He slightly closed his phoenix eyes. He never thought that he would one day be lustful to this extent with his disciple, doing such an erotic thing in the wonderful sound pool, where people could come at any time. Shame, bewilderment, desire, and excitement caused his gaze to become unfocused. Suddenly, a thick, hot, and lively thing pressed between his legs, rubbing between his buttocks. He didn't expect it and couldn't help but gasp. "Ah!" The man behind him paused, and then seemed to be stimulated by his heavy breathing. His large hand wrapped around his waist, and he forcefully pushed against him underwater. Although he didn't go in, and only moved between his legs, Immerse was extremely aroused. The person below him was Chu Wanning, and this was the most powerful aphrodisiac for him. He laid on top of him, and from the surface of the water, it seemed like he was only stirring up a splash. But under the hot spring, his penis was thick and long, and it rubbed hard against the inner wall of Chu Wanning's thighs. Several times, it rubbed against that secret place of warmth. His head was dizzy, and he almost wanted to lift Chu Wanning's thighs without a care in the world. He wanted to go in and fuck her, and let that place that he had entered and exited so many times in his previous life swallow and suck him. He wanted to hug Chu Wanning and completely possess her. He wanted her legs to wrap around his waist, and he wanted to fuck her until she cried. Wanting. His throat was moist and hoarse, and it was full of sparks. Rand's eyes were dark, and the sound of the water ripples was very similar to the rhythm of copulation in his previous life. The warmth of the hot spring combined with the touch between Chu Wanning's thighs made him realize that he was about to lose his mind. He gasped, and before he could do something even crazier, he suddenly turned Chu Wanning over. Their chests were pressed tightly against each other's chest, and the waterfall confused their eyes. The hot water splashed on their dazed faces. Rand kissed him fiercely, and in a hurry, he kissed his chin. But soon, he hungrily held his lips with a somewhat violent force. His other hand reached down and grabbed Chu Wanning's desire, which had also swelled to the point of pain, and pressed it against his penis. Chu Wanning didn't think that he could do this. This kind of direct friction between desire made him close his eyes, raise his neck, and lightly moan, Rand. He only had time to vaguely call out his name, and the rest of his voice was sealed between Rand's lips and teeth. Rand hurriedly stroked his and Chu Wanning's desires, rubbing them together, stimulating them. He tightly hugged his Shizun and felt Chu Wanning slightly tremble in his arms. His trembling made him feel pity, adoration, and made him crazy and infatuated. When the kiss ended, his lips and teeth were wet and sticky. Chu Wanning subconsciously opened his eyes in this beastly passion and lowered his head to look at the place where the two of them were rubbing against each other. With just one look, his scalp went numb. It was the first time he saw Rand's penis so clearly. It was really a blade of flesh and blood, thick and full and menacing. At this time, because of the passion, that thing was angry, and the tendons were clearly defined. The head of the stem was wet and sticky, and in the rhythm, it rubbed against Chu Wanning's abdomen. Chu Wanning suddenly closed his eyes. His entire body was trembling, and his mind was in chaos. How could it be so big? How could it go in? He probably couldn't even hold it in his mouth, and would vomit. How could it be like this? He was extremely ashamed, and the corners of his eyes were burning. If such a thing went in, would he die? So those dreams he had before were indeed some unrealistic illusions. Chu Wanning's cheeks were burning red. If he thought about it, how could it be possible? How could he kneel on the bed and endure such an intense invasion? How could he accept such a penis and even shamelessly gasp and moan, like a beast in heat begging for more and more intense sex? How could he feel comfortable? How could he be penetrated and ejected? How could it be possible? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was inconceivable. He felt extremely humiliated and wronged. He even felt a sense of self-contempt, but fortunately, Rand didn't give him too much time to think about it. Rand's big hand held himself, and also Chu Wanning, and skillfully played with him. The desire gradually increased, and the veins on his neck protruded and trembled because of the pleasure. Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore, and almost let out a sound. Don't shout, the fog here is thick. I can't see people, but I can hear you. As he said this, Rand's other hand covered Chu Wanning's mouth and nose. He covered so tightly that in the warm fog, Chu Wanning almost gave birth to a kind of suffocating, terrifying boiling. His hands were still tied behind his back by his own clothes, and his voice was also muffled. The feeling of being bound and forcibly taken was so painful and exciting. Woo! He was bullied so badly that the corners of his eyes couldn't help but shed physiological tears. He was like a red-crowned crane on the verge of death, slightly leaning back, exposing his fragile neck, and constantly shaking his head. No, he really couldn't. Rand didn't let go, but instead leaned over and nibbled on his Adam's apple. Then he faintly raised his eyes, looking at Chu Wanning's painful appearance, looking at him frowning as if he was about to die. Shizun, he murmured, and couldn't hold it in anymore. He removed the hand that was covering Chu Wanning and fiercely kissed him. The sound of water surged, and the waterfall flowed rapidly. Chu Wanning was kissed by Rand until he couldn't breathe anymore. His lips were slightly swollen, and he gasped for breath, his eyes unfocused. Rand hugged him, burying his head in his neck. The desire and panting in the secret hot spring lasted for a long time, and when it was finally about to be extinguished, the two were completely soaked. Hot sweat and hot spring, they were like wild beasts, madly entangling each other, only hating that they couldn't be tighter and denser, that they couldn't completely knead into each other's flesh. No, I really don't want. Chu Wanning was almost struggling. The needle-like pleasure made him tremble. Don't do it anymore. I don't want to do it. Hearing Chu Wanning's low murmur, Mo Rant's eyes grew darker. He kissed his cheeks and said in a low voice, "Darling, wait a little longer, together with me." His hands moved faster and faster, and his crotch even unconsciously moved against each other. Gradually, the two people had no other thoughts, only the people in front of them, desire and love. When they were releasing, it was too comfortable. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation of having an affair at the wonderful sound pool, but it became more and more intense. Chu Wanning couldn't hold it in anymore, and when he ejaculated, he gasped hoarsely, even forgetting to lower his voice. The two men were sighing, rough and affectionate, dirty and pure. In their eyes, there was only each other's face when they were at climax, only each other's face. They kissed again, lingering, moist, and lingering. "You ejaculated a lot," Mo Ran murmured, his voice muddy. His hands were full of the two's love fluid. His eyes darkened, and he moved closer, intimately wiping it on Chu Wanning's abdomen, following the tight and well-proportioned abs, all the way up to his chest. Chu Wanning had been trembling in Mo Rant's arms, trembling because of the pleasure and stimulation, which he couldn't control. Mo Ran hugged him, stroked him, and whispered in his ear, "Isn't it very comfortable? Next time, if you're ready." Mo Ran kissed him, their sweaty skins sticking together. "Let's do it for real, okay?" Although he was already prepared, when he heard these words coming from his mouth, in addition to the terrifying anger he saw with his own eyes, Chu Wanning couldn't help but feel his back go numb, and his whole body tensed up. Mo Ran felt his small muscle movements and kissed him even more gently. "I won't let you feel pain. I'll let you feel good." The passion hadn't subsided yet, and they rubbed their ears in the depths of the waterfall. Mo Rant's voice was full of love and lust, and he said in a low voice, "I'll let you like it, really. When we go in, maybe a little, but I'll control it." Chu Wanning only felt ashamed and wanted to run away, but his legs were soft and numb. "Don't say any more." Mo Ran probably understood that he wasn't really disgusted, but he didn't listen to him, and his moist lips were still touching his earlobes, extremely seductive. "I'll do it well. Shizun, if you're afraid of pain, use some medicine. I'll go by it. Believe me, once you get used to it, you'll feel very comfortable. I've seen how you were kid until you lost your soul in your previous life. But at that time, it was because of hatred, because of punishment. In this life, I only want you to hold me, to be one with your body, never to be separated again. I want you to like me. I want you to feel comfortable. I want you to not forget me." He kissed him, and his eyes were like fire stirred up by wet firewood. These words were said mischievously yet gently, shamefully yet sincerely, lingering yet fierce. The first half of the sentence was respectful, but the second half was unqualified. "My good Shizun, can you let me *ck you?" Chapter 197. Because of what Mo Ran said yesterday, Chu Wanning felt extremely ashamed. After leaving the wondrous sound pond, he didn't want to talk to Mo Ran anymore, so he left without looking back. People need face, trees need bark. He was very angry. How could Mo Ran have the face to say such shameful words? Did Mo Ran think that he would agree? This kind of thing should be done. Why ask him? The next day, the classics and history elder fell ill, so Shui Jingyong let Chu Wanning be in charge of supervising the recitation of the students. Classics and history was a big class, so there were many students. He couldn't manage all of them by himself, so he let Mo Ran and the others help patrol and answer questions. Among the four of them, Shirmei and Mo Ran were the busiest. The reason was very simple. Shermay was gentle and handsome, while Immerse was kind and heroic. Both of them were very popular with the junior brothers and sisters, especially Shermay. He had long legs, a narrow waist, and picturesque features. He didn't have the immaturity of youth, and was a completely elegant and handsome man. He had a good temper and a pleasant voice, so it was easy for both men and women to have a good impression of him. As for Immerse, he was trapped in the group of female disciples and couldn't get out. Senior brother Immerse, I don't understand this sentence. Can you help me take a look? Senior brother Immerse, I don't really understand the difference between these two incantations. Can senior brother teach me? Senior brother Immerse. After Immerse finished explaining to the ninth smiling junior sister why the myriad waves incantation had to be exactly the same as the incantation drawn by the creator in order to be effective, Chu Wanning finally couldn't take it anymore. He frowned and coldly glanced at Immerse from a few rows of disciples. Immerse had been ignored since yesterday, so he felt a bit wronged. He was used to being rough in his previous life, so in this life, he cherished it even more. Therefore, every step he took, he wanted to see if Chu Wanning was happy. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Could it be that he shouldn't have asked that question? Or perhaps he had addressed her incorrectly. He shouldn't have asked, "My dear master, can I go in next time?" Instead, he should have asked, "My dear darling, can I go in next time?" After being treated coldly for no reason the entire day, Immerse suddenly felt Chu Wanning's gaze. Even though Chu Wanning was glaring at him fiercely, Immerse was still like a little cabbage that had been watered with water. He immediately became spirited and smiled brightly at Chu Wanning. This person didn't understand where all these women came from and why they had so many questions. Did they not understand? If they really didn't understand, why didn't they ask Chu Wanning when the creator of the Myriad Waves incantation was standing right here? Why did they take a roundabout way to call Senior Brother Immerse? Chu Wanning was displeased, but he didn't say anything. He only looked coldly and silently at Immerse. As he stared, Immerse felt that something was wrong. Coincidentally, there was a 10th junior sister waving at him eagerly. Senior Brother Immerse, sorry, I have something to do. Immerse smiled and pointed at Shui Ming. Ask your senior brother Shui. After he finished speaking, he walked over to Chu Wanning, leaving behind the junior sister with the hair tied into a bun. She had a disappointed expression on her face. She bit the end of her pen and let out a long sigh. Master, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Chu Wanning pursed his lips. He didn't say it directly. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm a bit tired. Let Shui Ming patrol that circle. You help watch this area. Immerse didn't doubt him. He nodded and dutifully followed Chu Wanning around the area. It was strange. As he walked next to Chu Wanning, he suddenly felt that the number of people asking questions had suddenly decreased. Could it be that the disciples in this area were smarter than those in that area? Chu Wanning's mood improved a bit when he didn't hear the annoying Senior Brother Immerse or the even more annoying Senior Brother Immerse. However, his face was still expressionless as he paced back and forth among the junior disciples who were reciting the scriptures. As he walked, he suddenly heard a conversation between two junior disciples. Senior brother, let me tell you, there's a fox spirit in the wonderful sound pool. What do you mean? Yesterday, after I finished bathing at the plum blossom pool, I was preparing to go back. Then I heard faint, that kind of movement in the distance. The senior brother seemed very surprised. He opened his mouth for a moment and hesitated. Could it be that some pair of fellow disciples are daring? Who would be so daring? That's impossible. It's fine if this kind of thing is done in private. If it was seen by Elder Yu Hong or Elder Tanlang at the wonderful sound pool, their legs would be broken. It definitely can't be a disciple of the sect. That's true. It's definitely the fox spirit taking Yang to nourish Irene. Tonight, I'll call a few of my fellow disciples to go take a look and see if we can catch that little fox. That would count as making a contribution. We can't just let her go seduce our fellow disciples, right? That's true. But did you see who the fellow disciple she seduced yesterday was? The fog at the wonderful sound pool is so thick. You have to walk right under their eyes to see their facial features. I don't want to go. I'm still a child. What if that fox spirit takes a fancy to me and drags me into dual cultivation with her? The junior disciple muttered. Suddenly, he saw that his senior brother's expression wasn't quite right. He stretched out his hand and waved it. What's wrong? Why do you have this expression? The junior disciple finally felt a chill on his back. He faintly turned his head and saw Elder Yu Hung standing behind him with an unfathomable expression and an extremely cold aura. He was so frightened that he let out an ayah and hurriedly said, "Elder, please forgive me. Recite scriptures, then recite scriptures." "What are you talking about?" "Dual cultivation." Chu Wanning's face was gloomy. "You're dreaming. Study properly. If you talk nonsense again, I'll punish you." Finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Ran also heard this conversation. He wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. His gaze followed Chu Wanning's back. He thought to himself, how could this serious person like me? How could he be willing to be with me? His chest was filled with warmth and bitterness, a mixture of bitterness and sweetness. After class, in the Green Book Hall, he couldn't help but hug Chu Wanning, who was tidying up the books. He held him in his arms and dotingly kissed him. Chu Wanning was angry. He took a bamboo scroll and hit him on the head. As he hit him, he said, "It's all because of your good idea. The wonderful sound pool. This is great. What have I become?" Mo Ran held back his laughter. The tip of his nose rubbed against his ear. His voice was low and gentle. He asked knowingly, "What have you become, Shizun?" Chu Wanning didn't think that he would be so shameless. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You." His dimples were about to turn into honey. Mo Ran kissed him again and laughed. "Those shitty are really ridiculous. Fox spirit? Pick that, haha. Picking young to nourishing? If you say that again, I'll kill you." Chu Wanning almost stuffed the bamboo scroll into his mouth. Mo Ran laughed. "Oh, can I choose how to die? Being picked to death by the fox spirit of the wonderful sound pool is also a very good thing. Mo Wei you." From then on, Chu Wanning was no longer willing to bathe in the wonderful sound pool with Mo Ran. A few days later, Madame Wang called Mo Ran to the table. She pulled him and asked him something. "Ran, when you were wandering outside a few years ago, did you see a strange girl in the Snow Valley?" "What girl? What do you mean by strange?" "She should be very white. Her face didn't have much color. She liked to wear red clothes and always carried a basket in her arms. She would talk to passers-by in the Snow Valley." Mo Ran laughed. "Oh, Auntie is talking about Snow Young Gold, right?" Madame Wang was surprised at first. Then she was happy. "You know about Snow Young Gold? Such a strange monster. I thought you had never read about it before. I even wanted to describe it to you. I didn't expect. It was in Master's notes. I just happened to see it." Mo Ran said. "Why is Auntie asking about Snow Young Gold?" "It's like this. Master Nangong came a few days ago. I took his pulse and felt that the burning yang qi in his body is not uncontrollable. It's just that the materials required are very rare. The hardest to find is the ice fish in Snow Young Gold's basket." Madame Wang sighed. "Master Nangong and Ming are about the same age. Now that a tiger has fallen from the sky, I really can't bear it. I want to help if I can, but that Snow Young Gold is very rare. 20 years ago, someone met her in the Snow Valley. If you want to trace back further, it would be the records of the Kunlun treading in Snow Palace 100 years ago. So I wanted to ask you and try my luck." After Mo Ran heard this, he was both happy and worried. He was happy because if Nangong Si's burning yang qi could be cured, then she was a normal person. Yi Wangxi and he had deep feelings for each other. Perhaps they could become a good couple. He was worried because he had been in the Snow Valley for more than a year, but he had never seen the legendary Snow Young Gold. He said to Madame Wang, "After Su Shuanglin's matter is settled, I will personally go to the Snow Valley and search from the foot of the mountain to the peak. Maybe I can find some clues." After Mo Ran finished speaking, he was happy and wanted to tell Nangong Si. Madame Wang said from behind, "Hey, Ran, don't go so fast. I've already told Master Nangong. You don't have to." But Mo Ran did not hear her at all. He was already far away. He looked around and found that Nangong Si was next to the bridge of helplessness at the peak of life and death. Just as he was about to go over, he saw a person walking over from the other side of the bridge. Imo Ran looked and saw that it was Yi Wangxi. His heart moved. He did not call out to Nangongxi. Instead, he stood in the distance and looked at them. Yi Wangxi was still very handsome. It was rare to see too many feminine features on her face. The mantras she cultivated and the teachings she received made it so that there was little difference between her and men. In fact, in these past few years, if not for the fact that she still had a secret love for Nangongxi in her heart, she might have already forgotten that she was a woman. Nangongxi saw her and lightly coughed. Her gaze turned to the boundless river. "Master called for me?" "Ah." Nangongxi's expression seemed to be a bit awkward. Her 10 fingers were crossed, and she rested her head on the stone lion of the Bridge of Helplessness. After a while, she made a sound of "N." "Is something the matter?" "No, no," Nangongxi said. She did not dare to look at Yi Wangxi. Her fingers stroked the curled mane of the stone lion. "It's just, there's something that I want to give you." Yi Wangxi said blankly. "What is it?" Nangongxi lowered her head and slowly untied an ornament at her waist. She clumsily untied it for a long time before finally handing it to Yi Wangxi. She lightly coughed. "Thank you for all these years. Forget it, I don't know how to say it. I don't have any valuable ornaments right now. I can only give this to you. It has been with me for many years. It's not the best jade, but..." He did not say anything else. Her eyelids drooped, her face somewhat red. He did not dare to look at Yi Wangxi. After a long time, seeing that Yi Wangxi did not respond, he suddenly felt very dejected. It was very abrupt and also very embarrassing. He hesitated to take the jade pendant with the phoenix totem on it back from Yi Wangxi. She muttered, I know that this is not pretty. If you don't like it, then just give it back to me. It's okay. I won't mind. Wait until we revive the Confucian Wind sect, then I'll find you the best one." Yi Wangxi was stunned for a long time. Then, she smiled. In her clear and handsome eyes, there was a trace of the gentleness of a girl. The corners of her eyes also seemed to be dyed with a thin layer of rouge that had never been there before. Her calloused and scarred hand, which was not as slender and beautiful as that of a lady in the boudoir, grasped the jade pendant. The wind rustled, and the bamboo leaves rustled. Yi Wangxi said, "This piece is enough. Thank you, young master." Nangongxi's face turned even redder as he stuttered. "As long as you like it." "I also sigh. I don't know what to say." Imo ran. He listened in the bamboo forest and wanted to hold down Nangongxi's head and smash it against the stone lion. Did this person not know how to do anything else other than raising a few wolfhounds? Why did it turn into, "I don't know what to say"? Out of nowhere, Nangongxi suddenly said, "Madame Wang told me that the violent spirit core in my body can be suppressed. Perhaps we don't need the dual cultivation method to resolve it." Yi Wangxi was stunned, but seemed to have misunderstood. She softly nodded and lowered her eyelashes, not saying anything else. If there was no need for the dual cultivation method, then Nangongxi could be with anyone. Perhaps she would no longer have a reason to shamelessly stay by his side. She also had her dignity. She did not want to beg Nangongxi to love and pity her. Nangongxi wanted to use this jade pendant to end things, so that he could keep it as a memento in the future. Do you understand? Do you understand what I mean? Nangongxi heard this and became happy, but still stupidly said, Then if you're willing, actually, you can call me like when we were young." I think that's pretty good, sigh. "Sorry. I really don't know what to say, sigh." He sighed twice in a row. In the end, even he could not stand it anymore. He covered his eyes and sighed. "Oh my God, what am I saying?" This time, it was Yi Wangxi's turn to be at a loss. She blankly raised her head. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. Her eyes widened slightly, and then a thin trace of blood appeared on her face. The bamboo leaves on the bridge of helplessness fluttered. Her clothes gently fluttered. The jade pendant was warm, and the bright red tassels fluttered between her fingers. After a long while, Yi Wangxi hesitated. Probingly, she softly called out, "Ah, see? In an instant, not knowing if it was an illusion or not, Nangongsi actually felt that her voice, which had been distorted by the sound change spell to the point where it could no longer be restored, faintly had some softness, some gentleness in the blurry wind. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Yuangshi's face. The rosy clouds of the morning sun filled the sky like brocade, reflecting her eyebrows and eyes. She smiled. She still had the familiar handsome and upright appearance, but there were fragments of light flashing in her slightly narrowed eyes. She could not hold it in. In the end, tears rolled down from her smiling face. Nangongsi looked at her, looked at this face, and a vague impression of his childhood came back to him. It was a little girl, green, tender, with rosy cheeks and long eyelashes. She had a very gentle and sweet appearance. At that time, Yuangshi had not yet been sent by Nangong Lu to Anqing to practice the Heart Sutra. She had just been picked up by Su Shuanglin not long ago. She followed Nangongsi all day long and learned some basic spells. That day, in order to train them, Nangong Lu let them go to the simplest illusion of the Confucian wind sect together to test their skills. The illusion was not difficult, but it was a little scary. There were ghosts who had died unjustly. They wandered around inside, their hair disheveled, and they let out faint whimpers. At first, Nangongsi did not plan to pay attention to Yuangshi. He only cared about himself. Who knew that as he walked, he found that Yuangshi did not follow him. A little girl, curled up in the ruined temple of the illusion, did not dare to move. He looked back at her and snorted. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a hanged ghost floating behind her. It stretched out its bright red tongue to coil around her throat. Ah! When the little girl realized it, it was too late. She was so scared that she could only scream. But she could not do anything. She hugged the sword in her arms and turned her head, but nothing happened. When she timidly opened her eyes, she discovered that Nangongsi was standing in front of her. That hanged ghost had already been repelled by his sword and stuck onto the lightning talisman spirit. Amidst the flickering sparks, he turned his head and lowered his eyes to look at her. He originally wanted to reprimand her, but that girl's expression was so pitiful. She was like a frightened cat with her round eyes wide open. She couldn't hold back her tears and they gushed out. Nangongsi was stunned. After a while, he said, Why are you so useless? You're even afraid of ghosts? That's a ghost. Yuangshi cried. If I'm not even afraid of ghosts, what am I afraid of? Nangongsi, why are you girls so useless? Then I also want to be useful. The beautiful little girl cried and cried. She was so wrong that even her snot flowed down. Who wants to drag you down? I also want to help, but you left so fast. You didn't wait for me. I'm just afraid of ghosts. Nangongsi had no choice but to squat beside her. He didn't know how to coax people, so he just watched her cry. Yuangshi, who had not experienced the hardships of Anqing, was like the most ordinary girl. Her tears kept falling down. Crying and crying. She choked. What are you looking at? I want to see when you're done crying. When you're done crying, let's go together. Who told you to be so weak? Nangongsi sighed. He raised his hand and flicked the little girl's white forehead. Follow me. I'll protect you. Rosy clouds rose and the world was bathed in golden radiance. Only now did Nangongsi suddenly realize that in the illusory realm that day, it was actually the only time in his life that he saw Yuangshi as a girl crying out of fear. Later, she became iron and turned into ice, suppressing all her emotions under a light face. She suppressed it to the depths. Not to mention Nangongsi, even she forgot what kind of person she was originally. She only remembered that she chased the back of the young master of the Confucian wind sect in front of her, from a child to a teenager, until he became a young master, and her beautiful face was no longer there. She was like this, not crying, not dragging him down, silently following him for 20 years. Chapter 198. After 10 days of fasting, Nangongsi and Yuangshi could set off for Jiao Mountain. Due to Nangongxi's injuries, Nangongxi's vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, he could not carry his master on a long journey for the time being. This huge demon wolf transformed itself into a cub the size of a palm. It placed itself in Nangongxi's quiver and stuck its furry head out. Immerse sent the two of them to the entrance of the mountain. He stroked the mane of the handsome horse beside him and smiled. Jiao Mountain is far away, and riding a sword is tiring. These two horses are for you. They grew up eating spirit herbs and can travel 1,000 miles in a day. Although they are not as powerful as Neo-Beijing, they are still passable. Nangongxi thanked Immerse and mounted his horse with Yuangshi. He bowed his head and cupped his fist. Thank you, Brother Immo. You don't have to send us off. We will meet again someday. Be careful. He stood at the entrance of the mountain and watched as Nangongxi and Yuangshi's figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a crunching sound from the woods to his left. It sounded like a dead branch had broken off and fallen to the ground. Meow. Immerse narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "A cat?" On the other side, Yuangshi and Nangongxi rode side by side and went down the mountain. There was still a desolate path from the peak of life and death to Wuchang town. The sun shone through the mottled branches and leaves. With every step of the horse's hooves, the scattered light was trampled into specks of dust. Nangongxi looked sideways at Yuangshi. Just as he was about to say something, Neo-Beijing, who had already returned to its quiver, popped its head out and revealed two snow-white front claws. Ayo! Ayo! It howled twice. Nangongxi was startled. He suddenly pulled the reins and said, "Be careful." Just as he finished speaking, a torrential rain of needles shot towards them from all directions. Nangongxi and Yuangshi drew their swords at the same time. The two of them had trained together since childhood, so they had a tacit understanding of each other. They leaped into the air, one on the left and one on the right. Nangongxi wielded her sword on the left, while Yuangshi wielded his sword on the right. After a series of clinking sounds, the poisoned pear blossom needles fell to the ground one after another. Immediately after, Yuangshi raised his hand and threw out a talisman. A barrier soared into the air and enveloped the two of them. Nangongxi said sternly, "Who are you?" The sun was dim, but it was not blocked by the clouds. Instead, a person was standing on a slender branch. He was wearing a wide robe with long sleeves, and his beard and hair were flying in the wind. He stood against the light and looked down with a hateful expression. He was the older cousin of the former sect leader of Jiangdongtang, Huang Xiaoye. He stood on the branch like an immortal. He did not make a sound and only stared coldly at Yuangshi's face. Immediately after, rustling sounds came from the dense forest. More than 100 disciples of Jiangdongtang walked out of the forest. Each of them had a bright red headband on their heads. They were all elite disciples of Jiangdongtang. Huang Xiaoye stroked his beard and said, "The two of you, were you comfortable at the peak of life and death? You hid there for 10 days and 10 nights before you came out. You really made this old man wait for a long time." Nangongxi was furious. "Huang Xiaoye, why is it you again?" "So what if it's me?" Huang Xiaoye said coldly. "You are well aware of the enmity between Jiangdongtang and Confucian Wind sect." Nangongxi gritted his teeth and said, "From Lini to Sichuan, we defeated your sect 4 times. You still want to chase us? What enmity? Are you done yet?" Su Shuanglin revealed the truth. "Your sister-in-law killed your younger brother. You come to us again and again to argue with us. Where is your face?" Face? This old man thinks that little Gongzi is the one who really doesn't care about face. Huang Xiaoye said gloomily, "It was clearly your Confucian Wind sect that caused my Jiangdongtang to suffer a great loss and fall apart. Don't tell me you dare to flatly deny it?" Yuangshi said, "Even if your excellency wants to seek revenge against Confucian Wind sect, you should be fair and square. What kind of conduct are you using to assassinate others?" "Shut up. When men speak, it's not up to a little girl like you to speak." Huang Xiaoye flicked his sleeve. "Don't think that just because your animal father raised you as a man, you're a real man. A little girl will always be a little girl. Women should be cooking in the kitchen. You're a woman. What qualifications do you have to come out and show off in front of this old man? Nangong Si angrily said, Huang Xiaoya, be reasonable. Very well, then this old man will reason with you and settle the account. As soon as Huang Xiaoya finished speaking, he pointed at Nangong Si and sternly said, Your father has no regard for honor and shame. He had an affair with a married woman and instigated that poisonous woman to poison my younger brother to seize power and usurp the throne. As for the one next to you, he fiercely pointed at Yu Wangxi again. She is an animal's daughter. Her Ifu spread my, Jiang Dongtong's, private affairs to the world, damaging my, Jiang Dongtong's, vast and clean reputation. Today this old man personally led our school's outstanding talents to intercept you thieves, all in order to return Jiang Dongtang and return justice to the world. He waved his hand, and the 100 disciples who were eyeing them covetously immediately swarmed forward to attack. Unexpectedly, as soon as they rushed out of the forest, a burst of flame suddenly fell from the sky. It fiercely drew back the astral wind and threw the disciples a few feet away. Nangong Si was shocked. Brother Imo? The person who came was indeed Imo Ran. He held a willow vine in his hand and stood on top of a tree facing Huang Xiaoya. He coldly stared at the other party. Huang Xiaoya didn't expect Imo Ran to appear. His expression instantly became very unsightly. After a long time, his lips moved and he slowly said, Grandmaster Imo, how did you find the interest to come to the foot of the mountain to watch the show? Then we should ask the Grandmaster's disciples. Why don't they just be good people and insist on hiding in the forest and meowing like a cat? Huang Xiaoya's expression was very gloomy. His face was almost the same as his surname. He said in surprise, What does the Grandmaster mean? I should be the one asking Senior Huang this question. Imo Ran said, In the boundary of the Life and Death Summit, you attacked a guest of the Life and Death Summit. Does Senior Huang think that my mountain gate is too clean and tidy and wants to spill some blood on the ground? Since it's out of the mountain gate, it's not up to your sect to control it. I'm avenging my dead brother, so I don't need Grandmaster Imo to interfere. Imo Ran said, Senior Huang is right. Personal grudges are not under the jurisdiction of the Life and Death Summit after leaving the mountain gate. Huang Xiaoya coldly snorted. Then why won't the Grandmaster move out of the way? Imo Ran didn't move. He saw that the ghost's bloody light was even brighter, and the willow leaves on its head were almost like strings of blood beads. He said, But what if I want to control it myself? You. Huang Xiaoya couldn't be unaware of Imo Ran's strength, but he couldn't be reconciled if he didn't get his revenge. He had no choice but to threaten angrily, Grandmaster Imo, do you want to become an enemy of Jiang Dongtang? I don't mean that. I just want my honored guest to leave Sichuan safely. As for whether it's Jiang Dongtang or Jiang Shitang stopping me, it's the same. Huang Xiaoya narrowed his eyes. The hatred in his brown eyes could almost turn into a tangible fire, burning Imo Ran and the cypress tree he was standing on into ashes. You insist on shielding these two remnants of the Confucian Wind sect? What do the remnants say? Imo Ran asked coldly. I ask Senior. How much did Miss Yi and Nangong Gongzi participate in the Jiangdongtang incident? Did they plan the internal strife in Jiangdongtang? Or did they expose the scandal of Jiangdongtang? Imo Ran looked at Huang Xiaoya. Did they kill the former sect leader, or deliberately participate in the murder of your younger brother? But so what? Huang Xiaoya angrily said, The son must repay the father's debt. It's only right and proper. What a good only right and proper. Imo Ran said indifferently enough. I think there's no need to reason with Senior Huang. Weapons talk, let's exchange blows. Huang Xiaoya was extremely angry. He angrily shouted, Imo Weiyu, you're so unreasonable. Interesting. Who's the unreasonable one? At this time, another voice came from the mountain path, the tone arrogant. Xue Ming slowly walked out of the forest with the dragon's sword. The hilt was cold and sharp. When the sun shone on it, it was so dazzling that people could barely open their eyes. Shouting and shouting in front of my house and starting a massacre. Jiang Dongtang is at the pinnacle of life and death? Do you want to die? If it was only Imo Ran before, Huang Xiaoye might not be able to defeat him. However, with their numbers, they might be able to escape from Immerse and take advantage of the situation to kill their enemy. But at this time, Phoenix Xueming stepped out. He was the Heaven's Chosen who won first place in the Spiritual Mountain Conference. Who didn't know the ferocity of the dragon's sword in his hand? The two brothers appeared in front of the mountain gate, wanting to protect the lives of Nangong Si and Yuangxi. Even if Huang Xiaoye fought with his life on the line, he definitely wouldn't be able to find an opening. When Immerse saw Xueming come, his expression became serious. He said to Xueming, "Go back. I'll help you. This matter has nothing to do with the pinnacle of life and death. I'm helping out of selfishness. Don't get involved." Immerse frowned. He wondered if his younger brother was stupid. Although Zhang Dongtang's strength was no longer the same, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was still from one of the 9 great sects of upper cultivation. Moreover, the niece of Zhang Dongtang's old hall master and the eldest martial brother of Fire Phoenix Pavilion were Dao companions. They were married. If Xueming came out to help, it would clearly be using the name of the pinnacle of life and death to shed all pretense of cordiality with the 2 great sects of upper cultivation. He definitely couldn't do that. Immerse said, "Go back quickly." However, Xueming was a simple-minded person. He didn't understand the subtle difference between the two. On the contrary, he was angry that Immerse didn't want his help. While they were in a deadlock, they suddenly saw dust flying in the distance. A snow-white horse arrived in the blink of an eye. The person on the horse's back was wearing snow-white clothes. She was extremely beautiful and carried a peeper on her back. It was the fairy of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace. "Urgent report. Urgent report." The fairy frowned. She spurred the horse forward and shouted in a clear voice. She didn't expect that after turning a corner in the dust, she would see such a tense scene at the foot of the mountain. She suddenly pulled on the reins. For a moment, she was stunned. She straddled the horse's back and blinked her eyes blankly. "Urgent. You guys. What are you doing?" Because the female messenger from treading in Snow Palace of Kunlun had suddenly arrived, Immerse and Huang Xiaoye didn't have a chance to fight. Huang Xiaoye was invited by Shui Jingyong to the pinnacle of life and death. She was also summoned back along with Yuangxi and Nangong Si. The fairy of treading in Snow Palace stood in the Dan Xian Palace. Her red lips opened and closed as she bowed. Then she said, "Urgent report. We've found Su Shuanglin's whereabouts." As soon as she said this, Yuangxi's face suddenly changed. In an instant, all the blood drained from his face. The fairy said, "Our sect released more than 10,000 jade butterflies to track down Su Shuanglin's whereabouts. This morning, we finally returned 2 of them. We found that there was a strange spell near Mount Huang. Palace Master guessed that Su Shuanglin should be hiding there. He specially ordered us to rush to all the major sects to report this urgent report and discuss what to do next." Shui Jingyong was surprised and happy. "You found him just like that?" The fairy said, "We can't be sure. However, the jade butterflies reported that recently, the smell of blood has been faintly lingering around Mount Huang. It hasn't dissipated at all. There is already a strange phenomenon. It should be close." Shui Jingyong stood up. "Good. Since we have a clue, let's not delay any longer. Speed is the most important thing in war. What does your Palace Master think?" Palace Master and sect leader have the same opinion. She also feels that there is no time to lose. We should go there as soon as possible to investigate. "That's great." Shui Jingyong turned his head toward Huang Xiaoye and said, "Huang Daozhong, why don't we go together? If this time we can catch the main culprit, Su Shuanglin, we can avenge our younger brother's death." Huang Xiaoye's heart thumped. He was very clear that his chance of killing Su Shuanglin was very small. Moreover, the so-called revenge was just a pretense. Actually, how much could his younger brother's death have to do with Nangong Si and Yuangxi, these 2 juniors? Although he was shouting the slogan of avenging his younger brother, he was actually scheming something else in his mind. It should be known that after this disaster, Zhang Dongtang's strength had declined greatly. He had already heard that the Confucian Wind sect was hiding a rich treasure. So he planned to catch both Yuangshi and Nangongsi in one fell swoop and force them to spit out their ancestral treasures for his own use. Huang Xiaoye suddenly clenched his fists under the sleeves of his gown. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he squeezed out a yellow-brown smile that resembled a wrinkled orange. He said, "We still don't know whether the one on Phoenix Mountain is really Su Shuanglin or not. Moreover, Jiang Dongtang has already formed a grudge with the Confucian Wind sect. This is not a personal grudge, but a major matter that concerns the reputation of the sect. We must settle this properly." "That's right," Shui Jingyong said. "Then we'll look for Su Shuanglin to avenge our personal grudge first, and then we'll look for the Confucian Wind sect to settle our grudge." Sect leader Shui's words are interesting. The Confucian Wind sect is now a scorched earth. How do you want me to settle this account? I don't know. You'll have to ask Taoist Huang yourself. Shui Jingyong said with a smile. Why is the Confucian Wind sect in such a hurry to exterminate those two juniors when the Confucian Wind sect is already in ruins? You. Huang Xiaoye calmly flicked his sleeve and rebuked. This is a personal matter of mine, Shui Ming said with a smile. Just now you said it was a major matter that concerns the sect's reputation, but now it's a personal matter. Jiangdongtang is one of the 9 great cultivation sects in the upper cultivation world. How can you act so casually? Huang Xiaoye knew he was in the wrong, but he didn't know how to defend himself, so he simply remained silent. He glared fiercely at Shui Jingyong. With a wave of his sleeve, he led a group of Jiangdongtang disciples out of the peak of life and death's gate. They took the lead and flew on their swords towards Phoenix Mountain. Yi Wangshi was extremely apologetic. He said to Shui Jingyong, "Sect leader Shui, I'm really sorry. Even if the nestling falls into the net, the hunter won't kill it." Watching the people from Jiangdongtang leave, the smile on Shui Jingyong's face slowly disappeared. His gaze became cold. He said, "It's Jiangdongtang who has gone too far." He looked at the sky outside the main hall. The space between his eyebrows was very low, and there was a faint crease in the middle. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Let's go. We're going to Phoenix Mountain." Phoenix Mountain Road was long, so everyone chose to fly on their swords. When they arrived at Phoenix Mountain, there was already a large group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain. The rest of the 9 great cultivation sects had all arrived. Blurry faces came and went, bustling about like a school of carps crossing the river. However, no one knew what they were busy with. Chu Wanning was the first to come down from the flying sword. When he came down, his steps were slightly unsteady and his face was very pale. Fortunately, his face was originally pale and didn't have any good color. Other people couldn't see anything strange, but Immerse noticed. He walked over. While no one was paying attention, he lightly rubbed the back of Chu Wanning's hand. "Shizun, you flew very well." Immerse smiled and said, "Really?" Chu Wanning coughed lightly and turned his gaze away. Looking up, there was indeed a layer of miasma and evil chi that could be seen with the naked eye at the top of Phoenix Mountain. The other 8 sect leaders had already arrived. They were standing at the very front of the foot of the mountain, in front of a barrier that reached the sky. They raised their hands and poured their spiritual energy into it. Shui Jingyong also immediately rushed over to help. The people at the peak of life and death arrived one after another. After a while, Shui Ming also arrived. He steadily landed beside the 2 people. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately frowned and said, "What are they doing? Why aren't they going up the mountain?" When Immerse saw him come, he explained to him, "It's not that they don't want to go up, but that they can't go up." Shui Ming was confused. Why? Chu Wanning said, "Phoenix Mountain is one of the 4 great evil mountains of the cultivation world. This mountain is very strange. It's not that easy to break in." Shui Ming was a little surprised. "I only know that there are 4 great holy mountains. So there are 4 great evil mountains? Which 4 are they?" Chu Wanning said, "Jiao Mountain, Jia Mountain." Shui Ming was stunned. "Rockery? Black tortoise armor. Oh. Shui Ming blushed. "Yes. Liao Mountain, and this one in front of us, Phoenix Mountain." Chu Wanning paused and then said, "This is the bloody past of the cultivation world. Nowadays, it's rarely mentioned. Only by reading some books can you possibly read about the four great evil mountains. Then why are there such things as evil mountains? Chu Wanning didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked Xueming, "Do you still remember when the first leader of the Confucian Wind School subdued the evil Jiao Dragon?" "Yes," Xueming said. "There was an evil Jiao Dragon in the East Sea. It was he who defeated the evil Jiao Dragon and sealed it in the Golden Drum Pagoda. Later, he signed a blood contract with the Jiao Dragon and used it for himself. After the first leader of the Confucian Wind School died, the evil Jiao Dragon turned into a hill, the dragon tendons became the earth's mantle, the dragon blood became the river, the dragon bones became the mountain rocks, and the dragon armor became the trees. This mountain has been guarding the tombs of the Confucian Wind School's disciples for generations. Therefore, it's called the Hero's Tomb, also known as Jiao Mountain." Chu Wanning nodded. "Yes, so Jiao Mountain was formed by the Azure Dragon's evil spirit. You all know that the four auspicious beasts are the Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the White Tiger, and the Black Tortoise. But under these four auspicious beasts, evil descendants will also be born, stirring up trouble everywhere." Xueming slowly understood. So, the remaining mountains are like Jiao Mountain, formed by evil beast spirits? "Yes," Xueming said. "Then Phoenix Mountain is the Vermilion Bird?" He suddenly raised his head to look at the giant, beast-like mountain shrouded in haze. Sure enough, he found that the middle of the mountain was tall and flat, like a phoenix with its neck outstretched. Chu Wanning said, "That's right." In addition, the four great evil mountains each have their own evil techniques. For example, Jiao Mountain only allows the descendants of the Confucian Wind School to lead others into it. Trespassers will be dragged into the soil by the dragon tendons and buried alive. This Phoenix Mountain is the same. But it's so strange. Xueming turned his head to look at the sect leaders who were casting their techniques. His father also went over to help. Jiao Mountain is the Confucian Wind School's mountain. This is known by everyone. Then what about Phoenix Mountain? Wouldn't it be fine as long as we drag the descendant of the sect that subdued the Vermilion Bird evil spirit here? Mo Ran, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. That person died unexpectedly not long ago. If she was still alive, we could have done that. Xueming was stunned. "You know who it was?" "I know." Mo Ran said indifferently. "It was a woman. We all know her." Chapter 199. Ah, who is it? Is she the only one who can command Mount Huang? What about the other descendants who subdued the Vermilion Bird evil spirit? Mo Ran did not answer him directly. Instead, he said, 1,000 years ago, the one who subdued the Vermilion Bird evil spirit was called Song Qiao. His courtesy name was Xingyi. Xueming turned pale with fright. He blurted out, "Huabai Supreme, Xingyi?" "Yes. He is the last person in the history of cultivation who could become a grandmaster. He is the butterfly bone beauty." Mo Ran said expressionlessly, "That's right." Therefore, the last person who could open the gate to Mount Huang died in the sea of fire of the Confucian Wind sect. It was Song Qiudong. Xueming's mouth involuntarily opened wide. Just as she was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A large group of green-robed cultivators from Jade Pool Manor suddenly surrounded the barrier at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. "Manor Master Li. Manor Master." Chu Wanning's expression changed slightly. He walked over and pushed through the crowd. He saw Li Wuxin being supported by his disciples. His face was as white as paper, and he spat out blood. The smelly blood stuck to his white beard. His lips were pale, and his eyes were rolled up. He was already unconscious. He said in a trembling voice, "He is the first. He is the first." Because Li Wuxin withdrew his power, the remaining sect masters suffered even more backlash from the barrier. Huang Xiaoye was the temporary hall master of Jiangdongtang. Her mana was weaker than the other sect masters. At this time, she could not take it anymore. Even turning her head was difficult. Jiang Shi, on the other hand, looked at Li Wuxin even though his face was pale. He said, "He is under the influence of the Phoenix Nightmare." The barrier of Mount Huang was imbued with the curse of the Phoenix. Once someone tried to tear open the crack and attempt to climb up the mountain, they would be easily swallowed by the nightmare. This was similar to the illusion of Jin Chengqi's heart-picking willow. However, the Phoenix Nightmare was hard to get rid of. Those who were affected would not wake up again. Seeing this, the Jade Pool Manor disciples knelt on the ground. Some of them even began to cry, "Manor Master! Wake up, Manor Master!" Li Wuxin laughed and talked in his sleep. Suddenly, he broke free from his disciple Zhen Songming. He lay on the ground and began to dance, laughing, "First, first, first." Among the disciples of other sects, someone whispered, "What is number one?" Li Wuxin, however, was not going to answer them. Immersed in the joy of the nightmare, he opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of teeth that were sticky with blood and saliva. He laughed in an extremely intoxicated manner. After a while, as if the nightmare had suddenly turned around, his old face that was as dry as a dead tree stiffened and revealed an expression of anger. You promised to return the secret scroll of Baitan village to me. You. After a while, it turned into a sorrowful face. Li Wuxin had always been an old Taoist priest who cared a lot about his reputation. He was also the head of a manor. He had never shown such a face in front of others before. He didn't look like a sect leader or a Taoist priest. He didn't even look like a man. His face was contorted in grief, as if he was trying his best to stuff his dignity into the wrinkles that covered his face. He begged, 8 billion gold is really too much. That secret scroll of swordsmanship originally belonged to Blue Pool Manor. It belonged to my great master. But at that time, the sect was destitute and had no money left. I had no choice but to sell it to you. Sect master, I beg you, just a little less. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. $8 billion gold? Sword technique scroll? Then someone suddenly remembered that the former sect leader of Jade Pool Manor had a strong temperament and spoke out righteously. He had attracted the attention of many sects in the cultivation world and suffered a great disaster. No one was willing to help him. After that, the entire Jade Pool Manor declined day by day. They couldn't even allocate enough money to subsidize their disciples for 3 years. Then, for some reason, they suddenly became rich again. But inexplicably, after that generation, the water-cutting sword technique of Jade Pool Manor, which was once famous in the 9 states, fell into decline. The disciples who came after could not use the essence of it. Because of this, there were always people in the Jianghu who ridiculed Li Wuxin. They said that it was because he didn't teach well that the Jade Pool Manor, which used to be the Sword Saint's manor, fell to the bottom of the cultivation world. But now, everyone was shocked to realize that things might not be as simple as they thought. Could it be that the Jade Pool Manor survived the great disaster by selling the sword technique scroll? This kind of profiteer who took advantage of the situation. Some people immediately thought of Lone Moonyi, and many gazes secretly swept over Jiangshi's face. Could it be Lone Moonyi? Could be Sect Master Zhang's grandmaster? Li Wuxin was still struggling and rolling on the ground in pain. Zhen Songming couldn't even hold him. He cried and screamed, and then he simply got up and kowtowed to the people around him. Blood and snot flowed down together. Give it back to me. I've been collecting it for most of my life. I only have 1 billion gold in total. Li Wuxin wailed. It's only 1 billion gold. I've tried my best, but I really don't have that much money. I can't kill, rob, or do all kinds of bad things for money. Can I? Your sect earns tens of thousands of gold coins a day, but the Jade Pool Manor really doesn't have that much money. I beg you. Hearing that his sect earns tens of thousands of gold coins a day, those who hadn't looked at Jiang Shi before began to look at Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi's Xianyuan Pavilion was the biggest black market in the cultivation world. Who else could it be other than him? A young disciple of the Jade Pool Manor was so angry that his eyes were already red. He shouted at Jiang Shi, "Sect Master Jiang, So the three most important scrolls of our Jade Pool Manor's broken water swordsmanship are in your hands. Lone Moon Yi, you want 8 billion gold coins. You? How can you be so shameless? Before Jiangxi could speak, someone on his left said in a hoarse voice, the truth hasn't been revealed yet. How dare you accuse Sect Master Jiang? The person who spoke was actually Huang Xiaoye, who was almost out of breath. This old guy's hands were trembling as he held the barrier. He still wanted to speak to Jiangxi to show his loyalty. His intentions were clear as day. The Jade Pool Manor disciple was so angry that he rushed up to scold Huang Xiaoye. However, he was firmly held back by his fellow disciples, who advised, Zhen Fu, don't provoke them. Hearing this name, Imo Ran was stunned. If it was in the past, he might have thought that this name was the same as being really smart, making people laugh their heads off. But now, as he looked at the rotten old man who kept kowtowing in the mud, he suddenly felt very bitter. He couldn't laugh at all. If 5 billion gold coins isn't enough, then 5. 5 billion gold coins? Li Wuxin was crying. He kept wiping his tears with his sleeve. 5 billion gold coins. I'll go to Izhou's Chang clan and sell some magic tools and spirit stones. I'll still be able to get 5 billion gold coins. Sect Master, please do me a favor and be merciful. Just return the sword manual to me. He bent his head and kowtowed. In the end, his forehead was cut and bleeding. The broken water swordsmanship is the soul of Jade Pool Manor, he cried. Before my late master passed away, his only wish was for me to redeem the sword manual. I've tried my best all my life. All my life. I've turned from black hair to white hair. I've also begged you instead of your father. I've even begged Luo Fenghua. Everyone suddenly turned pale. Luo Fenghua? Li Wuxin had begged Luo Fenghua? It wasn't Lone Moon Yi. It was, they all turned around, but no one was moving. However, they immediately parted ways, because almost all of the people from the various sects were turning their heads to look at Nangong Si and Yuangxi in the corner. It's the Confucian Wind sect. This time, there was no need to whisper. Someone yelled. How shameless. I was just wondering how the Confucian Wind sect's swordsmanship suddenly improved so much in the past few decades. They even have the style of a sword saint. Beasts. Back then at the Spiritual Mountain Conference, they even gave Nangong Si third place. What kind of swordsmanship is that? This is so disgusting. Nangong Si stood in place with a stupefied expression. Of course, he didn't know about the evil scandals of the Confucian Wind sect. The evil that his father and ancestors had committed should have fallen on the heads of the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect. Now, he had to bear all of it alone. He didn't run away, nor did he make a sound. His expression was ashen as he stood there silently. Yuangxi wanted to shake his hand, but Nangong Si quietly pulled it away. He stood in front of Yuangxi. He actually has the face to come. His father is such a beast. What kind of good do you think his son is? The people of Jade Pool Manor were the most indignant. They shouted at them, Scram! Why aren't you scramming? The Confucian Wind sect is no longer among the 10 great sects. What are you standing here for? Scram! Adulterous couple, shameless. Impassioned voices rose and fell from the surroundings. They were cursing and spitting, and their faces were filled with clear hatred. Suddenly, someone rushed over. It was a disciple of Jade Pool Manor. That person grabbed Nangong Si by the collar. Yi Wangxi immediately shouted, Si. Nangong Si only managed to push her away in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Then, that Jade Pool Manor disciple pressed him to the ground. Fists rained down on his face, chest, and abdomen. Fist after fist, they didn't use spiritual energy, but they were heavy, fierce, and crazy. At this time, another cold voice suddenly said sternly, Stop. A heavy punch landed on Nangong Si's handsome face. Nangong Si coughed up a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and he lay on the ground covered in mud. That angry disciple wanted to wave his fist again, but his arm was grabbed by someone. He angrily turned around and spat, Beast. I don't want you. He didn't say anything. Because the person standing in front of him was the world's #1 martial scholar, Chu Wanning. Stop. Chu Wanning's eyes were like a cold spring. He looked down at him with an indescribable expression. It seemed like there were many emotions on his face, but it also seemed like there was nothing. He just tightly held the youth's arm and pursed his lips. After a while, he said, "Stop fighting." Nangong Si coughed up another mouthful of blood on the ground. Yuangshi hurriedly tried to help him up, but he was waved away. "Don't worry about me. I should take responsibility for the Confucian Wind sect in place of my father." That youth became even angrier. He struggled to break free from Chu Wanning's hand and wanted to fight again. Chu Wanning's sword-like eyebrows rose. "Stop fighting. It's none of your business. You're someone at the pinnacle of life and death. It's none of your business." That youth also went crazy. He roared at Chu Wanning. "Why are they treating my master like this? Why? Why are they treating Jade Pool Manor like this? Jade Pool Manor has been acting like an ox or a horse for the Confucian Wind sect for so many years. Why? He began to wail. Behind him, Li Wuxin was moaning and begging. Li Wuxin was still begging Nangong Lu, who didn't actually exist in his consciousness. Luo Fenghua said he was willing to exchange the sword manual for mine. But I don't know where he put it. You promised me? Sect Master. You promised me. I'm 79 years old this year. I don't have many years left to live. In this lifetime, my cultivation level isn't high enough. Maybe I won't be able to become an immortal and see my master. But I can't fail to do the one thing he entrusted me with." Li Wuxin's every word was like a blood clot that had been dug out of his throat. He was also wailing, "I can't not do it, Sect Master. Give it back to me. Give the Jade Pool Manor back to this old man. I beg you." The Jade Pool Manor disciple was trembling. Chu Wanning's hand was also slightly trembling. The youth's eyes were filled with tears, hatred, and confusion. But he couldn't break free. In the end, he spat on Chu Wanning's face and said, "What, Grandmaster? They're all beasts." "Shizun, Emo ran. Stand there and don't move. Don't come over." Chu Wanning let go of the youth's hand. The youth regained his freedom and immediately went to beat up Nangong Si, who was already covered in cuts and bruises. But unexpectedly, a ray of golden light fell and Haitong's enchantment opened, firmly protecting Nangong Si and Yuangshi. Chu Wanning was originally half kneeling on the ground. At this moment, he slowly stood up and looked at the blurry faces that were watching the commotion. At one end of the crowd was him, while at the other end was Li Wuxin, who was weeping blood and tears. Li Wuxin's old voice was heard. It was like the winter's branches piercing the blue dome of heaven. "Is 5 billion not enough?" In the dreamland, this old man was still trying to bargain with Nangong Lu. He was lowly and dead, extremely lowly, so lowly that his old face had turned into sand. 8 billion? His voice was trembling. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His hands were also curled and trembling under his wide sleeves. But he still said word by word, "Nangong Si, son of the old friend Rong Yin, Madam Rong." In front of the huge Phoenix Mountain, there were more than 1,000 people. It was so quiet that they could only hear Li Wuxin's howling and Chu Wanning's cold and stern voice. On one end, Li Wuxin said, 8 billion should be enough, right? Those are only 3 sword manuals." On the other end, Chu Wanning said, "When I left the mountain, I didn't bring any money with me, so I don't know how to ask for it. It was Madame Rong who gave me a meal and allowed me to temporarily stay in the Confucian Wind sect." He paused. Thus, only the sound of Li Wuxin's sobbing could be heard. "Madame Rong once ordered me to accept her son Nangong Si as my disciple. Because I was young, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to fulfill the task, so I didn't agree. But that year..." Chu Wanning slightly turned his face and glanced at Nangong Si, who was lying on the ground. He finally and slowly revealed the truth that Nangong Si didn't remember, word by word. That year, Madame Rong brought her young son and kowtowed to me 3 times in front of the ancestral temple. She said that Nangong Si's ceremony as master was complete. If I was willing to stay in the Confucian Wind sect for a long time in the future, Nangong Si should treat me as a master. Chu Wanning raised his eyes. Nangong Si is my disciple. Hearing this, Xueming's face instantly turned ashen. Mo Ran and Shi Mei's complexions weren't very good either, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at Chu Wanning. If it's true that a son should repay his father's debt, then a teacher for a day is a father for life. Since I've accepted Nangong Si's 3 kowtows, he can call me master. Chu Wanning said, his master is still here. Therefore, whether you want to seek revenge or beat me, I won't resist as long as I'm here. Shizun, Mo Ran, Xueming, and Shi Mei all knelt down. Nangong Si also struggled to get up from the ground. The blood in his mouth hadn't stopped yet, and he could only mutter, "No, I won't kowtow. I haven't kowtowed. I don't have a master. I don't have a master." However, at this time, Li Wuxin suddenly let out a long howl. He raised his head to the sky, his hair and beard fluttering like snow. His eyes were wide open, and blood continuously flowed out from his eye sockets. He howled. He cried, he choked, he stammered. 5.9 billion, that should be enough, right? Sect head Nangong. 5.9 billion, just take the extra as pity on this old man and leave me some money for my coffin. Okay. He raised his neck in a posture as if he was about to be killed. Finally, he screamed, his veins bulging. Okay. 3 okay in a row. Li Wuxin suddenly vomited blood again. Blood spurted wildly. Deathly silence. Then, he fell to the ground with a thump. This was the lord of the most inferior sect in the upper cultivation world. This was the old man who had always deliberately curried favor with every sect he could, wandering everywhere like a clown. This was the big joke who had spent most of his life, but was still mediocre and couldn't even redeem 3 sword manuals. A good-for-nothing, a mediocre person. Just like that, he fell into the gray dust with his eyes wide open. Dead. The wind whistled. Everyone had different expressions on their faces, and no one said anything. But Mo Ran suddenly remembered that there were treasures on Jiao Mountain, enough to revive the sect. This was something that even Jiang Dongtang knew. Since Blue Pool Village and Confucian Wind sect were so close, there was no way they wouldn't understand what this meant. After Nangong Lu's death, many large and small sects chased after Nangong Si and Yuangxi alive. They said it was for revenge, but in their hearts, they were all thinking about those mountains of gold and silver. But Blue Pool Village didn't. Blue Pool Village just clumsily thought of stupid ways to make friends with the Life and Death Summit and Low Moon Night, hoping that they could look after each other and help each other in the future. Li Wuxin didn't even think about the Confucian Wind sect's gold and silver treasures. He was clearly the one who had been bullied and oppressed by the Confucian Wind sect all his life. Perhaps it was because he had been bullied and oppressed for so long that this old man understood that he could take money, but not injustice. Mo Ran looked at Li Wuxin's dirty old face in the dust, dirty to the point that it was somewhat funny. He suddenly understood why on that day when the Confucian Wind sect was in a state of panic, when everyone was running for their lives, this old man wanted to escape, but he was so timid that he didn't leave. He obviously didn't have any great skills, but he braced himself and stayed in the sea of fire. A single sword saved dozens of lives that had nothing to do with him. People said that Blue Pool Village's Grandmaster had a set of water-breaking sword techniques that could break the flow of water and break the sky. He was known as the Sword Saint in history. Li Wuxin lacked 3 books, so he couldn't learn this amazing sword technique. So he couldn't become the Sword Saint. The only thing he could do in the end was to use an enlarged flying sword to send those people he didn't know at all, even the disciples of the Confucian Wind School, out of the sea of fire, and bring them back to the human world one by one. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.